man's supposed to? You think a man's supposed to just want to raise a kid that's not his just because for the sake of the community? The fuck out of here.
But men raise kids that's not theirs all the time.
They do, but there's a difference between. It's about the consent. It's like if you don't know and you think this is your child, that's not your consent. Like you didn't consent to that shit. But when you like take your time to, play stepdaddy, oh yeah, you accepted the role of stepdaddy. So yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
it's all
Well,
about the
here's the
consent
thing. Here's the
aspect.
thing. Think about it. If you say you love the child, right? You love the child. What does it matter if y'all like blood related? Now, it could be a health issue, yeah, granted. But like, what's the difference? So, because if you're saying that you can't let a child to say it's not yours, then y'all niggas shouldn't even be around stepkids. But y'all be around stepkids. Like, be for
I,
real.
I I don't think niggas should be playing stepdaddy point blank. Period. I'm consistent with my talking
But
points,
you say that
but the
because you're
thing
a
is,
father. But if you didn't have one, it'd be a different perspective.
even then, like remind you, right? It's all about the consent aspect, right? Me personally, I think a nigga playing stepdaddy is goofy, but I understand the benefits for a community, right? I get that. I just personally think it's stupid because like why especially if you don't have your own kids. It's a different story if you have your own kids, she has her own kids, and y'all get together and you decide to play stepdaddy and whatever. That's cool. That makes sense. I get it. At that point, it doesn't even matter. But if you genuinely are somebody like me, right, that don't have no kids, and you go to a woman that has 2, 3 kids, or even one kid, and play stepdad, I think that's kind of weird.
But like
But
I said,
that's
it would be
besides the point.
different. Hold up, real quick. Think about. I want you to be honest though. Let's say your father was out of the
Aren't I
picture.
always?
Like your father
Uh
out of the
huh.
picture, right? And you wouldn't want a stepdaddy. You'd be like, "No, I'm just gonna be a fatherless person."
Yeah, for an example, right? Because I'm pretty sure you know a little bit of my background. Right? I was raised with my dad, right? Which means I didn't have my mom at first, like physically. Well, technically I did 'cause I was living with my mom. But anyway, beside the point. So when I was in America living with my dad before my mom and dad got married, right? My dad had a girl that was living with us when I was younger. Did you think I wanted that lady to play stepmommy? Fuck no. Like her job was to do what she do with my dad, and I be who the fuck I am. Like don't try to tell me what to do. Don't try to play mommy. None of that shit. Just be my dad's girlfriend. That's it. That's all.
But do you
So
think it's
that whole
impossible?
concept of trying to play,
Well, hold up, because you're making this real
well, nothing's
personal.
impossible.
But that's what I'm saying. Do
Well,
you think
nothing's
it's
impossible.
possible? Okay. Do you think it's possible for a step parent to love the child?
No, definitely. You can learn to love anybody, honestly. So yeah, I could definitely believe a person could learn to love their stepchild. That's reasonable. There's not even an argument to be made about that part. It's just
So
the
why?
fact that if you're a man, continue.
I'm trying to figure out what is the big deal about it being your child. If you're saying you can learn to love anybody, and you say you love the child or whatever, what does it matter if it's your child or not?
But go back to your prompt. Paternity of
You
the
don't have
baby
any
doesn't
rights
really matter.
besides
Which
the child.
well, that too. But you gotta go back to your point, right? It's the pretend, which means if you go with the notion you thinking this is your child and it comes to find it's not your child, that right there is a big smack to the face. So
Well,
that
why?
makes a big difference.
Why do you don't have to go get a paternity test? Just raise the child.
That's crazy as fuck.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
That's
what I'm
crazy.
saying. Like
It's
that's
like
what I'm saying. You want like y'all be wanting to know the paternity, but if you really think about it, it doesn't really matter. For
watch this.
example, let
Watch
me
this.
hold up. For example, sometimes people get switched at birth. Some people will get adopted. Like it really doesn't matter.
To who? Who doesn't
For an
matter?
example, if someone had a sexually transmitted disease, right, and they was taking their pills and doing what they needed to do, you would still want that person to disclose that to you, even if they were non-detectable, whatever the fuck that shit's called. You would still want to know, like you want to have that knowledge yourself, even though they're taking their pills and they're doing their part to make sure everything's peachy over there. You still want to know. You still have that right to know what the fuck you got yourself into. It's the same thing.
Okay, so all right, let's say you even know that child is yours or not, but you say you love that person and you love the child regardless. It doesn't really matter. Like
Yeah,
it.
that's
it
betrayal
But
though.
now it's different.
Yeah, you don't
But now
betray
that's
me.
different.
hold on, go ahead. Verify. 'Cause I think I got it. Hold on. 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 Hold on.
Yeah, the scenario you're explaining, that's more like betrayal. Like if I think the baby is mine and you tell me it's not, well then obviously
No, I just added
you was
caveat
wrong.
to it. He explained like why it's important. What I'm saying is, what if if she's pregnant, but it's not your baby, but you
Mhm.
love her, and like you can claim the baby is yours, and y'all can be a happy fucking family.
Are you saying she got pregnant while we together or no?
It's different scenario. I'm saying the paternity of the baby never mattered. It doesn't really matter. Y'all
Of
make
course it
it
does.
matter because
Of course
like
it
You
I
does.
can't
got
subtract
feelings, but
that
it
part,
really doesn't matter.
Well, if you don't have paternity, like for
but you
instance,
can't.
you may not have any legal rights to the baby. Like if somebody's a stepfather and you with this woman, is
No,
let's
no,
just
no. The baby's born. You
mhm.
sign the birth certificate. That's your child. You got
and
legal
then you
rights to the baby.
and then you find out it's not yours.
I'm
Is that what
saying
you're
even if
saying?
you,
No.
it doesn't have to be you find out. Let's say you meet a woman, she's pregnant. Y'all fall in love. You want a family. She
Oh,
already
you
got the baby. What does it matter if it's your baby or not?
oh if you meet a woman and you know she's pregnant, you goofy. That's just goofy activity.
But why is it
I swear to
goofy?
God.
That's just goofy activity. You deserve
Because
whatever she gonna do to you. You deserve it
facts, I agree wholeheartedly.
Hold
Because
on.
it makes no
Hold on.
sense. Like
Why doesn't it make sense?
because it's not your child.
because
It's not your
it's not
child.
your child, and it's like once it reminds you, right? If you have no, like, if you are a man that have 3 kids already, it's kind of irrelevant. If she has a kid, you have 3. Fuck it, it don't matter. It don't. You feel me? It's irrelevant. I prefer you be with her than be with a woman that don't have kids and make her have kids. So that part wouldn't even matter. But if you're a man that don't have no kids, and then this lady is pregnant before you met her, and you decide to play stepdaddy, this honorable. The women are gonna love you. The women are gonna give you all the pats and all the cookies in the world, but they wouldn't want that for their sons. Even the woman know that you're a goofy, but if it applies to her, oh yeah, she loves guys like you. Girls love stepdaddies. They love them
Yeah.
type of guys, but they would never they want their sons to play stepdaddy ever.
Yo, it take way too much to raise a kid financially, time consuming. Like you pour all of that into a child that's not yours. Yeah, that's I mean, if you
Can
want to
y'all
do it, do
And
it.
the worst
hold up real quick? Y'all do me
is
a
worse
favor.
because it's
Hold up, y'all, because we all just getting started. Can y'all tap the screen, share the live out, if you can, and make sure you send a heart me if you ain't already done it. Um, y'all finish what y'all saying, and we're gonna invite everybody in conversation.
it's like high risk, low reward. It's like you feel me? Because it's like I think every guy that plays stepdaddy has that ultimate fear in his heart that that kid's gonna grow up. You're gonna try to give him the world, and they're gonna remind you, "You're not my dad." And that shit right there is one of the most. I've seen somebody do that shit in real life. That shit is crazy as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, you can't
I couldn't
even
even imagine that
discipline.
shit happening to me.
You can't
Yeah, you
discipline
can't
kids
discipline because
that's
a lot
not
of times
yours.
women are protective of their kids. So you can't spank the kid. You can't really raise your voice with the kid. You can't really check the kid because the woman gonna check you. And now it's like it's a power imbalance. So you really have to become a servant of the woman in the child. Like you really don't have a say so with shit. Like it's
But you
not
talking about
it's not you.
conflict. That's the crazy part. Your own child can say, I fuck you, dad. You know my damn nerves." Like y'all always
Not
say,
to
like
punch,
it's
Yeah, but
not
conflict.
I'm
not
your
to punch
dad.
him in his
But
chest. You
here's
can
the
say
thing.
that.
Here's the thing. You're talking about conflict. Like the thing is like, oh, you're not my dad or whatever. You have to build a relationship and rapport. There's a reason why a child will rebel. But in a conflict, they can throw an insult at you even if you are the father. They could be like, "You a shitty
Yeah,
father.
but I
You
rather
wasn't my father."
Yeah, but that's your
yeah,
flesh
they
and
could take
blood.
that, but at least I know that's my kid.
That's the point. So it's not
I'll
about the
take that
insult.
abuse for my kid.
That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not the insult because the insult can change. You just wanted to be your child, your DNA child. My question is, why is that so important to y'all? If it's somebody you care about, they're part of your life.
It makes
Why
more
does it have
sense.
to be your DNA so much bad?
Because legacy is important to men.
How is that legacy?
Because if it's your child,
Your child is definitely your
your
offspring.
name
Well,
continues.
that's
If it's a
lineage,
son,
that's not legacy. But there are people who shout out their stepfathers. What are you talking about?
yeah. I mean, look, that's somebody's choice. If somebody wants to do that, now, if you talk to some stepfathers, they would tell you it's pros and cons to it. It ain't all pats on the back.
If you
Sometimes
talk to
that
your
child,
biological father, he'll
at
say
the end
there's
of the
pros and
day,
cons.
that child may want to just seek their father. You could have raised that kid for 18 years. Year 19, they're gonna want to know who their real dad is. That happens.
Like women are gonna always like
Hold on,
agree
real
with
quick. Hold
love
up, yo. Hold
stepdaddies
up,
because it
yo.
benefits them.
Go ahead, tag him.
Hey, I was just gonna say, like, from like a biological perspective, it matters a lot to males to have, like, to know for sure their DNA is getting passed to the next generation. And it's like on like a primal level.
And that's what I'm
Right.
trying to say. It ain't it's nothing to do with the child. Y'all like, oh, the child could do this or whatever. No, it's about your ego. You want to feel like you've been like my DNA is going to keep going on. That's what I'm saying. Y'all whole thing about father is all tied to ego.
Well,
Because
I
if
don't
you
think it's
say
like.
no, because listen, based on what they're saying, the arguments, the conflict, they might be looking for. All right, they could be looking for another relative. Who cares? You still have a relationship with that person.
I want to know if there's a person on this panel in your comments that agree with you.
The
Go
women,
ahead.
the women
Hold
might
up,
agree.
hold up, y'all. I'm trying to get a conversation. Go ahead, Nisi.
Hi, darling. How are you? Thank you for letting me up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta say I don't agree with that mindset at all. No disrespect to you, gentlemen, and everyone's entitled to their opinion. But as a husband, my husband met me. Just saying, met me. I was 5 months pregnant. Okay, father wasn't in the life. Chose to, respectfully step out. Cool, right? My husband met me 5 months pregnant, accepted my son, he loved me enough. He was like, hey, I told him, look, you ain't gotta do this. You're not obligated to do nothing. You feel what I'm saying? He said, no, I want him to have a father and I will love him like he's my flesh and blood. It does not matter. And to this day, my son is 10 now. To this day, he sits here and respects him. He treats him the same way. His legacy is continue. He has his last name. He wants all of that. Like he doesn't care about biological blood DNA. That just irks me a little bit because DNA or not, you love who you love. You feel what I'm saying? And it just I have to agree with you.
Does he have his own
Paternity shouldn't
kids?
Hold
matter.
on, let her land.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got you.
Paternity shouldn't matter. And I'm done. I'm gonna keep it short because I don't want to keep it.
All
But
right.
that's just my personal opinion.
Now, I appreciate you sharing that perspective. Who was that? Ted, you can say what you want to do and then we're going to
No,
the
that
next
was that
person.
was me. That was me.
All right. Go
Does,
ahead and say what
does,
you want to say, then we'll go to the next person.
does he have his own kids?
No, no,
Your
no, no.
husband?
No. Pause. Why are we getting
Yes.
her personal? Hold up. Why are we getting her personal?
Oh, if you don't, I don't have to talk about it. She just
I mean,
mentioned
it's
it.
up
I
to
was just
her, but
asking.
I'm just saying it's just kind of weird.
No, we
Like,
can
tell
leave it
us.
alone.
No,
We'll
no,
leave it
no.
alone. I'll leave it alone.
No, listen what I'm saying. Why I'm asking you, why are you asking her that question? Why is that important?
She
It's
brought her
not
personal
necessarily.
love.
It's not important. That's why I say we can leave it alone. I'm not trying to make a point. I was just curious,
Oh, but
honestly.
he did.
Yeah,
He had two kids from a prior marriage.
Okay.
no, I'm
Okay,
saying that.
that's why.
I'm
That makes
saying that
sense.
because some of these niggas can't even have kids. They sterile.
Right.
Um,
Right. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
God damn, that's
look,
not common. What the fuck?
it's more common than you may think.
Damn,
Go
Terry, you be
ahead.
running with the extremes.
Hold on, let the next person go. Now, can't nobody hear what you saying, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good now.
Originally, I came in here and I was like kind of angry because I thought of a negative situation, um,
What?
but
Tell us the situation.
because it's not too uncommon that a married couple, the woman would sleep with another man without the father knowing, and then have that child and trick the father into raising that child. That's happened. Like I have family member like that, so I was just thinking of that. I think that's horrible. But I mean, like a nice forever was saying if the man if y'all are honest with each other and the man accepts the children as his own, is willing to be a father figure for them, that's completely fine. So it just depends on the situation, the extreme of the situation. Like I said, that doesn't happen too much what I said, but it does happen. I don't think that women or men should be lying to each other, especially when it comes down to the paternity of the children.
Yeah, I think it's um Y'all like the extremes. I don't know, but okay. What do you think about it now that you calmed down?
Yeah, I mean, now, like I said, if the man has the resources to do that and is willing to do that, then all power to him. I think a lot of there's a lot of children that need father figures, regardless of if they're their father or not, and that goes to say on a broader sense of like a community basis too. I think just communities in general have kind of just been individualized. Example, like if I see, well, maybe not me personally, but there's men who are capable of disciplining children that are not their own in public situations. If you see a kid acting up in the grocery store, that's not your kid. We're just taught to not even intervene with that kind of stuff. But I think that like cohesion and community matters. So men that are capable of doing that with a good tone and with good intention and positive vibes. I for one, I enjoy seeing that masculinity within community, not only within families.
Okay. So we got two new people, but before I introduce y'all, I'm gonna let the people already here comment. Oh, Chris never
But
muted.
yeah, I think the whole point is right. It's the paternity part. It's the do do the person know or do the person don't know? Because if the whole point you're trying to say is it doesn't matter if they know or don't, that's
I
just
never
is
said they
crazy because
didn't
that makes
know.
two
That
separate
that was my
conversations.
point to him. I never said they didn't know. That's the first thing y'all went to. But then when I specified and I said if he did know,
Well,
you said you called him lame or some shit like that.
Goofy.
Goofy.
I have a question. Can you
Hold on, you gotta
explain?
wait. You gotta wait, sir. I'm introduce y'all in a second. I'm letting them respond to what was just said. Verify, you want to say something?
Me?
Y'all know
Yeah,
y'all.
yeah. I got a question for the lady who was 5 months pregnant. Her husband married her.
Yes, sir.
My question is, now I just went blank. Hold on. I went blank. I'll
That's
come back to it.
fine.
Sorry about that.
Tag
I
him.
have
Did
a
you want to
question
say
because
something?
would you want
Well,
that for your
go ahead.
Nisi, did you want to respond?
would you want I think
Hold up, Flashy. Nishi, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I can, darling. Yeah, it's not a problem.
Okay, I remember the question now.
No,
What's up,
I'm
sir?
sorry. Let me make this clear. I'm asking if y'all wanted to respond to something that was said. That's why I'm asking y'all.
Yeah,
You don't
something.
have to. Hold up, Nisi, did you want to respond to something that was said?
It just, I mean, whatever questions they have. I mean, I agree with you, Tara. At the end of the day, to me, in my opinion, and please don't take offense when I say this to you, young men. A real man, in our eyes, and I'm sure a lot of females agree.
Women. It's
It doesn't.
women.
Yeah, they don't, as long as you step up as a man, and if you say, hey, this is my child, or this might not be my blood child, to me none of that matters. As long as you sit here, if the real father's involved, great. You still, that child will have two father figures, the more the merrier, that are good influences, right? But at the end of the day, like, DNA, all of that don't matter. If the father, the biological father's not in the life, and I'm just speaking from my own personal experience. If the own biological father's not in the picture, and this man comes in, regardless if he has kids or not, I get that it's a personal thing. You want your kid to have your DNA, but a kid is a kid. They're innocent. You know what I'm saying? So if it shouldn't matter. That's just my 2 cents on it.
All right, go ahead, verify. Then we'll go to
That's just.
Will.
Would you can your husband physically discipline your child or
Yes, he
my child?
can.
And
Hold
does
on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. We let's not, cause I'm not. Listen, I don't want to sit here and talk about no goddamn physical discipline. That's a weird thing. That's a weird. Y'all be some sick motherfuckers.
how's that
That's
weird?
part of raising a child, though.
Yeah, how's that weird?
How is that exactly?
Cause y'all niggas be abusive. You're not supposed to be hitting on kids.
No one
My
talked about
my,
abuse.
my dad used to
You
spank
said no,
me
no.
growing up.
Hold up, sir. You said physical, physical.
Yeah, physical.
Physical
Like
Yeah,
doesn't always mean
that's some weird
abuse.
ass shit. That's some weird ass shit.
I was born
See,
in 1980, so that's how I was
You
raised.
know,
no,
Tell
what?
you
yeah,
must ain't got
we,
no kids.
Wait, are
T-
you saying it's not okay to spank your child?
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
not,
she's
I don't
saying.
want to have that conversation, but it's not.
of course
What you
not.
want to say about the topic?
Of
Well,
course not.
Okay,
I think good
hold on,
upstanding
real
men.
quick. Y'all can't just be coming off of mute. Like I'm at to drop people, and I don't want to have to do that. Let Woe talk, and then you can respond after, sir. Go ahead, Woe.
what I just want to understand the point you're exactly trying to make. What do you mean paternity of the baby doesn't
Oh,
matter?
okay, go ahead, mute up, and you can follow the conversation. Go ahead, Crispy.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. I don't know where the fuck Crispy at. Verify. Hold up. I'm trying to get everybody in the conversation so we can do open panel. Go ahead, Shine.
Oh, yeah, I'd say that honestly, I think that hardworking, good, upstanding men deserve to have good, upstanding women that don't share their womb with other men, and that believe in marriage before carriage. And I think that the paternity of the baby does matter, especially when it comes to rearing a child and raising a child and having to discipline a child. It doesn't necessarily have to even be in the aspect of physical. If you have to raise your voice at a child in a certain kind of
Okay,
way, because
slow down, sir. Slow down. I don't know if you reading a speech or something. You finally got to it. You don't think the paternity matter. You think it does matter. Tell us
yes,
why it matters. Why does it matter that the baby is your DNA?
especially when it comes to raising a child and having a certain understanding and connection with the child is extremely important. That child, regardless of anything, still carries characteristics and traits of that other parent. That kid is going to want to learn about that and understand that. You know what I mean? There's going to be a natural disconnection as a result of that. That's why it's important to have that child be
Do
raised
you
by the
think
paternal parent.
so? That was a question I asked earlier. Do you think stepfathers shouldn't be a thing? Because you're saying that if it's not a biological child, then there's not going
Um,
to be a connection.
I think that stepfathers. mm, um, I think that in the instance of like if she's a widow, I can kind of understand. But the fact is as men that we should strive to be with women that have not shared their wombs with other
You're not
men.
answering my question, sir.
So what's the question one more
I
time?
know what you think. I heard your speech. I'm saying, should stepfathers not be a thing? Like women should not allow men to be stepfathers because you're saying that if it's not their biological child, there's not going to be a true connection. That's a dangerous man to have around your children.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah,
No,
yeah, I'm not with it.
I don't agree with that. Stepfather should definitely be a thing, but it is not smart. It's not the smartest choice as a guy to be a stepfather. It should not be your first choice. You should definitely try to start your own family, but stepfathers definitely
Again,
shouldn't be allowed.
again, why do y'all keep going back to that? He already made the point. You saying you should start your own family. My whole thing is, if that's the stance y'all have, then stepfathers are dangerous and should not exist.
Amen.
If your DNA got to be in that child for you to give a fuck about them, to have a connection to them, to care about their future, then their stepfathers should not exist because they're dangerous.
Two
Because you're not going to
things.
have, sir, you're
Uh,
not going to have a connection with them.
okay, can I say something now?
Why you gotta be a hold up? Why you being a smart ass? You was cutting me off. So now
I
we gonna finish.
apologize.
No, mute up. We're gonna go to Summer and then Poetic. The fuck? What's up, Summer?
Sarah, good morning, y'all. Paternity baby doesn't really matter. I was just looking at that Mona Leah wedding, that beautiful pink wedding she had to that dude. I don't know his name. And I was looking at them with that baby, and I thought for a moment, because of my patriarchal upbringing and all this internalized misogyny, I thought, oh, why they just now getting? That's the first thought I had, and I had to check myself. And then I said, you know what? They seem comfortable and happy. The family seems to support. I don't think you should marry a man until you see if he can even be a father for a while. What's the number one way that women get unalived during pregnancy? At the hands of their partner. So maybe women should live with women, and we should see if you're even safe to live with, because men aren't safe. And like for them to even say you can only connect to the child with your DNA is sick and twisted and disgusting anyway, which tells you you're not even connecting to that child. Like a lot of y'all can't be trusted. And this access to the womb and all that is gross. Y'all are weird and gross. And you probably shouldn't be around women or children or anybody's womb. I land.
And this is a good example. This is a good example of why men should prioritize saving.
What the fuck?
Hang on. Watch this, Flash. This is
This
exactly
nigga
the
pulled
reason
that bitch
why.
out the
This,
stars.
right, bro.
Hold up,
Like,
yo. Hold up, Shane. I'm trying to open the panel, but everybody got to speak first, okay? Go ahead, Poetic, then Jack, and then y'all can
That
take the
shit
floor.
was crazy.
Okay, thank you. Hey Tara. Hey
Hey.
panel. So yeah, so paternity of the baby doesn't really matter. Oh my goodness, this is genius. This is something that is groundbreaking and it needs to be spread because like this definitely never ever mattered and especially in 2025 it doesn't matter in the future it will stop mattering because hey, if DNA ever mattered to men, they wouldn't abandon their biological children so often. Also, I mean, when it comes to genetics, a lot of you short dusties should hope the baby doesn't have the same DNA as you. Okay, then he's going to come off short with a little pink if it's a boy. If it's a girl, she's going to be unattractive. Like, you
what is
better
she
hope
talking
she
about?
has somebody
We're
else's DNA
insulting
other
men
than a
now.
lot of, I
That's
don't
what
care, and then a lot of you dusties. All right, so again, I see nobody unmuted when I said if DNA mattered, you guys would stay with your biological children if it was so important to you. It's not. It never mattered. That's why we have someone like the beautiful Sierra and Russell Wilson, where he has adopted future son and he has given him his last name because DNA never mattered. Russell Wilson is his father, and that's where it will stand. Okay, and I'm gonna land my plane there.
They be championing that
Hold
simp
up, hold
behavior,
up,
bro.
y'all. Y'all so fucking eager. Let everybody go and I can open the fucking panel. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So I try not to focus on like individual situations because you know they that can get emotional and personal. But just in general, stepfathers and stepmothers, they're just always going to be a thing because you know somebody has to raise a child at the end of the day. But you know, it's a biological father has its advantages because you know you just that's your blood. You know, just on the DNA level, it's not
No,
that much,
besides the
but it's
DNA.
just something
Besides the
that it's more like
DNA.
it's just
Tara,
like a
besides the
preference.
DNA, what are the benefits?
You know, that's your child. That's
No, no,
it's
no,
just about
no.
it.
No,
It's
no.
not like a big reward, a
Tara,
super huge
besides,
reward. It's just a
no.
small preference.
Can I
Let's say,
answer that question?
hold up. All right, you can go. What the fuck?
Okay, you can.
Listen to what I'm saying. From like for the child's sake, this your child. You raised like from a baby. You've been the father or whatever, right? What is the benefit if they have your DNA?
It's a mental. It's a mental. It's a mental thing.
It's a mental thing for who?
The father. I
What
mean,
like
are we?
I
I
think
mean,
it's more
everybody has
like
the
so
preferences
yeah,
and
so I
things
was
that they
right when
like.
I
So you
was
know, you
right when
can't
I
really
said so I was right when I said it's an ego thing then.
ego thing.
I
Everybody has ego. Everybody has preferences of things that they want for themselves. But you know, I'm not saying that you can't successfully raise a child with a step parent. With step parent, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's something that some people prefer. Just like some people prefer don't mind it. It's just you know I'm not gonna knock anybody over that, but you know I will always say that stepfathers and stepmothers are a thing. Just to end on that.
So I got it. The father's ego matters more than the child. Are we gonna
So
go over
I didn't get
hold up,
I didn't say that.
sorry, I got it. Listen, I'm gonna paraphrase because y'all be using too many words. Eddie, you can say on mute, you need to introduce, but it's open panel, y'all.
But not even though, even let's say it is ego, right? Let's all concede and say, yeah, it's the man's ego, it's his pride, right? Who gives a fuck? Everyone is motivated by their pride. Like the fact that we act like that doesn't play a big part of us in people as human beings. Like this is normal. Like what the fuck are we talking about?
I
It's
mean, you
easier
know
to accept. It's easier to accept. I'm not gonna say disrespect because disrespect is disrespect, but it's easier to tolerate something when you know it's yours. You feel me?
I
Than
mean, even
knowing
on
that
the
this shit ain't even your kid.
even on a health level,
Wait,
right?
wait,
Like, so if my family
wait, wait, wait,
has a history of like
oh, wait,
genetic
wait,
I
ailments
don't.
wait.
and
Hold
stuff
on.
like
No,
that.
no. Go back. Because he said yours, ownership. That's what it comes down to. It's because you want to own the woman and the children. That's your
Yes.
issue.
Oh
Yes.
my god, this woman.
Fuck the woman at this point. We don't care about the woman. It's about the
You like
child at
that? You're okay
that
with
point.
that?
Because if we're
You're
talking about
fine with the idea that you should own the
yes,
woman and the children?
yes, I don't care about the woman. We keep trying to throw the woman there. I don't care.
Yeah,
Like it's the
she
child.
loved
It's
throwing that
mine.
in there, don't
It's an
she?
Yeah, I don't
ego
know why she keep throwing the
thing.
woman. Like I don't give
It's
a
an
fuck about the woman. We're
ego
talking
and
about the
pride
child.
thing.
It
It's an
is,
ego
and
and
that's
Children come
pride.
from
perfectly
women,
fine.
stupid,
It is
because
perfect.
All right,
women
that's my
babies.
seed. What you talking about?
Hold
What you
on, hold
talking
on, hold
about?
on. But
No, you
even
have
then, right?
seed. You have
Yes, the
fertilizer. We
hold
make
on.
babies, not
Can I let
you.
me
Hold on, I
finish? Let
don't.
me
You
Y'all
don't make
let
babies.
people
Men
finish.
can't
Hold
make
up, y'all
babies.
gotta let people finish.
Regardless, yes, it's mine, ownership, which means I take pride and joy in what's mine, which means I'm gonna make sure my child is taken care of. My child has the best of everything. So me saying it's mine isn't me being, oh my god, he's evil. He's saying that it's his. So do you realize when you put responsibility, you claim something as yours, you take pride in it? Like you take pride in your hygiene, you take pride in your appearance, you take pride in your work ethic. The fuck are we talking about? Trying to make someone saying my child is mine and trying to make it seem like this person's a fucking evil human being is fucking insane.
It's
Like that
retarded,
is
bro. It's so
crazy
Nah,
work.
stupid.
hold up.
Men,
You're disregarding what Summer's saying though, because you're saying, "Oh, you're gonna have pride in it." Then why so many men walking away from their biological children? Then
Because the moms
That's
usually are pretty much a
that's
headache, and they're
what
trying to get away from the mom. But like she just like the lady
even
just did just a
then
second
that
ago.
shit's not even true.
Like they be trying to do the package deal thing, like she just did just now in the comments. You know what I'm saying? Like she was just or in the statement, she tried to include her and the child, and that's what they do. They include themselves and the child, so you can't deal with the mom without having to deal with the child. You know what I'm saying? They make it real difficult. Promise you. So the price of sanity is priceless. So you want to act like women don't push
Even
men
then, that's
away?
not even
Well, he
that's
didn't
a
land.
narrative
He
women
didn't land, so
push.
someone else can go. But let me say this, Clouds. What you said earlier about the physicalities and the health, you guys don't care about DNA concerning
That's an assumption.
physicalities and health. And I'm gonna
That's
tell
an
you how.
assumption.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna
Maybe the
tell
men
you
you
how.
deal
Hold
with.
on, let me finish. Relax. This is how I know you guys don't. You guys will procreate with a woman with 1,000 surgeries. She done got her eyes done, her nose done, her butt done, her tits done, everything done. Okay, and if
What are
you
you
cared
talking
about,
about?
like, you can't hear me out because you keep interrupting. Like, you're weird. Like, shut up. So again, if you guys cared about DNA of that person, that mother's looks or that father's looks or that person's health being passed on to the children, you wouldn't be dating and procreating with women with 1,000 surgeries because that's what y'all do, and y'all
You
pedestalize those type of women.
nobody fuck. Well, we insult BBL bitches every day on social media.
It's
Like
not
y'all just
just
be saying
What
BBL.
is she
Women be
talking
y'all
having
just
about?
be
they
saying.
y'all be
But hold on,
having
hold
the
on.
women that
We
have
let you
their
finish.
nose
Hold on.
done, their
We
lips
let you
done, their
finish. We let
eyes
you finish.
done.
We
It's not
let
We
you
just
let you
finish.
about. It's
finish.
just not. It's
We
not
let you
just. Hold
finish.
on.
Shut
It's
up.
I
no, because
let you
you're
finish.
switching my
I let
words.
you finish.
It's not just about
Right.
a
I let you
You
BBL.
landed.
finish.
Shut
Shut up
up. I don't
now.
Hold up,
care. It's not
Men
y'all.
are
just
Hold
about
up,
a
speaking.
y'all.
BBL.
Hold up, y'all. Share the mic. Let Shane go.
Yeah, no, I'll pass it
I
over to
was
Flash.
talking. But yeah, like all this weird ass, like it's like you guys aren't even trying to have a real conversation because you keep going to these weird ass extremes. Like for an example, oh, most dads walking out their lives. That's not even fucking accurate. We pretend women don't move out of state. They don't take the child away. Like they don't lie. Like we keep making these weird ass, dramatic ass lies to push a weird ass narrative that's not based in reality. Like the fuck we talking about? There's no way
Okay,
to factually know the men
say
that say,
it,
you know what,
flashy
I'm
man. Say
believing
it.
because I don't want this kid. That shit
I
sounds
Okay,
stupid as
so
fuck. Like,
anyway,
let's have a real
so
conversation and stop
here's the
pushing these
thing.
weird narratives.
Okay, Flash,
It's
got you.
not
So my
okay.
Okay,
mouth
so
So
stop
why
y'all
is
moving?
it not a pack? Wait,
Did
hold on,
my
poetic.
did
Hold
my
on.
mouth stop
Why
moving?
is it not?
want to
Shut
address
up,
I
him.
don't
Flashy. Shut
remember
the
my
fuck up.
mouth
Shut
stop
up.
moving though.
Wait. Wait a
Let
minute.
me
But
Wait
my
a
address
mouth
minute.
didn't stop moving.
You just shut up
My mouth
already.
didn't stop moving.
Well, it never
Hold
stops.
on,
It never stops. That's
but my
enough.
mouth didn't stop
If it's
moving.
not a package
Hold up,
deal,
So
y'all.
it's
you
Hold
have to
up.
stop
what's
What the
happening
fuck
talking.
is
now?
going
What's
on
happening now?
here? Hold up.
She interrupted me while I'm speaking to speak. What the fuck are we doing?
Shut up, Flashy.
Wait.
Like I know
Damn.
you're
You've
a
been talking
woman
the
and
whole
you're
time.
Hold
why
up,
do I gotta
y'all.
shut up when I was doing talking?
I'm
You haven't shut up
talking.
the whole time.
Flashy, land what you were saying, and then go ahead and respond to something. We'll move it around.
I appreciate it. Goddamn, these motherfuckers be weird. But anyways, the point is, let's have a conversation and stop pushing these weird ass lies that you guys always talk about. The man walk out the line. That's not true at all. There's no way to quantify that shit without actually putting up, talk about all the talking points, aka women moving out of states, keeping the man away from the child, or fucking lying on the man. Like, what are we talking about, bro? That's it. That's all.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is how it's clear you don't care about the woman, like you said. You also don't care about the child. Because if you care about the child, you would think of it as a package deal. If my man took my children out of state, guess what? I would go follow them because I care about my children. Like it's so weird. Like, why you throw women in with it? Because we are connected to the children and we actually care about them. You don't care about the children. You don't care about the woman. All you care about is ownership and hierarchy and feeling like you something special. And you're not. You're weak and whack. And that's why you can't close your mouth.
Yeah. I don't. I really can't speak for all people because we'll never live in a world that where every adult stays with the child, man or woman. But I see people on both sides saying that they wouldn't date people with kids. So it's not really like a male thing. But we just gotta understand like you either will do it or you won't. Which you can't try to insult one side because they have a certain preference, just like anything else.
What are you talking about?
And nothing, just a topic.
How to state your point clearly?
All I was saying is that both sides have that preference of one child to be their actual seed. People.
Right. So both sides. Go ahead, Eddie. I nigga ain't saying shit. Eddie, you not there?
Can I go? Because he's boring and he's holding up the conversation.
No, the last dude, Jack, ain't had shit to say. I'm a sweat. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to let me reiterate my point because my point is still valid and I'm going to stand on business. I don't care what Mr. Tooted said, or Mr. Tooth. Okay,
It's
anyhow.
flashy. It's not that complicated. It's just flashy. Niggas be acting like they're the most educated but can't read a fucking basic ass name.
Can't read and shit.
Anyways, Tooth.
It always be the fucking hippopotamus.
S look like T.
Shit
It
be
looks
crazy.
like Tutti Fruit. Anyways, let me finish. So, like I was saying, this dude earlier said that DNA is important because he wants the child to look like him. He said something, I'm paraphrasing, something like that. And again, if you want the child to look like
Nobody said that.
you might want
Nobody
the
said
child.
that.
Okay, shut up. Why you keep interrupting me? Have some self-defense.
Y'all stop interrupting that shit, lame. That's how we can't get through the fucking conversation.
So, anyways, and if you didn't say it, let's speak in general then, so you can shut up. Generally, a man would want, right, for the kids to look like them. At least that's what y'all say, but y'all contradict yourselves. Because again, it's still a valid point. Y'all pedestalize a lot of women with a whole bunch of surgeries, knowing that the baby is not going to come out looking like her. Okay? So a lot of times, the child is not going to look like both parents if you're having a woman with a whole bunch of surgeries. That's still my valid point. Secondly, a lot of you BOK men are colorists anyway. So y'all be having babies by Mexicans and white tea women, and then the babies look nothing like y'all. So again, DNA and physicality is how that child looks doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So therefore, you don't even need to be the biological father at this point. And I let my plan.
It's like a challenge to see who's gonna
Have
say
no
the stupidest shit.
conversations.
It's like they're challenging themselves to say who's gonna say the stupidest possible thing.
Then that's your.
They go like
No,
so
hold up, Shane. So if it's stupid, tell us why it's stupid.
Because it makes no sense. You're talking about surgeries
What?
and BBLs. How ridiculous is the point of that?
I
Like
don't-
stupid.
Hold up. So
That
listen,
shit is
you
Down
said,
syndrome like a
calm
man. You on the
down.
spectrum.
Sir, You asked the question.
Uh-huh.
There's been cases where people have children with people who have surgery, and the children may look different.
Okay.
It might be a biological child, and your child may still not look like you.
Okay.
Like that's
So
a
are you saying?
like so,
Are
sir,
you saying
calm
that?
down, calm
Mm-hmm.
down. The
I'm
thing
fine.
is, if y'all going down to looks, it doesn't really matter. That's her
Mm.
point.
Okay. So are we saying that this is like the normalcy, or we're saying, or is that an exception?
Nobody said normalcy, sir. You're
Oh,
being
so you
weird.
just pointing out some random stuff then, right?
We're talking about a topic that
Okay.
have
Yeah,
a
squirrels
lot of
get hit
things.
by cars too. So okay, for sure.
All right, so you ain't saying
But
shit.
yeah, you see how dumb that sounds though?
There's just no
Terrible. You
point
see
to
how dumb that is
nothing.
though? Like, let's be real though, Terrible. If we're having a general conversation and you bring this one ass anomaly ass case to like make the argument, that you can't lie. That is kind of dumb as fuck. Like, what's the point of that
No,
shit?
it's not. No,
Like
it's
to be
an
like,
This
oh,
is
you
example.
guys
stupid
have a
as
No,
lot.
hell.
it's an
You guys talk.
example.
Hold on. Like to be like, guys love BBL where most women in the world don't have BBLs or have surgery. Most fucking people are poor, so I don't know where they get this magical ass money to get all these fucking cosmetic surgeries. Because that's some shit we do for luxury. So it's like you're
And a
talking
lot of
about
them don't
the
even look
outlier and
proportional.
making the conversation like what. And then it's like, how would all these broke dusty dudes
The
have access to
majority
all
of them
these
don't.
women that have all
Shit.
this money to get all
Exactly.
their bodies done, their face done? Like, what are we talking? Niggas
These
broke
these chicks
and
be
don't
acting
have
like they don't be
access to
sleep.
these women, or do
They
they
be
have
acting like
all
they don't have
Hold
access
like
to
on,
these
five,
wait.
women?
six
Let him
kids
let
with
him
niggas that
finish
be
so
in
he
and
can
out of
respond.
jail.
Let him
Like,
finish. Let him finish so he can
like,
respond.
like y'all
I'm gonna
logic.
start
It's
dropping
like y'all
people in the
logic is not y'all logic isn't consistent. Y'all pick and choose when niggas are broken dusties and don't have access to these women. One moment they don't, one moment they have access to all these bitches. They got all this money to get cosmetic surgery. Like, it just don't make sense, bro. Y'all not being
Oh my
consistent.
God, Land, you keep saying it. Okay, we got it. Damn. But what about her point about interracial as well? If we're talking about the child looking
What?
at like you, okay, some people can't. Hold on, listen. She said some BBLs, right? She also said a lot of y'all like to have babies. Your colorist. You like to have babies with somebody way lighter than you or a different race altogether. Can you speak to that point then? That don't happen either.
I can speak to that. The numbers, even then, that's not the majority, and nor can you fact check why that person specifically married or got this Mexican woman or Filipino woman or any other race of woman pregnant. You cannot quantify it. So to make that an argument sounds stupid already, because now you have to, did he actually get her pregnant specifically because, oh, she's OB?
The stupidest
Need to fix
arguments.
that
It's,
Wi-Fi while
it's
he's
the
Real
trying
quick.
to
Hold up, real
fix
quick. Hold up. Just call the argument stupid. Like y'all not adding nothing to the conversation. Go ahead, nonchalant.
I think paternity does matter. I mean, and anyone who don't is just a woman that's just irresponsible about how she conducts her
No,
sex life.
sir,
In
sir,
my
sir.
opinion.
What is wrong with y'all? So it's not a woman thing. You said I think it matters because. Tell us the because, sir. Y'all don't know how to make claims. It's really weird. Why do you think it matters,
I
sir?
claim
What
my
man wants to
child.
take care of a child that's not his and be
You're
lied
not
to
gonna
for
keep
18
interrupting.
years about taking care of a child that's not his? Paternity does matter.
Sir, that's
Now
the
if he
only
comes in and
you
the
don't got
children are
nothing.
already here and makes the decision to be a father figure, that's something totally different. But you know what I'm saying? What I'm talking about is the trick women love to pull. You know you the daddy because you the only one I've been with.
Y'all, there's something wrong with y'all.
Yeah,
Like y'all
yeah.
like it's like not making two point many. You're not understanding the full point, and y'all. I guess y'all getting y'all feelings or something. The thing is, why does it matter so much? Like, if men can be stepfathers, if y'all can raise other people's children, if some of y'all abandon your biological children to raise other people's children, then why does it matter so fucking much?
I just told
Doesn't
you why.
matter.
You just
It
don't want to hear
doesn't
it. I just
matter.
told you.
I can. I would say I can answer that specific question.
Go ahead.
I just did.
Well, you
No. Go ahead. Let him
And they
answer.
don't want to listen. See, they don't
Stop.
want to
You
listen.
don't.
It don't
Shut
matter whether
up.
I said, you said. It don't matter if God come down here and said. They're gonna still say,
I
"Well,
don't
did
know
he
why I
really
can't
mean
be
that?"
peace. I'm gonna just drop you. Go ahead, Damon.
all right. Listen. So when you take on a woman with children, right? You know those are not your children. You are choosing to take those children on as your own. If I don't have a paternity test to see if this child is mine or not. I'm not sure which decision I'm making. Am I deciding to take care of my own child, or am I deciding to take care of somebody else's child? So just the point of paternity would just for the sake of knowing if this is my biological child or is it not my
Oh,
biological
let me
child.
make
I
that
mean,
clear.
wait, let me finish. Let me
No, no, no,
finish.
no, because it's important, sir.
Okay,
We
okay.
never. It was never a thing that you don't know the attorney. That's something y'all keep assuming. My thing is that what I'm saying is it does not matter. It doesn't matter. Like, let's say, like Nisi was saying, like if you're pregnant and you meet somebody and you
Mhm.
decide you want to be in a family with this person, you're gonna raise a child. It's not necessarily you don't know. It just don't matter if you're the biological father.
I mean, if I meet a woman and she's pregnant already, then I know I'm not the biological father because she's already pregnant before I even knew
Okay,
her.
in that case, the claim is that the paternity of the baby doesn't really matter.
No, no,
Are
I
you?
understand. I understand the claim. You're saying, I mean, it's right there. It says paternity of the baby doesn't really matter. I'm trying to express to you that it does matter because I have a, I have a choice. It gives me a choice. It's like saying that, the same women like to say pro-choice or pro-not. You know, what I mean, you can't. You the same way you don't want your choices as a woman
No, you're
taken
not.
away.
You're not
I
saying
don't want
anything
my
different. So when
choices
you say
taken
choice,
away.
choice of what?
A choice of whether or not I want to raise another man's child or not,
Okay, that's
or
fair,
my own for that matter. Because
sir.
some
That's
people choose not to raise
fair.
their own, like you said.
It's like, listen, if you don't want to be with somebody who has a child already, fine. But I'm saying in cases when it comes to children, when y'all make the claims about a father need to be there, it doesn't matter if it's a biological father. It doesn't matter if you have a child. If it's your child, you're there for the child. Now y'all saying no, it got to be my DNA.
No,
But y'all
no, no.
walk
That's not.
away
No, no,
from,
that's not what I'm
sir,
saying. That's not what I'm saying.
sir.
That's not what
Y'all
I'm saying.
walk, sir. If your DNA, passing on your DNA, was so important, why do y'all abandon your children?
Excuse
Okay,
me.
can I answer that question now? Because I wanted to touch on that because you asked the same question before, and that's when the other lady said something about following her kids out of town and all types of stuff, which is the reason why I asked the request in. So when when you have a baby father, because obviously it's a child out of wedlock, or maybe it wasn't wedlock, maybe I got divorced, whatever, and now I shouldn't have to deal with, like, in order for me to, like, say my child is over here at my house. I don't feel like I need to touch bases every 2 seconds with the mom to figure out the kid gonna eat, what kind of clothes he's gonna put on, what school he's gonna go to, things like that. These are stuff that, as a man, as a father, as a parent, you already are in tune with this. For some reason, women think that they're the only ones who are in tune with these things. Like, it's a mother's intuition thing, and it's not really. I mean, it's just a fallacy. To be honest with you, it's just something you guys made up in your head to make you feel kind of more important than you might really are. And it's not trying to say that in a derogatory way, but at the end of the day, if I go out of town with my child, I don't think I need to touch bases with the other woman no more than she would need to touch bases with me if she was to go on a cruise, for that matter. Like, I don't think you're gonna do anything that you wouldn't normally do. I mean, if you live down the street from me versus if you took them to Spain. So the
Okay.
same way you took care of them around the corner from me, you'll take care of them hopefully even better when you're in Spain.
May I?
Me, all right, I got
May,
it. Nisi, you haven't said anything in a while. Did you want to respond to what he said?
I mean, pretty much, and I was just trying to be respectful of.
may I say
Um,
something?
yeah, but my thing is this: like, this is how I feel. So I feel like, again, what I was saying earlier, I understand what Dom is saying, but it should not matter. Like, my situation is a little different. Like I said, I met my husband when I was 5 months pregnant in all this, and he accepted the father wasn't in the life. And I just wanted to make this clear for Dama, right? And any other males who think that paternity just automatically matters. It matters to, like, if someone's trick bagging you, there's a difference. But if even then, the child is innocent in all of this. That's how I look at it, right? And you know what I'm saying? It matters if they have a good male role model in their life, even if the biological father is in the life or not. It shouldn't matter. And I just don't get this mindset where, oh, it matters just because it's my DNA and all this. I mean, to me, it's just an ego tripping thing. Honestly, it is. And the kid is innocent. You should love, if you with that woman, and even if you don't stay with that woman, you should it should not affect your relationship unless the woman allows it to affect your relationship with that child, especially if you built something with that child. Children are innocent in this, and I feel like they shouldn't have to be, you know, denied. Oh, cause I broke up with her, so guess what? I'm gonna break up with the child. And unfortunately, we come along a lot of that with these young men nowadays, and I just think it's sad. Should not matter as long as that child has a good role model. If you're about your business, you with that woman, even if y'all don't make it. You know what I'm saying? The child is innocent in this, and it should not matter if that's your
So
DNA or not.
here's
Can I
the
ask a question?
interesting
Can I
thing.
ask a
Can I
question?
can
Hold up,
I
real
ask
quick.
DC a question
Hold
first
up, real
because she's
quick.
trying to
Hold
respond to
up.
me?
May I
Hold
say
up.
something?
Hold up for a second.
Okay.
The interesting thing is we was having a conversation about stepfathers the other day, right? And
Yes.
men were talking about why they wouldn't want to be a stepfather.
May
Because they wouldn't want to compete or have any conflicts with the biological father. I said, well, what if he's not in the picture? And they're like, well,
May
that's
I say
different.
something?
But now, when we get to it don't matter about the paternity, it's like, no, it does matter because, oh, my DNA, my lineage, or my
May I
legacy, or
say
whatever they
something?
say, sir, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
I just said, may I
I'm
say
gonna
something?
drop you unless somebody else come up. Stop interrupting me.
Drop me then, because I know y'all too young, and y'all.
Bitch, what the fuck is in your mouth? You can't even talk clear. I'm saying it's a contradiction. Yeah, binary code, you can go.
So I got a question. Everybody think back to when they were a kid, as well. Do kids want to know who their biological fathers are?
Oh, yeah. So before you address the panel, state how you feel about the prompt.
Oh, it's about the prompt. So I think paternity of the baby does matter. In reverse, the reason why I think that because kids do want to know who their biological father is, regardless if they have a stepfather or not. And by saying paternity of the baby doesn't really matter, it's synonymous to saying that women don't care who their baby daddy is, but they do. So if they care about that, then paternity must matter for the man. If kids want to know who their biological father is, the women also care who they decide to have children with. That also must mean that the man must care about the paternity because they must all align.
And if you can follow that logic, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Hold up, before you circle jerk, anybody disagree with him?
Completely.
I
He
get
just
you.
said that even if you have a stepfather, so he agrees. So if you have a good active stepfather who's a father in your life, yeah, even if you want to know who your father is, it doesn't matter because you have a better father. You could meet that father, which a lot of people I know have, or that mother or whoever is not in their life, and they be horrible people. So just because I want to know who my actual father is and meet that family doesn't mean it matters. Y'all don't
Why do you
think.
want to know who your Why do you want to know
That's
who your
crazy.
actual father is then?
That's crazy.
People just want to know where they come from. They want to know what it looked like. They want to see how them people are. They want to have an idea. And often their heart is broken when they meet those people, when they figure out
It's a
exactly why it all went
spiritual.
that way.
It's a divine connection. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
so
can have
we
your real
ain't saying
father.
spirits. Let's talk about real stuff. So if your father wasn't there and this stepfather stepped in, like Niecy's husband or Russell Wilson or whatever, right? Stepped in, it was a good father, and you still have a longing to know who your father is, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that it really mattered. What mattered
You,
was
you
that
know,
you had a
You
good father. Would it
always
be
want
better
to
just
know
because?
where you come from.
Wait. Even if say you didn't have a stepfather and you still had that longing to know who your father was, wouldn't it be better for you to have that good stepfather still?
You yes and no. You'll have an emptiness of not knowing who your biological father is, but you will still be taken care of with a stepfather.
So, quick question, gentlemen. I'm sorry, Tara, but so if the biological father was abusive, he was a head,
see, that's too
crackhead.
much. That's too
Hold on,
much. You
hold on,
putting too
hold on.
much on that.
Hold on. But I'm just saying, like, if the biological father was no good, he was abusive, constantly had mental health behaviors, and my son said to me, "Hey, I do want to meet my father just to see where I'm at." I I know who my father is. My father is your husband. That's my dad. A father and daddy to me is two different things. Honestly, that's just my personal opinion.
See, but understand that that's your personal opinion, not the child's. I'm a stepfather of almost 5 children. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to explain to y'all is that it matters to a child the same way it should matter to the mother and it should matter to the father. That's what this gentleman was just trying to explain to y'all, which is the same thing I was saying.
No, Dama,
Because you said, for
she just said what the
Hold
child
on,
said.
real
No,
quick.
Dama,
Hold
she
on, real
said
quick.
that's what the
Why does it
child said.
matter?
The child said
wait,
that.
wait, wait. I can't hear both of y'all. I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
Summer. No, because this is important. Why does it matter?
You keep asking the same question.
No. No. You said that the kids still want to know their
Of
father or
course,
whatever.
of course they will, and they deserve to know who
Okay,
their father is.
okay.
And I'm gonna
So
express to
hold
you
up.
why. Let me answer your question. You said why. Why is the question most asked to justify? So let me justify my statement. I'm just telling you that it matters to the child because as a young man, I want to know who the man I'm supposed to grow into. And naturally, for a young son, a young man, he wants to grow to be just like his father. He's going to have knowledge of the fact, hopefully, that this man who's raising me, which is me, I'm not your biological father. Although I have been a father to you and I have provided for you, taken care of you, food, clothing, shelter, the whole 9 yards. Helped you build your character, the whole 9 yards. At the end of the day, there's some things that's just embedded in a person, and you want a person that know his dad gonna say, "Hey, you act just like you look just like your dad. You
Preach,
hold
my
your
man, because you
hold
can't
Hold
your
get
on,
an
sir.
apple from
Hold
a
on,
peach
sir. You
tree.
ain't even
you
been
hold."
introduced in the conversation. I get
He
that,
might
but
he might he might let me
sir,
finish. Let me
don't
finish.
be
Let me finish. Wait.
long-winded,
Let me finish.
sir. Okay,
Let
just
me,
wrap it up. It don't have to be a long speech. Because I'm trying to ask a second
you asked
question.
me a question. Just let me answer it. I
No,
know
I know.
this
I
ain't the
don't like
answer
the
you want.
speeches though.
I
Y'all
know
be
this
doing
ain't.
too much.
I know this ain't the answer you want. But I'm trying to help you learn something
No,
so that way you'll
that's
know
not
how
what
to.
I'm saying. I'm trying to get you to understand the point, and you're getting so lost on this one, and it's annoying. It's not that you're doing anything.
So you basically telling me that you don't like right. There's too much.
No,
It's too much. Like right, I'll stop what I'm saying because
that's not what
I
I'm
mean, me
saying.
personally,
So I wanted to.
I don't think you two women understand what I'm getting at anyway. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So
No, that's
I kind of
fine.
feel like
That's
what I'm
fine.
saying is falling on deaf ears anyway.
All right. Okay,
But I
okay,
appreciate your
okay.
time. Thank
So
you.
I'm gonna just make my comment then, since you want to be long-winded. Well, my point was earlier, like I said, the way y'all talk is like stepfathers are dangerous. According to how beneficial as father, maybe that child would have been better off if their biological father raised them. That's what I'm saying. It don't make no fucking sense. How you gonna come up here and say, "Oh, the biological father matters so much," but then be like, "I'm a stepfather," and I told him all these things. You're a contradiction. You're a fucking contradiction. I don't know who's next, y'all. I'm cooking. I'm eating.
Can I say something? So the ladies imagine. Normally, we all know the kids come from the mother. So, lady imagines growing up without knowing who your real mother is. So your hair, your skin complexion, your hands, your nails, your physical aspects of you. You cannot.
No, sir, we are not fucking children. All y'all want to keep describing every fucking thing like we don't understand. We get
Okay.
it. People pause because y'all gonna keep saying the same shit over and over again. You want to get the biological? We get that. My point
Okay.
is, sir, pause. When it comes to raising their child, the paternity does not matter. Yeah, a person might want to know their fucking blood type. So the fuck what?
Oh, change the title then.
No,
Let
nigga,
me.
you need no,
You
no. I
said
don't need.
raising.
I
Let
don't
me answer
need
the
to
prompt.
change the title.
Yeah, you said raising then though. That's different.
Hold on, who was next, y'all? I'm trying to multitask.
I'll go next if nobody was next.
Go
I
ahead.
would like to answer the prompt. And I do, and I really do think it matters. It really does. Because they do need to know who their father and their father is, basically. A stepdad can only be a dude but so much, no matter what. And a stepdad is not gonna love on that child like his real father would.
That's a lie.
I had a stepdad.
Lie.
He was a good dude, a good dude. But there was that connection that was missing. There was a connection, and we don't have we. This is coming from this is a man talking. So for a woman to tell us how we feel is absurd.
It's
So
not absurd. It's common
it is
sense.
absurd, but that's what it is.
You know that
Yeah, you
your
can't tell
stepfather.
us how we feel.
You knew he wasn't your father. That was the difference. You knew he was not your father.
You know it.
So
You know
you
what this
didn't
is.
want
You know what this is boiling up to. It's a women who refuse to take accountability for the things that they do
like what?
and the children they bring into this world.
Sir, did you, sir? You
That's
knew
what this boils
you.
down
The
to.
reason why you
You
knew
guys are
you,
still trying
the
to
man
escape
in your life wasn't
accountability.
your father because you know. First of all, let's keep it a buck. If you dudes was talking on a panel, never got a DNA test with your own daddy, be quiet. Because your father didn't question the paternity test with you. He
Yes, he
trusts your
did.
mother.
Yes, he
He
did.
trusts your
Yes, he
mother. Oh,
did.
so your mother,
Yes, he
so your
did.
mother, so your mother had to take accountability for being a house.
You said what about your mother?
Your mama had to take
What you
it.
said? But see, it come to
Your
insult.
mother
See,
had
you
to take
mad. That's
accountability
what's
for
wrong with
being
you. You a
304.
typical black woman.
How am I
You
mad?
are
I
a
don't need a DNA
typical.
test. Your
You're
mama did.
typical. You
Your mama
typical.
needed a DNA
I'm
test.
not here to argue with you, sister, because
Yeah,
it's a headache, man. It's too much. That's why y'all bitches retarded.
I know. Look
Nobody
at
is
you
checking
being
for
saying.
y'all.
Your mama was a
Nobody in this
304
world
that
Know
checking
your
for
needed a
y'all,
DNA
and that's the
test.
sad
word.
part.
You
No,
gotta
she
jog
needed
him.
a DNA
So
test.
you
She
gotta,
needed a
yeah,
DNA
you know.
because your mama was a 304. If you dudes are talking up here talking shit about paternity matters, it didn't matter with your daddy because he claimed you without questioning it to your mother. A lot of you dudes are running around here thinking your father is your father when he really isn't.
Who didn't go yet? Did Eris go?
I
I want to talk
haven't
to him in a
went yet.
minute. Go ahead. You want to speak to the prompt?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean, I would say it does matter. Uh,
Hold on. Real quick though, little caveat. She said she's talking about in the raising of the child, not in whether or not you know who the father is. Okay, so could you speak to the prompt? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, even in the raising of the child, I mean, you can raise, let's say you have two kids, or let's say you have a kid by this woman, and then she already has a kid. Well, those kids learn at a different pace. You could, the man could he could raise them both the same, and then they would be, I mean, they'd be totally different. And then at the end of the day, the kid that's not his, I mean, after all you've invested, it could be years, 16, 18 years. As soon as they get to that um, point in life, because it comes them teenagers where they're coming into adulthood, they can just say, "You're not my daddy," and then that's it. You know what I mean? I mean, and it's so, I mean, and you gonna get into these different spouses, even with your kids are coming into adulthood. I mean, I did it with my parents, and I'm sure they did it with their parents, and so on and so on. But I mean, when it's your parents, you 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 don't. I mean, you don't. I mean, it's just different. You don't get an apple from a peach tree.
But y'all don't even know. Paternity test is fairly, relatively very new. So even before that, you think your grandmama did, you think your granddaddy is your granddaddy? You don't
My
think
my,
your
my grand my
grandmother?
grandparents was married for
That don't
73
even
years
look. So
before they
what's
died.
that got to do with paternity? We false paternity all the time. Our
Oh,
grandmothers
okay.
are the matriarchs of false
Hmm.
paternity because she wanted to choose better. So with
Right.
that being said, you don't even know your granddaddy's even your granddaddy.
Man,
If
I
y'all
look
really
like my
test her,
grandfather.
yeah, she just got with a man that just looked like him. Until you get a DNA test,
Oh,
See,
Lord.
Scorpio. You could also look like his cousin, his brother,
Huh?
his uncle.
Stop.
You don't know
I look like
who your granny
my
lives with.
dad. I
No,
look like
you
my
didn't
dad,
Yeah, but
who
you
because
looks
don't.
if
But
like
you
here's
his
the
never
thing.
dad.
got a DNA test, you would
And,
never
and, and there's some and there's
know.
somewhere in there and somewhere in
You
there
will never
there's
know. You
genetic
want to
abilities.
believe it.
I have
You want
abilities
to
that my
believe
dad
it.
have.
You
I,
want
I,
to
I
believe it. You need to believe it, but it's not fact unless
no
you
no
have
no.
a DNA
That's
test.
like a rooster finding
No,
an
no, no, no,
eagle's
no. We're not
egg.
gonna go there. We're gonna go
A
by
Let's
that.
rooster
see.
The
Hold
can
on, y'all.
DNA
Hold on,
don't
y'all.
a hen can
people lie.
a hen
People
can hatch
lie.
Let's
DNA
let
a
the other
don't
hen
speaker
can hatch
lie.
go.
an eagle
Sir,
egg, but at the
sir,
end
Hold
of the
on,
day,
y'all.
DNA
Wait,
don't
wait,
lie.
wait. Stop. Wait. Let's let another new person go. Who else didn't go? Dark Horse, did you talk?
Yeah, I came up just to my the order on the panel is Eris, and then after Eris is Jamil.
Hi, everybody. Paternity of the baby doesn't really matter. Yeah, I agree, but I didn't really come up here for that. I came up here to wish Tara a happy, lovely birthday. And I hope you're having a blessed.
Hey,
Happy
thank you.
birthday,
Happy
Toast.
That's
birthday.
why I came up. Happy birthday, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all get back to the conversation.
Gift her all y'all provided men.
Thank you,
Gift her some
Aries.
galaxies right now.
Um, Here's the thing though, right? Because y'all keep saying, and when I'm realizing the reason why the men are confused is because when I'm thinking of paternity, I'm thinking of the child. And because y'all are so egotistical, you're thinking about your
Daddy don't know you belong to him because he never questioned your mother's paternity. He took your mama word for it. He took your mama word for it. That's the thing right there. So all you men who got a lot to say, you go get a DNA test, post it, then you can come in and say what you gotta say. Because until then, your daddy is not even your daddy.
hold on, was y'all playing music? Y'all wasn't gonna put no music on?
I damn
Happy
sure will. You better not
birthday.
ask me because I'm going to do it. Hold on a
Hold on,
second.
y'all missed it. Flashy came up here and sung to me. Y'all gonna make that the only song birthday song I heard? That's crazy. Damn. It's cool. I see how it is.
Hell
Thank
no. We
y'all
got
though.
music loading. You hold on one damn minute. You want Stevie or you want something ratchet?
No, Stevie work. We can do Stevie.
And even when I find, just real quick before I drop, I find it funny that men want to sit there and say about how men created the world. So y'all, in a way, do big up men that's not even your fathers, because your father didn't even contribute with creating the world. It was men older than him. Men older than him had contributed creating this so-called world that y'all talking about, the society y'all talking about. So y'all do admire men that's not your fathers, that doesn't share the same DNA and doesn't pass on the same lineage. Y'all do. So I mean, just like your daddy, the white man, y'all mind him a lot.
That's why we say they submit to other men.
What's the matter, fellas? Am I hitting the nail too hard for
Hold
you?
up, no. I'm waiting for her to put the song on. Them niggas can wait. Chef, mute back up, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
I
sorry.
was reading the comment. The comment. He said, "Teach you talking to yourself." Now I'm talking to men like you came. You never got a DNA test.
And you know what? We all know that when we start doing that ancestry test, it causes a lot of family issues. All them aunties ain't your whole auntie, she your half auntie, your grandma, and when you bring it to grandma, she be like, mind your business. Your granddaddy
Oh,
had
some
outside
of
babies too often.
Hold
oh
up,
some
real
of
quick.
them
Dark
they
I
Horse.
find
know
out.
it.
Hold up, y'all. Dark Horse, we here to pull it up?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
In summer, wait until they find out that they double related.
Hold up,
Who?
T.
Oh my
Hold
bad,
up,
my bad.
y'all.
It's coming.
Why you mute?
I was trying to wait till the words started. You
Oh,
know,
you
it's a
good?
long song. I was just trying to get to the chorus. I would have came up and danced. Y'all better join in. We hear this chorus too. You better join in. Let's have a world party on the day you came to be. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday
Birthday
to
to
ya.
ya.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to ya.
ya.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to ya.
ya.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
It's never understood how men who got the good could not have a David Wood. Thank you, Summer. Okay. Just because some cannot see the dream is clear as he. And they can become an illusion. And we all know everything. But it's still a time of rain. Or in peace, I want to sing. Thanks to Martin Luther King. Happy birthday to ya. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to ya.
ya.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to ya.
ya.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Hi, thank y'all for letting me do that. I'm so
As
happy.
you should, Queen. As you should.
Thank you, Dark Horse. Thank you, some. Thank you, y'all. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I love the diamond.
Fifth turn.
You know I stay with the proposal. Stay with the proposal. I renew it every year. We're gonna start renewing it every year. Make sure you still in. But y'all go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dark Horse. I appreciate you. All right, now y'all niggas want to argue. Um, go ahead, Chef.
All right, so I answer the prompt. So I honestly actually agree with the prompt, and I definitely agree with like 97% of what you women been saying, which is a hard pill for most men to swallow, including myself. But I actually agree, and here's why. I'm gonna break it down. Because if a woman actually bees with a man and she has a child by a man, you know, it's not her responsibility to coddle that man into parenthood. That's on him to have self responsibility. But at that point, that woman knows that she has a responsibility and an obligation no matter what. And so if she's so happily to move on with her life and she actually meets somebody that's to her standards, as well as somebody she feel with comfortable bringing her child around, and that guy presents himself in a fashion where he's a good stepfather, at that point I don't look at it as though she's paying homage. It's just that she's doing the right thing by a mother as far as with her nurturing of the child and making sure her child has all the resources and all the chance and opportunity to be a successful human being. I don't take that away from a woman. Now, certain men may look at it as though the woman has kind of just shining them out of the situation. I don't think that the average woman would do that. If you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and you're being consistent, even if she is making it difficult, I think at some point she'll let up and allow you to be a part of that child life. But you got to be consistent. If you're not going to be consistent, that's where a lot of this murky water come in, that because men don't be consistent and the woman want to hold them to a certain standard, and then they try to flip it as though she trying to manipulate them away from the child. Now she trying to really make you be a responsible man, something that she shouldn't do. But that's what I think. Now, at some point when the child get, and here's a caveat to it, and I hadn't heard no woman say that they didn't have a problem with this, and I don't think that a woman would have a problem with this. At some point, if the child get old enough and they ask their mother, I think that mother would have a one-on-one conversation with that child. I think she wouldn't have no problem allowing that father to eventually meet that child if that's that child desire. I'm not going to take that away from women. The problem is that women have moved on and understood and realized that I'm not going to just stay in this zone with you and going back and forth with you. Is either you gonna step up to the plate and help me take care of your child. If not, I'm gonna do the necessary things that need to be done. And if it's moving forward without you, then that need be. And certain men just can't handle it. But I don't think it's on a woman to kind of stay in a certain position with a man just because she got a child by him. Hell no. You know, that's him having a certain level, not so much control, but a certain level of influence on how she moving and operating her life. So I kind of honestly agree with the prompt. It's not so much the biological father as opposed to, you know, the best parent, you know, that's there present in that child life. And if it's so be it, a stepfather, and that stepfather is doing the right thing, then so be it. And that's just the reality of it. And it's hard for most men to kind of really get grasp that concept. And I don't think women are doing anything wrong. You may have a small percentage where men try to paint a broad brush against all women. Absolutely not. I don't believe that. So I agree with the prompt, and I definitely agree with most of the women on the panel what they've been saying. It's just hard for men to stomach, ladies.
Nah, it's unacceptable.
Shut up, George. Chef, did you know that the highest demographic of families with stepchildren are blacks? At like 60 some percent of black people have stepkids. So that's why it's funny when they be up here talking about some. I wouldn't do it. They don't even have no kids. Probably can't even have none. We be talking about they sterile. So it's a like it's a bold face lie. It is widely accepted, especially in our community, that you're with someone that you're not the biological parent of. So when we talk about it and broaden and the facts are what they are. But I wanted to say that even on personal levels, we all have people who are in our lives that may not be biologically related to us, and we have people that we can learn things from, people who are important to us and influence us in good ways, and then we have people who are biologically related to us that hurt us. There's no protection that comes because this person is your parent. Like there's this thought like, oh no, they mine, so because they're yours, what comes with that? Now that we know that child is yours, what are you about to guarantee? You're not about to
So I
guarantee safety. You ain't gonna guarantee that you're gonna stay there.
exactly.
Like there's no automatic correlation that, oh well, because they're biologically mine, this is what I'm guaranteed to do. Absolutely not. People still moving around and doing what they're doing. They're mostly selfish. That's what comes down when you're not there to be a parent. They're mostly selfish, or they're not capable, and they don't want to learn about being capable. They don't want to learn about being responsible and what it looks like to show up for a child. They're not interested in that whole scenario. They just want to claim the name. They just want to claim the name. And sometimes they don't want to claim it in the streets, but they don't want to claim it on paper because paper means money. They'll claim the baby, but put my name on a birth certificate. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You got to take me to court for that. But they they know, right? Because you automatically can go down there and get child support if the name's on the birth certificate. So it's a lot of stuff they be playing in women's faces. They know what they're doing. And a lot of it is about control. So I can say if that's my child, no, I get to harass you. So you want access to the mother to harass her, but you don't want the responsibility of the child. That part you start hemming and hawing and you start skirting and let me call you back on that shit. But just harassing about where she been, you'll fuck her phone up all night over that. But that's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, so I think it's unacceptable when you try to push that idea for men to understand that women have to like move on because you really just making it okay or helping the idea that she needs to look for somebody to save her on these decisions. Like some women, some baby mamas, they don't jump or seek another man. They might go and try to build themselves because they got a good family unit, and so they really not really lacking. They don't have anything. They're not missing out on something that the child needs, so they can focus on building themselves up to a more self-sustainable place. And when you do that, or when you push that idea on women, then it's cooler. So the paternity thing, as far as the prompt, when it comes to that, if you're considering that, then it actually does kind of matter because it's not even no kind of matter. That's the only thing that's there tied to the child instead of trying to tie a new man to the child who's gonna may or may not assume this responsibility as a step parent. And I'm not gonna push that idea that you're doing whatever you can as a mom by going finding another guy that's gonna do
It's so
that.
weird that y'all keep going back to the mother. It's so weird.
Yeah,
Like and I think that's part of the reason why, like, when it comes to self awareness, y'all have none because y'all always want to go back to the mother. But hold up, binary, mute up. Go ahead, Jamil.
I don't think it I don't think it matters unless unless like the mother is, if the mother is like a I'm trying to figure out the words for it.
304.
Nah, like I don't think it matters unless the
How are
mother
you
thinks.
low now?
I don't think it matters unless the mother thinks it matters. A lot of women, you know, they're not gonna give you equal rights over how the child is gonna be raised simply because of the fact you aren't DNA related to the child, and that matters to me. If I'm not gonna get equal say just because I'm not like DNA related to the child, then yeah, that matters. But if I'm gonna get like equal say in how the child is raised, I don't really care or think it matters.
No, I think that's an excellent point because when we having a conversation about how we live under a patriarchy and how people are indoctrinated and brainwashed and how is everybody male centered, it does matter about what the mother thinks, right? It does, which is why men spend so much time trying to convince women that it matters when it doesn't. It don't fucking matter. Like y'all keep saying somebody put it in about the stepfathers can hurt the kids or whatever. Biological fathers hurt the children. Like it really don't fucking matter. Y'all shouldn't have a fucking say. You should be grateful that somebody let you to be in a child's life. Because y'all, first of all, y'all act like children are property and not fucking people. And when it comes, mute up. Whoever that is, mute up.
So can I say something?
It was you. All right. You fucking loud. Hold up. At the end of the day, you always gonna know who the child mother is. When it comes to y'all, you don't know, and that y'all got to deal with that insecurity, and y'all struggle with that shit. Well, it gotta be my DNA. Gotta be my DNA for what? For what? Oh, because then I'm gonna be connected. Then why the fuck y'all abandoning children? If that was true, why the fuck y'all live with y'all kids and don't connect with y'all children? Y'all motherfuckers are all about ego. You just want to know. It's a power play for you. It's a fucking power play. But it ain't, it really don't fucking matter. It really don't. Go ahead, trucker.
I, my biggest question is what's
No. Before you ask the question, sir, have you commented yet?
have I commented?
Yeah. This your first time talking?
Yeah, it's my first time talking.
Okay. Okay. Tell us how you feel about the prompt.
So the paternity of the baby doesn't really matter. I think, in all honesty, I feel like in certain aspects it does matter, and in certain aspects it has no relevancy whatsoever. It depends on the relationship.
So tell us the aspects, sir. That's what we talking about.
So, in the aspect of you got two good parents, you know they might not be together, but you got a dad that wants to be in his life, wants to take care of the
All
kid.
right, stop right there. Why does it matter if it's the biological father or not, sir?
Okay, it matters because if the biological father wants to be in the kid's life, he has every right to do so.
No. It's like y'all not conceptualizing. The child has a father. Why
Okay,
does it matter if it's a biological father if they have a father?
because I'm not exactly understanding the question you're trying to ask me.
So you're trying to say that the child has connections, they have people that care about them. What does it matter if it's the biological father?
Because that's his dad. I mean, at the end of the day, that's their
How
DNA.
does
This came from
it?
his DNA.
All right, you just saying the same thing. Go ahead, keep going. You can go to
Okay.
the other aspect, sir, because you're not saying nothing.
Okay. So, like I said before, um, when you have two good parents, you know, their relationship
Notice how
with.
you got to keep saying that. Notice how you got to keep saying good parents.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's bad moms
No,
and
no,
there's
no, no,
bad
no, no,
dads
no, no,
everywhere.
no. Stay on topic. Say two parents. Stop saying good parents. We're talking about parents.
I mean, but if you're talking about aspect, the parent would have to be good for you
No,
to
no, because
want
then
to
you're
have.
making the assumption that the biological father would be the better parent. So you can't say good parent.
No,
You got to
no.
say just parents. So a
Now you're
lot of
taking
y'all got
words out of my mouth
shitty
because I
fathers,
never said,
sir.
I never once said anything about the biological dad. I didn't even name a particular parent. I just said when you have two good parents, that means mother and dad.
because there are bad mothers just as much as there are bad fathers. We're not going to make it seem like one gender is better than the other, because they're not. Um, like I was saying before, when you have two good parents, two parents that are 100% in their kid's life, 100% for their kid, because that does happen. It might not, you might not think it does, but it 100% happens. Then yeah, I feel like the paternity does matter. I feel like So let let me me ask you a question. Since we want to stay on good parents, right? Okay. Let's say there's a potential for there's a guy who's willing to step in, and he's already proven to be a great father. He's a good parent. Okay. And the biological father is on substance abuse. He's fucking abusive, and he got some issues. Who would be the better father for the child? It would be the guy that's a good father, 100%. So in that case, does it the paternity matter? Yeah, if the dad still wants to be in the kid's life after he gets himself together, then yeah, totally. I feel like the paternity would matter. No. Because here's the thing. No. Don't sell people in the hope of the dream. Because a lot of times people don't get that shit together. This nigga is fucked up. He a fucked up man. Yep. Okay. So you said that the step parent would be the better parent for the child. If that's the
100%. If the
case,
dad cannot get
okay.
his life together,
So
you're
how,
100% right.
sir, listen to the question. Then how, in that scenario, why is the paternity so important? It's
Yeah, because
as
it.
I stated
I mean,
before.
because in that scenario, the paternity goes straight out the window at that point.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. Because if the dad cannot get himself together, he has a kid, and he's still on bullshit. He doesn't, get his life
Fuck
together.
what
Then
y'all
you're
talking
100%
about.
right. It doesn't matter at that point. There's no
There we
reason.
go. There we go. So there we go. So you negated your original point. Who else didn't get a chance to speak? Hold on, you can mute up, sir.
Dave is
I ain't
next.
gonna lie.
Shut
I
up,
spent 8 years
George.
being a
It's
dad.
not
George, I'm
your
gonna drop you.
turn.
You
It's
want
Dave's
attention? You can't
turn.
do that. We're not doing that. Go ahead, Dave. Dave, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Uh, Paternity of the baby doesn't really matter. That's the question, right?
It's not a question
Okay.
mark. It's a three.
Okay. I believe that the
Hey, Draco.
paternity of. Okay. I believe that the paternity count is very important because when the kids grow up, you need to know who is his father. This is
Okay.
very important. No matter
So,
what, if he has a good stepdaddy, you need to know who is his father, even if the father finished in jail, even if the father is a low life, you need to know. On
you know what?
teenage,
You know
they
what?
need
All
to
right,
know.
we got that. All right, we got that again because I said the perspectives seem to be different for y'all. So the children want to know who their fathers is. Granted, fine. When it comes to raising the child, does it matter?
No, because you need good parent to raise kids. So, like, even if the kids finish in foster care, kids need to grow with good parents. So whether it's a bad mother or bad father, the kids need to grow in a
No, you
great
got it, sir.
environment.
No, you got it. You've proven for you, sir, Dave. You've proven to be a amazing father, right? Why does it
Yeah,
matter to you that that child is your child? If you love the child, you love the child. Would you raise
yeah.
a child that wasn't yours, and would you love it even less?
Fuck no.
You can go.
Well, if I'm with a woman and she have a child,
No.
I will.
That's the thing. Y'all love to talk about the woman. No. This a adopted child. Let's say adopt. This not even. There's no woman, sir. It's just you.
It's
It's
just
just you.
me.
You a single father in this case, and this child need a father. Would you raise that child and love that child as if it was your own? Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, yeah. In the certain extent, yeah.
So tell us how paternity still matters, son.
But wait a minute. If it's my
Yeah, I don't believe it. What he
blood
said, the way he
son,
said
if
it,
I,
it
if
didn't
No,
it's
let
my
him
sound.
finish.
kid,
Let him finish.
if it's my kid, I will start to my assurance will go on him. I will start to plan about his future, how he's gonna lay down, and when this kid's gonna have kids, I'm gonna start to think, oh well, it's gonna be my. You understand? You can start vision, have a longer vision. If it's not my child, I will still raise him, but
So
until
you
a certain
wouldn't love that
extent,
child. No, no, no. So you lied. You wouldn't love that child as if they were your own.
it can never be 100%. Like
Sir, listen to
women
what
are
I'm
not.
saying. Sir, you are a liar. You
Why is
lied.
that?
You said you would raise the child as if it was your own, and then you went back and said you wouldn't.
Well, I would until a certain extent.
So you would have a child in your custody, and you would not raise, you would not, like, withhold affection, withhold resources, not have certain conversations just because it's not your biological child.
I need a context. I will
So,
raise
okay,
this
let's
kid.
say, sir, hold on. Let's say like one of your siblings or your cousins, something happened to them, God forbid, and you took on one of their children.
Yeah,
Would you raise that child like they're your own?
absolutely. I'll make sure that he doesn't get in trouble, that he finishes grade, and fit him good, put him to sport, give him love, give him attention. Yeah,
Well, I don't believe it
But
because he
if
but
cleaned
it's
it up and
but
put it in family term. Because here's the problem, and we getting it live. Most men have problem dealing with emotions themselves, more or less trying to go into a relationship with a woman that have kids and just authentically love a child just for it being a child and just being just innocent and have nothing. It has no bearing on you engaging its mother, because the child probably don't even know nothing about you until the mother feels comfortable enough to bring you around their child, so you have no bearing on that child. So now from there we have to shift it to what it really boils down to. Do you have the moral compass inside you as a man to love an individual that doesn't biologically come from you? And it's hard for most men to be able to do this, ladies, because if they don't love their mother, and that's probably going to be the only correlation to this, because most of their fathers are not in their life, so they don't have that experience, so they can't come into experience with you in a relationship and saying that I'm gonna be a stepfather to your child when they didn't have one and they possibly didn't have a father in their life. So now they walking into a situation asking for the blueprints and don't want to follow a woman down the parental stage where they should see. This is where they should be submissive if they really like the woman. This is when a man has a submissive trait, because she's the parent. Let me lock in with her. If I'm really truly about dating her with a purpose and want to be in her life, then not only do I like the child, but at some point I eventually love that child as though that child is mine, because of the affection and the love that I genuinely have for the mother. It just exudes from her to me and then eventually goes to that child. That's the
but I
reality of
don't,
it.
sir, I don't think like
Most men can't do that.
you. I think you're 100% right, and I'm with you when you're right. You made some valid points, but like this is the only thing that I would say. By the way, hi everybody. I'm here to celebrate. That's why I'm here because I know Dark Horse probably getting ready to get on my ass. Um, it's a special occasion, Dark Horse. Anyway, the only part I would disagree is to love a child because you care about their mother. Like I think that's the difference between women and men. Like I see all children as innocent, period. Like if I disliked a woman, like if let's say I hated Liz guts, like I fucking hate Liz. Like if I see Liz, it's on fucking sight. I want to beat her up. I want the worst to happen to Liz. If I seen Liz baby and she was in trouble, I don't give a fuck. I would protect her like it's my own. I would feed her if she needed help. If somebody was trying to harm Liz, baby, I would not give a fuck. Like, I would be all on that shit. Like, it was my child. I wouldn't give a fuck if I hated the woman guts, hated them. I would never, ever hurt, like cause any type of trauma or pain or mistreat a child, regardless of how I felt about their regardless about how I feel about their mother. And I think like the capacity that the fact that men don't have that capacity, yet they argue that they're more like well-rounded humans than women. Like they argue that we're lacking something in like the human experience, says a lot. I feel like women have a better, you know, what am I trying to say, a more well-rounded experience as a human being, because we have the ability to have those feelings and men don't. So I don't know, I think that y'all are the lesser species. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
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 I would put
now,
that.
now, let me finish because she was kind of cutting in on me, but she did land that plane real correctly. So I do agree with you exactly what you said about this point of that emotion and that feeling, because I think you guys just naturally have it. And the only reason I can kind of somewhat relate is because I work in education, I work around kids, and you are right because I actually had to develop this trait inside of me. I felt like it was there, but just being in education for the last 10 years, I've had to foster that. You see what I'm saying? And that was a feeling and emotion that I honestly thought that was inside of me. And it probably was, but it was probably sitting at point zero. And I have fostered it to the position where I feel now, as though, like the average woman just come this way. If a child is in danger or this and that, or she see a child, no matter what, her feelings are just 100% as though that would be her child. Now, it took me some time to get there, but that's me being in education and being around kids every day. So if a man is not around that, then that trait is not being developed. So I do agree with you, man.
And
Hold
I
on, real
think
quick.
so for
No, finish what you were saying, Landon. But I know you can go next.
I was gonna say for the men in the comments who are saying like, oh well, would you take care of a kid like it's your own? Yes. If I as a woman, a grown ass woman, decided to date a man with a child, I'm taking that child on like it was my child 100%. 100%, because I am an adult and I made the decision to date someone with the child. Therefore, that child is now my child as well. Like whether the mom feels that way or not. Like, no, when the baby hungry, the baby hungry. Like if we get married, like I'm gonna do the same thing for your child as I'm doing as my child, because I took on that responsibility and I don't think that the baby has anything to do with it. And let's say we get married and then we end up getting a divorce, I still have an obligation to that child, because me personally, because I believe that I entered in that child's life and that child sees me as an adult in their life. That's the difference between us and y'all. Like, I don't know.
I'd like to put something in context. It's very
Almost
important.
binary's turn. It's binary's
Pretty
turn.
fast.
Hold on, Mr. Dave.
Okay.
Go ahead, Binary.
I got a couple of different angles on looking at this after hearing what everyone is saying. But in regards to the child, when they say it takes a village to raise a child, I think any man that is in a better position than the biological father that can be better for the child's development is a good thing. Say, for example, my child, if there's another man that can take care of my child better than I can from a social perspective with the development, I will pass it to him. But then at the same time, the child still needs to know who the biological father is. Because say you're from a small town and say I went and created a couple of kids. That kid needs to know who his sisters and brothers are. What if he ends up, sleeping with one of them, trying to marry one of them? Now we're dealing with incest, right? And then that causes some type of psychological issue within the physical realm of the child. But the social realm of the child, I think anybody could raise the child. That makes sense. What y'all think?
Yeah, we were talking about it socially. So yeah, you addressed it. I think oh dang, everybody went. No, Liz ain't go. Liz, it's your turn. Can you go
Hold
on?
on, hold on.
Hey Lynn,
I
sorry.
still got some more to provide.
Oh,
Um, and in regards to the children, I think the way the men love women is the same way women love children.
Men don't love women.
The top, you would be, as a woman, you would be unable to say that because it's the feelings of the man. And the one that
No,
was
no, no.
speaking at the top right.
No, no. Y'all don't love women.
Let me finish.
Y'all,
Let me
no,
finish. Let me
sir.
finish. Let me finish.
Sir, no, no,
Let me
because
finish.
now no,
Let me finish,
no,
bro.
because you're changing the
No,
topic.
I'm not
Go,
changing the topic,
go
but
ahead, Liz.
I
Hey,
would love for him to explain that. What the fuck?
first of all,
Can
happy
you
I
birthday,
explain that to
mean,
Paternity.
Liz, though? Thank you.
I sent you a cute dog. I don't think you saw it. Um, but anyway,
No, I was
so
on. I saw it. I might have been on mute.
okay. So yeah, I think that it matters insofar as like if there are like diseases that run in a family, if you have like cancers that run in your like, you should know where your biological line comes from. Um, but I think that like overall men are really horrible to children. I was watching a TikTok the other day or yesterday, and it was a guy, and he was saying like that like PDF file Elia is the consequence of patriarchy, and like he was explaining why, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you think that you have complete like if you think you're like at the top, and then like there's like women, and then there's children, and that all need to submit to your will, yeah, that's what's going to happen. So like I can see your point. Paternity doesn't really matter because men are just horrible to children anyways.
it doesn't.
Yeah, 'cause
I asked. Go ahead,
go
Tara.
ahead. No, you good.
I was asking, and I don't think anybody's answered it. No one's told me what the difference is. What is the
Yeah, I
difference
mean,
if you're the
there's, I,
bio dad versus the stepdad? Tell me what is solely the only thing socially when it comes to raising a child. What is it that only the bio dad can give to the child? Don't tell me what the child said, what the mom said. Explain to me this is something only the bio dad can do when it comes to raising this child.
I mean, I think if a woman finds a good man that's a stepfather, then I don't think it has nothing. I mean, like I don't think it has zero bearings on it. And depending the age of the child, if the child is super young, like I came into my stepson like when he was 6, so he knew his dad. So we obviously got to go younger than that. But if the child never actually knows their biological father, then like the child honestly wouldn't know until the information is actually brought to him or her. So they technically wouldn't even know. So that kind of speaks for what you asking for is the answer. It has no bearing, none whatsoever. As opposed to, the truth of the matter, what most of y'all seem to be saying is just a man's ego and wanting to be able to have his footprint in the area, even if it may be toxic. It don't matter. He just feel like, that's his seed, and, by law, and biological, he could be there. And it may not even be fruitful for the child. So I definitely agree with you. It has zero bearing. Zero.
Lynn, did you want to respond to what Donna said?
No, that's his name. 011. His binary. Got it. I just don't. Am I confused? Did he say that the same way men love women the same way that women love children? Is that what
Is
you
that
said, sir?
It is.
yes, that's a truth.
Can you explain that part, just that part, to
So
me?
when,
Like, what did you mean by that?
so man, woman, child, men, the softer side of each one. The woman's softer side of the man. The children are the softer side of the women.
the what?
the softer side, right? How we pursue you all, women that
What
have
do you
babies.
mean soft inside? I didn't know what the hell you were saying.
Yeah, yeah. So the women have babies. The way we talk with y'all, the way we love y'all, the way we cater to you guys, the way we protect you guys, the way we bathe, the way we feed, the way we do everything, is and protect is the same way women do to children.
Did you say
I'm
bathe?
sorry.
Did you say
What?
bathe?
No, no, no. I didn't say bathe.
They
I said
bathe and feed us and protect
Oh,
us.
no. Feed, protect, which is chivalry, which is security, which is provision, providing. All the
No.
same things that we do to the women when we get the women we want, right? Right? When we get the women we want, we do the same things to the woman that the woman does to the children. If we were even walking through the mall together, right, and there's a bunch of women and there's a bunch of children, the women are going to look to the children. The men are going to look to the women. You will rarely see the man looking to the children, and you will rarely see the women looking to the other women.
That doesn't
So
make any sense, sir.
it doesn't. Okay,
No.
So
well,
can I first can
if
I
you don't
first make
understand
this
it,
point?
if
Hold
you
up,
don't understand it,
binary.
it's
Binary.
okay.
I first
Respectful.
want to make this point. You definitely agree that paternity doesn't matter. I just want to make that clear based on what you just said. If men are infatuated with women the way you say, then yeah, it does not matter what kids are there. If they're yours or not, does not matter. Because y'all not looking at those kids anyway. Now
From
what you're
your
saying about
angle,
pause,
from your
pause, sir.
okay.
Pause, sir. Now, if you're talking about, oh, okay, men look to women the way that women look to kids, women sacrifice for their children. Men do
Mhm.
not sacrifice.
No,
Calm down, sir.
don't say that,
Now,
bro.
if you
That's
interrupt me,
crazy.
I'm going to drop you. Bye, trucker.
Do what
Y'all
you gonna
fucking
do, cuz that's
annoying. I don't give a fuck. The thing is, y'all do not lose your identity for women. Y'all do not do all this labor for women. It goes the other way around. What actually is happening is y'all see the children being loved by the mother, and y'all want the woman to love you like she loves the child. Y'all are some sick motherfuckers.
Am I able to
Yeah,
go?
exactly. Yeah,
Hold
man,
Hold
cause
on.
on,
you
let me
Hold
hold
lying.
on.
on, hold
Let me
on,
Well,
Chef.
respond,
no,
Let
no,
me
please.
let me chime in
Let
real
no,
me
fast,
Chef.
respond.
please.
Hold on,
Okay,
Chef.
that's
It was my
fine.
Let,
That's
dialogue.
fine.
let me
I
respond.
hold on. I want to add also that that doesn't make any sense because you think that you're sacrificing for women the way that women sacrifice to have children, and that's a false equivalence, and it's also very disrespectful to women because you y'all say if if there's it's never an if situation. Every single time every single time a woman gives birth to a child, she is sacrificing her body and her life for that child every single
Mhm.
time, without fail, without miss. It's not an if. It's not if a robber breaks in. It's not if a fight breaks out and we in the crowd and I'm protecting you. No, women 100% have to protect the child that's in their womb. 100% of the time they're protecting them with their own body. That's not the case for men. So for you to equate a woman's relationship with her child or giving birth or being pregnant or anything in that matter to a man and a woman is asinine and it's disrespectful, and that goes to show that y'all don't love women the way you think you do, because it's just a false equivalent and you don't honor and respect pregnancy like you think you do.
Am I allowed to respond, host, and
Absolutely, I'm done.
without any interruption? So the host, when it comes to there's a natural science. There's two type of sciences, right? There's a natural science, and then there's a social science. From your perspective of the paternity of the baby doesn't really matter. I agree from a social science perspective. When they say the village raises the child, right? There's multiple men and women. There's nature versus nurture. What's better for the child, no matter who it is, from a social perspective, and that child's development, it does not matter the paternity. The paternity matters when that child starts to create. And now it's creating with its sister or brother or cousin from the same
Binary, I know you ain't asked
bloodlines.
not to be interrupted to drop this same point. We already said it's social. What's wrong with
Well,
you?
hold on.
We
No,
heard it
No,
the
let me
first
talk. Let me
hold
time.
on.
talk.
Don't
What do
sleep
Let
you
with your
mean?
sister.
because it's a
Hold on,
continuous.
Dolphins. What do you mean,
Because
sir? What
there's
do
a
you mean by
continuous.
create?
There's a continuous
Sir, sir.
interruption to where I can't get
Sir,
my
I
thoughts
get
out,
you
right?
gonna bitch about it and so what? All right, what's up, love?
Just drop me.
That shit got weird. Go ahead, love.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he strayed away from his own damn point to make
That's
a.
cause he. That's cause he mad cause I point out the contradiction. He try to circle back. Love, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't echoing because I'm sitting outside.
No, you good.
Okay. I was also fighting the mute button, not gonna lie. So I've been listening for a little while and I find it's not funny. It's actually not funny. I laughed, but it wasn't funny. I find it interesting that every single one of them that comes up is like, it does matter, and they immediately go to like these biological factors that they can't always fully explain. Some of them, yeah, I get that, like, but also immediately as soon as I saw the prompt, I didn't think, oh, medically, technically speaking, yes, it matters. I thought they're referring to the social matter of paternity because people constantly are downing the aspects of stepmothers and stepfathers and biological children and rights that you have if you're not the biological parent of the child and everything like that. And the minute they say yes, the paternity matters, and they're trying to speak about it in the sense of, oh, it's always important that the biological father is there, but always seem to ignore all of the factors of abuse that happens amongst biological fathers towards their children, all the aspects of neglect that happen from biological fathers to their children. It makes me think that they themselves didn't have biological fathers, or they romanticize biological fathers because they idolize their own. That's what that makes me think. But it also is it's also an aspect of disrespecting the fathers that do step in when the biological father isn't there. And I myself don't like that, especially as somebody who had a stepfather and respected him, no matter how mediocre that man was. He was still a father that my sperm donor was not. And I noticed that people tend to disrespect step parents a lot. Somebody's echoing. Dave, I think it's you.
Dave, go on mute.
Yeah, so it seems like there's an underlying sense of disrespect towards step parents and the parents who step up because we have this weird idolization of the parent who didn't stay, or the parent who didn't fulfill their duties, or the parent who wasn't fully there for their child, didn't have the actual love for their child. Because somebody else was also talking about how a biological father will love his child more than a stepfather would, and I also don't agree with that. A lot of parents hate their children. A lot of fathers feel nothing towards their children. They feel a sense of responsibility, but they do not feel emotion towards their children. Sometimes they also hate their children because just like there are mothers who feel like their lives were stolen when they had children, so do some of the fathers who stay. Parents have a sense of resentment at times. And if we can't acknowledge that these things exist, that all of these nuances exist, then it sounds like you really are just harping and idolizing or romanticizing something as if it's not a human occurrence for differences to occur. And if that's the case, then you're living in delusion, in my opinion.
So yeah, so let me say this because I think it was kind of profound what she said, and this is the breakup with most men when they actually dealing and trying to be involved with their kids. They have a sense of maybe, and not all of them, just a small percentage of them have a sense of responsibility, and none of them really have a sense of emotional connection. Because one thing that drives me is more emotional than the responsibility portion of it, and that's picking him up, seeing his facial expression, seeing how excited he is, listening to him chop it up. So I'm listening to the excitement of what it brings for their connection. So I can't create that by just sending money. That's the portion that a lot of, but it goes beyond that. You see what I'm saying? By being involved in certain moments in a child's life, like you actually got to be there. It's a few elements besides just saying I'm just gonna send a couple dollars from a financial standpoint. It's a little few layers, and that requires a man to slow down and become a better version of himself that most men don't want to do.
Not Chef got some
I'd like to
sense.
say
Chef,
God
something.
chef,
damn,
chef,
Chef.
chef done had them men come to class and don't know nothing about about their kid. They don't
I'd,
know
Chef
their
been
kid's best friend.
cooking.
They don't know the kid's favorite subject. They don't know none of that kind of stuff. So that would happen to Chef. But yes,
I teach
no,
I teach kids, man. So
I
and,
That's
heard
and
you
what
say the
I
happened.
got a
kid.
little boy.
That's what
I'd like to
happened.
say
It
something.
don't happen when you got children. It happen when you work with children. Like the point earlier you was making about caring about the children, or no matter how you feel
I've
about
been
the
I've been
parent.
I've been a good father though.
No,
I've been a
no,
good
I'm
father.
I'm not
You-
dismissing
but
that. That's what I'm saying though. Because as an educator, you might have a parent come to the school and cuss you the fuck out, be straight up disrespectful. But that's not going. That's not supposed to impact how it is when you get in the classroom. You already got a relationship and rapport, and you spend so much time with these children. You have to learn about them. You start having empathy for children. And a lot of these men, they always talking about these super masculine jobs and these roles away from children. That's my whole point. Men don't actually have anything in the system. There's nothing when men develop bond with children. When the child is born, the father should be doing skin to skin contact with the child. You should be doing one on one care, waking up in the middle of the night to change diapers, helping to soothe the child. But so many times that's deferred to the mother. Everything's deferred to women. The way our society is set up, men do not have the opportunity to bond with the children. They don't give a fuck about those children. But when you work with children, it's like working with coworkers. You have to have empathy for them.
So, all right. So let me say this because I'm not going to discredit what you just said because everything you said is absolutely spot on. Because I just, kind of broke it down to call me, how I kind of struggle with emotion that was kind of easily comes to most nurture of women. So I agree with that. I agree actually with most everything y'all saying. The only portion of it is like I always had this characteristic inside of me. Even when I was young, I used to
But
work
see,
with
that's hold up,
kids.
hold up.
It
This is
and so
okay.
so I don't want to
Hold
be
up.
discredited by
No,
my overall growth of my
This is the
character.
problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. We're talking about the collective. I'm talking about systemically. There's a problem when it comes to how
I agree
men and
with that.
children are disconnected.
Absolutely.
So don't take away from my
I'd like to
point
say something.
to make it a
No,
personal
I'm
thing.
not. No, 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 no. Because let me say this here and clear this up. Because this is what I've been trying, and this moment it just kind of caught me up. But I'm glad you brought this to fruition. You're absolutely correct. Because this is what we do in our community, and then this is me taking a live accountability. Because just because I feel like I'm this and I'm that, and I feel like I'm a bright spot, it means absolutely nothing because that's on an individual basis. But as a collective, as what most of my BOK sisters are talking about, absolutely. So you spot on. So I definitely don't want to discredit that because this somewhat with most men and this guy down at the bottom, this what we do sometimes. And I've been trying to correct myself and I'm learning to still put myself into the category because I am a BOK man. And as a collective, it looked terrible. As an individual, we may have some good bright spots. So you absolutely correct, ma'am.
If I could
I,
also
I'd
add
like I'd like to
the
say something
systemic.
if it if I can. Like
Hold on, love, and then Dave, and then I saw Flash you unmuted. That's the order.
Okay. If I could also add to the systemic comment that you made, Tara, because yeah, all of this comes back down to the systemic aspect of our society, right? That is what is majorly leading in the conditioning of us at the end of the day. Yes, of course, males and females both in the species have the capacity for empathy. They have the capacity for more emotions outside of anger or sadness or anything like that, and for a depth in their emotion. The problem is that women have been conditioned to have that empathy basically from birth, while men have been conditioned to be hardened, right? To be stoic. The whole concept of toxic masculinity is all the negative traits that have been attributed to masculinity versus the traits that have been attributed to femininity. And when they are demonized and when they're praised, it's always contradictory and hypocritical, right? All of these things have been conditioned into us. There are men that are way more empathetic than certain women, right? I had to learn empathy myself. I was a very stoic child, a very emotionless child at times, to the point to where my mother didn't even think I loved her. And I was like, I do, I just don't show that. You're weird. So like it all comes back down to conditioning. The way that you are brought up, and this is the reason why we are trying to have these conversations in the first place. This is the reason why these conversations are important, despite the fact that so many dumbass people come. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. That so many dumb people come up and don't even understand what the conversation is. It's important to have, because we're trying to break those we're trying to break down those habits that we have ingrained within our society in the conditioning of our children. We're trying to raise better generations, and we can't do that unless we talk amongst each other, so that we understand that our impact on the next generation matters. It matters a lot, right? They're not just going to raise themselves. So if we continue to go down the path of teaching boys to be stoic, teaching boys not to cry, teaching boys not to care about anything but responsibility, and just bump emotion, right? And not learn how to process their emotions in the right way, then it leads down to the whole conversation of fathers not being there. There are fathers in the home who are still not there for their children. There are a lot of children that hate their dads because their dad wasn't there, because their dad was inconsiderate, their dad was mean, their dad was like, and they all do that in the justification of being logical, quote unquote, right? So all of this comes back down to systemic issues. And I think somebody once said, everything is political. Literally, even this is political.
Dave, you was next.
It's very important to see how old is the child. What is the relation with the mother? If the real father is around or the real mother is around, yes or no. The age of the child is matter based. When the child is young, it's very easy to create bond. But when the child is a teenager, like you can love him, the kids can love you, but there's condition. It's not unconditionally, because you, like my new wife, have different problem with my 16 years old daughter. And when my daughter was young, everything was fine. But now she's 16 and her real mother is there. My new wife and my daughter have different issues they cannot fix. And my daughter acknowledged and remind her that you not my mother. And it's the same thing around. So that
So the thing is, let me hold up. The thing about that is, yeah, young children don't have autonomy. Teenagers do, and if
yeah.
teenagers are saying like, "Hey, if this type of conflict is coming about, there's an unresolved issue that y'all need to address." That might be, who the fuck is that with the? Is that you?
That's Dave that echoes.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you because you got echo. Here's the thing. Like, if you're saying that somebody's coming into your teenage child life at 16, and it's like there's all this conflict. Now they fighting back. There's something going on. They having a hard time like dealing with the situation. Now, and a lot of times parents come in with this, I'm the authority, you need to listen to me. Like that if this is the reaction you're getting, you need to maybe reach out to a therapist, sit down and listen to your teenager. There's an unresolved issue that you're not addressing, sir. That don't just happen. If that was the case, people wouldn't be able to develop friendships later in life. There are plenty of kids who go to high school, meet teachers and counselors, and say they're a big impact for the rest of their life. It's because when a new dynamic come in, y'all just want children to accept without listening to them. So that's not true.
Well, I would say I already addressed the issue. I think the real mother have something to do with the issue, but that I don't want to go into that. If
Yeah,
it's like
because you
that,
don't
it's
like
like
the
that.
mother, your teenage daughter gotta suffer. Got it.
Well, however, as long as they don't get together too much, it's okay. All right. So I just leave it that way because hey, my daughter she's 16.
No, no,
If
no,
she
no.
doesn't,
Your daughter has to suffer. She has to suffer because you are bitter towards her mother. There's an unresolved issue, and you're instead of putting your ego in check and doing what's best for your child, you want to just, oh, it's my wife's fault. It's her fault. Because you can't deal with your own issues. Your child has to be neglected and ignored. Well, clearly something is wrong. That's the problem we're talking about. Y'all don't give a fuck about children. You are so worried about the woman who says she ain't want shit to do with you. Now this child who's here in your fucking face, you're like, oh, it don't matter. It's your mother's fault. Because you need somebody to put it on. Your background is annoying. Go ahead, Flashy.
But yeah, all this shit about women just being born with empathy, that shit just sounds stupid. You guys keep using that word empathy, is just so like
Who
common.
said that? Who said that?
The love, like the
No, I
fact that
didn't.
you
No,
said
no,
women.
no. If
Quite
you're gonna
literally did
argue, you
not.
gotta know what her point was.
Okay, for the
Would you
people
like me
that
to
like to
repeat what I said?
go ahead, go ahead.
I said we are conditioned to learn empathy from basically when we're born, women and girls. And boys and men are conditioned basically from birth to not have that trait. Empathy is learned. You are not born with any of these things. You're born with the capacity to hold them and to learn them. That's what I
Okay.
said.
Okay, great. So yeah, I don't think women are conditioned to learn empathy at the fuck all because I don't really feel like most people don't have empathy because most people are selfish. Like human nature is self preservation. So this whole logic of you being able to put yourself in someone else's shoe is fucking make believe. Like I don't know why we keep making it seem like women are only time a woman cares about something more than herself is her child. But remind you, the child is a decision that she made by being selfish. She wanted that child, not the man. She wanted that child. So this logic of I don't know, this shit just don't be making sense, bro. Cause y'all swear women give a fuck about kids, but most people's traumas comes from their mothers beating the fuck out their ass. Like we can keep talking about but the father wasn't there though. It's the father. No, like most people are raised by their fucking mothers for sure, and
Mm.
most of the time their trauma stem from their upbringing from their mother, not their father, their mother. So like I don't know how we're just like sidestepping that shit to say, oh, men just don't have empathy and men don't give a fuck about their children. No, women don't give a fuck about their children. That's why most of the fucking time people have countless stories of how they mama did them dirty, used to beat their ass, how she's emasculate them and all types of shit. We hear this shit all the time when we hear about moms trying to compete with their daughters and shit. Like these are normal conversations we have, and you guys are pretending like this isn't the fucking norm.
But
Like what the fuck
Flashy,
are we
your
talking about?
mama
We're
your
not
mama wasn't there.
like we're not even trying to have a legit conversation. Like
Ho-
y'all just yapping at this point.
hold on? I want to respond like to your point. One, you can't quantify that, Flashy. There's no like empirical data on what you're saying. So you can't say most people's traumas comes from dot dot dot, because the thing about trauma is that trauma is can come from anything, right? And also you can't say that it doesn't matter about you can't say that people have trauma from getting beat by their mom when that's like an absolute, like everybody's trauma is from getting beat by their mom. That's not true either. And also, um empathy is not mutually exclusive with selfishness, because I can be empathetic towards women but not be empathetic towards men, and I will still have empathy. Just because I'm not showing empathy in a certain instance doesn't mean that I lack empathy altogether. So women, as it pertains to this conversation, we're talking about children, and it would be true women tend to have more empathy for children than men, given the fact that, like Siren said, we were kind of conditioned to be that way. um so I don't know what the hell you talking about,
So real
because
quick, I
yeah.
just want to point out the contradiction because he literally said women are y'all don't have empathy for children, and you say you do, but it was selfish because you had the children. Like you literally contradicted yourself.
But also, in a sense, everything that humans do is selfish. So I don't even know why that was something that was brought up. Yes, we're selfish. The fact that we even tried to continue our race, knowing that we have literally hurt each other, we've hurt the planet, we've hurt other species, we've literally made other species go extinct. Yes, we're selfish. What about it? Okay? That does not mean that empathy cannot exist. And also, like I believe Call Me said, because I be forgetting halfway through when I'm talking. We can have empathy for different aspects of things. Empathy is something, once again, that you learn, which means it's something that you can turn on and off. I can be very apathetic, but I can also be very empathetic. I choose what I want to be empathetic towards.
Yeah. And Lady Sugar, you keep responding in the comments. I don't think you understand what the conversation is about. So stop tagging me in the comments. Come up here. This is the last time I'm gonna address you. It's weird.
She been fighting the whole day. It's okay.
Yeah, she
I've
she
been
been
I've been ignoring
fighting
her. It's been
her
all
whole. I'm
day.
like, ma'am, come up here. What are you talking about? You don't even understand the nature of the conversation. It's so weird.
Yeah, but a lot of people aren't accepting that they've been socialized, and whether you accept it or not doesn't stop it from happening. So it's definitely not understanding that. Yeah, people are socialized, and specifically men, they are socialized to turn that off, and not be empathetic, not be nurturing. And they really do have to do some deep work and reprogramming of their mindset to go ahead and access it. Like Love said, it's in there. You're just going to have to start working on it. It's like a muscle. You don't use it, you lose it. But if you understand that part of it, then you really get that you can form these bonds. You can create these bonds, and especially with children, with any child, any child. No one has still made a point about what's different. If you're the biological parent, what special special powers do you have now that you're the bio parent? It doesn't work that way. All of it is about what you actually do on a day-to-day basis. So if you're the bio parent and you're not doing the thing, then guess what, sir? You're not making the point that you're needed versus a stepdad. You're not making the point because you're still neglecting or letting that child down. Alan.
I do agree with that because at the end of the day, people seem to keep missing the point of the fact that this is a social issue. At the end of the day, if you're not a good parent, quote unquote, then no, you being there does not matter biologically. Because somebody also asked, does maternity matter? In the same sense, no. If the mother is not a good mother, is not there, then guess what? You can have another mother. Because people forget foster kids exist, orphans, adoptees, all of those kids still exist out in the world. They're still being raised by other people. So the maternity and the paternity it doesn't really socially matter as much as people think it is, because way more of us are raised by the village.
Yeah, she's right. She got a call, I guess. But
I'm sorry.
that's right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, that was basically the end of it. You can go ahead.
Yeah, that's why we come from peoples and a lot of different people groups around the world where the village raised the children anyway. It wouldn't really matter. One of my good friends was abandoned by her mother and raised by her grandmother and abandoned by her father. And she hates so much when people talk about women being naturally empathetic and natural nurturers. And it's like some women are not good nurturers at all. And we got to quit acting like because you have a baby that turns you automatically into a parent. It doesn't matter either way. Whoever is willing to raise that child well is what is important. And then for the men with the empathy part, this is why when raising sons, we try so hard to get them to be feeling empathetic people, because we know they're going to go out there in that patriarchy and it's going to be pushed out of them. And I just hope to God that my son can hold on to it or come back to it at some point. Because at football practice, at school, in the locker room, with the men, at the mosque, in the streets, he's going to get the opposite of everything I taught him. And I hope that he can still access it sometime and he don't lose it. But I know it's a real hard battle against the rest of these men who were up here earlier talking. God forbid they ever have a conversation with my baby. I hope he could look at him and be like, that's ridiculous. But we don't know.
So I want to address the entitlement
I'd
here.
like to,
Hold
I'd
up, real
like to
quick.
say something.
Hold up,
I know a
Dave.
lot.
Dave, are you? Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, it's the
Mute up,
position.
mute up, mute up for
I
a
just want to
second.
move.
Mute up for a
I'm
second. You got mute up
okay.
for a second.
Okay.
I want to address the entitlement here of how we even got a patriarchy in the first place, right? Y'all have to understand, it was a point in human history when we did not know how babies were made. They saw women having them, but they didn't know exactly how they were made. Eventually, they get to a point we understand. Okay, the mother, the father. Men have taught women that if you have a child with a man, you have to marry that man and be with that man. And let's also remember that this is something they forced on young girls at one point. But I want y'all to think about something. If women said the only man who could be around my children is a man who treats my child well, it doesn't matter if that's the father or not, the men would lose leverage. That's why they fight for it so hard. They have convinced us that the biological father has to be there. The man who impregnated, that's the father. Not only is that the father, you need to marry that man, be with that man until the children, essentially for the rest of your life. But the women say, no, these are my children, and the best man will be around my children. They wouldn't be so fucking entitled. So this thing these men are online saying, oh, well, you gotta be a simp, you gotta be a what you say, flashy, a goofy ass nigga to raise somebody else's child that's not yours. It's entitlement. It's entitlement. You can go here, Dave.
Uh, I would say they would always have a problem. Like, of course, a village can raise a kid, a stepdad can raise a kid, but the norm is the parent, and it will always be unconditional if it's blood to blood. And men has to pass legacy. Men, if I own different building, I would love to give it to my son and my daughter, not to anybody else's child. That's very important. Unless I'm married with the mother and I have a new kid, unless I'm married with that girl and I have another kid with my kids, then I will spread it out. But I'm not gonna just give my legacy to like that. I build legacy. Men have to pass legacy. We just don't. I will still love the kids, but I have to think about
What you
doing my
own,
own.
sir? What you own?
Pardon me?
Yeah, what you own? How much land you
I
own, sir? How many
I,
successful businesses do you have to pass down to your child? What organizations have you established to pass down to your child, sir? Go
well, it
ahead,
could
list
be
them
a
out.
house. It could be a house. It could be
It
money. It
could
could be
be. It
affluence.
could be. This is the crazy part, sir.
It,
It could be because you don't own shit.
yes,
You don't own shit. No, no,
I
no. This
own
is
a
why,
house.
sir. This is why
I
we
have
have,
assets.
sir. You don't own shit. This is why we have a sector of the population who own most of the shit. And guess what? They want to pass it on. And you've adopted that mentality. And you don't even own shit. You don't own nothing. The fuck is you talking about?
I have assurance. I have a house. I have a block apartment, and I would
Lord.
like to
Now
give
you
the
got all these
legacy
Okay.
fucks.
for the kid who's mine. That
Okay.
doesn't
I'm
stop me
not
from loving the kid
understanding.
who's not mine.
I'm not if a child that wasn't yours and you got in a relationship with a woman who had a child and this child was great to you, you helped
That
raise
woman
that
will have to give
child
me my
and
own child. She will have to give birth for me. She will
y'all
have to carry my
crazy.
own child as
Y'all
well.
crazy. Y'all crazy.
That wouldn't
I
stop me from loving the
okay,
child, but
okay.
she'll have to give me something.
Okay, stop. Stop. I'm talking. And you have a weird echo. I don't need you to talk at the same time as me. Um, if you help raise that child and you was in that child's life and you that child did nothing but respect you, uh hold on. Let me say it like this. And no, I'm gonna finish that point. You would still say, "Oh no, I don't want to get like I'm leaving my legacy with my children. I'm not leaving no house to you." Blase, blase, blase. Ask your mama, right? It's not my blood. It's not my blood. But check this out, ladies. If you're hold on, Dave. Hold on. I'm not finished. Don't interrupt me. If that child that you took to baseball practice every single fucking weekend because your son was also in baseball practice, so you took that child to baseball practice too, and that child ended up going to college and got his degree, and then it went to MLB and it started making millions of dollars. How many of these niggas do you think will feel entitled to that child's money or fame? And if that child said, "You not my blood," the nigga will throw a fit and probably go on a smear campaign. I raised you. I'm the one who was throwing this baseball with you when your daddy wasn't there. But the kid was like, "You're not my blood, though. I know you took care of me. I know you loved me. I know you fed me. I know you took me to baseball practice. But this is my legacy, and you're not my dad, so I don't owe you shit." Like, whatever I leave my mom is what I leave my mom.
If that kid bring me satisfaction, then he will have my legacy.
Nah, nah, he got his
Finish
own legacy
college,
then.
finish
That sounds
university, I
weird. The
will,
kid
I
gotta
will
bring
He
you
got
be,
his
satisfaction, bro.
give him my
right.
part
He
of
No,
got
my
now.
that's
legacy.
weird.
If he can satisfy me, then if he so you saying that if you raise a child from the time that is 8 to fucking 18, and that child go at that point, you don't know what the child gonna do, right? You don't know what the child gonna do with his life. So you like, nah, I bought this house and I know I've been with your mom from 8 to 18. From I've been with your mom since you was 8, now you 18 and you ain't never and I bought this house. You saying that you don't owe that child a stake in the house. That's what you saying, right, Dave?
Fuck no.
I
Yes or
My
will,
bad.
no?
no,
Yes or no?
I will always make sure that the kids get raised properly.
No,
But
no, no.
eh,
Answer the fucking question directly.
I'm
If
getting
you
there.
raise a child, no, don't get there. Just say yes or no. If you raise a child from 8 to 18, and you left stuff in your will, you wouldn't leave that child nothing in your will because that's not your blood, correct?
You will have a 20, 15% or whatever I have. But I will even go farther. It's very important to understand that
But I
because it's
just
my
needed you to
stepchild,
answer that.
he,
So you
15
would
to
leave your
20%
stepchild
he will
something.
have. And he will have 15 to 20%, of course. If I raise that kid, basically I will
Okay. From
leave
eight,
him
so
something.
okay. So you raised the kid, right? 18, 8 to 18, and you said my biological kids get more, right? But hold on. That child ends up becoming a world-renowned surgeon, Dr. Miami in this bitch.
Oh,
What does
if
it
he,
look like then?
well, of course, I will get part and make sure that he becomes something. But if it will always like the same way that kids can turn in teenager and say, "You're not my biological father." It
So
will
you
always
saying
be
if the child
conditional.
ends up
This is
becoming a surgeon and a doctor and make something with their life, then you want to take credit for raising that kid. You
well,
want
I
that
will take
kid
him
to
there.
give you the accolades.
I have to take the. I will take him there. I will pay his
Oh,
tuition, whatever
okay,
you know.
got it.
But
Y'all,
We got that
you
man
got
in
it.
the chokehold.
Mm-hmm.
well, of course,
Yeah,
it's conditional. That's what I said.
it's conditional. It's dependent on how the kid and see. That's
The kid
crazy.
has to
Yeah,
love me, and I have to love the
I've
kid, and
heard
I
that
believe that
actually
it's
on
possible.
multiple occasions. I've actually heard that on multiple occasions. People literally in real life saying this as well. And this is why I'm just like, and I don't know why people argue against this when we say that love is express it over and over again, even when it comes to biological parents. If you do not fulfill my wants for you as the child that I bore, then I'm more likely to not give you certain things as a punishment because you are not fulfilling what I want of you, right? It's conditional. And it gets even more conditional when it didn't come from somebody's ball sack because it's about them. It's not about the kids. It's not about the well-being of the kids. It's not about the continuation of the growth of the human race. It's not about any of that. They care about themselves. They don't care about these damn kids.
Yeah,
That's why they keep saying, if it's not my blood, if it's
Duh,
not my
this shit
blood, if
is,
it's not my blood. Because
but
it's
that's
about
everybody.
them and what they can get out of them. They have more of a stake to a biological child than they do to a child that's not theirs. They
but
can
they don't
get more
even
out of a
have a stake to
biological
the
child because they
biological
have that claim.
child.
But
But that
They
that's what
don't
I'm
applies
even
to
saying.
have.
every human
That's
being.
their mindset. That's their mindset. That's what they think. If I make sure that I'm only taking care of a child that comes out of my ball sack, then that means that later down in life, because they came out of my ball sack, that I have an entitlement to what they can provide. Versus a child that did not come out of it, they can deny me because of the fact that they didn't sack. They're always going to be thinking about
But
themselves and what they can get
Siren,
out of them.
Siren, it ain't even about the child coming out. You got to mute, babe. Okay, thank you. Who got a dog in the background? You got to mute
That's me. I had
Flashy
to
with
come
that dog.
inside.
Oh,
I had to
okay.
That
come
ain't
inside
me.
and charge
My
my phone.
I'm
oh,
at
yo,
work. The
So
you
fuck
this
am I?
damn dog won't
delayed.
be quiet.
My bad, Siren. You delayed.
And blaming
That's
me
the
and shit is
thing,
crazy
Siren.
too.
It don't even matter if it come out of their ball sack. It's dependent on the child and what they become. Because if I raise a child from age 5 to 18, and you took care of that child, but by the time that child grow up, right, like it's grown, you as a man be like, okay, you're not entitled to shit. I raised you. I raised you. I'm not leaving you anything because like you're not a part of my legacy. That
So,
my legacy goes to my biological kid, and the child be
so,
like, "That's fine." Flashy, I swear to God, go on mute. I don't need your ad libs. That's fine, right? The kid be like, I'm 18 now. You got it, big fella. Like, you raised me. Thanks for taking me to basketball practice. Thanks for shooting hoops with me every day. I, I, I don't. You don't owe me, right? You don't owe me. But then that same kid go and become an NBA player and start making millions. And then the stepdad be like, "This my son," and then the kid be like, hold on, no, 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 no. When I was 18, you said you don't owe me anything. You said you're not paying for my college tuition. You said I need to get a scholarship because I'm grown now and I'm not a part of your legacy. The stepdad gonna be like, hold on. I raised you. You are my legacy because I put in my time and effort. I'm the one who raised you. And the kid be like, no, but I don't owe you anything. Biological dad ain't seen the kid since he was 3, but biological dad come back in and be like, son, you now made it to the NBA. And the kid be like, bet pops, I'm making up with you. Now I'm gonna buy you a house. You telling me these niggas will lose their fucking mind. They will be like, "That fucked up. That's why you don't raise a step kid. Cause look, you that's stepdad. Oh, but you see the contradiction, Siren? They all in if
I get
the
what you're talking about,
kid,
and I do agree with it.
that's a
yeah.
lie. Why do you
I
make up
do agree
scenarios
with that.
to
Hold
push this
on.
shit?
Hold on.
That shit don't
So
ever happen, bro. There's a lot of stepdaddies that don't say a fuck thing when their kids make it to the league, or their stepkid make it to the league. You don't see them on that bitch crying and bitching and bickering
Hold on,
that they weren't
Flashy.
part of
You
that
right. You might
speech.
be at work. Did you miss everything Dave said?
I had missed all that shit. I was at work. I ain't gonna lie. After I had
Yeah,
made my
yeah.
speech, I had went
Hey, come
straight
on, no.
back
Sometimes
doing
you be
had to do.
trying to jump in and it don't work, Flashy. You have to wait for the next one.
Nah, but I heard this one though. I was here for that one though.
No,
Like this
no,
part
no,
was
no. You
lit.
didn't hear what Dave said. You got to hear what Dave
I
said to understand the argument.
I don't. But we're having the same argument. It's not like what do I need to
you're
hear what he
really
got to
not.
say?
So
We're still speaking about the same topic.
I wanted to
So
continue
he
off of what
responded.
Carmen
He
was
said,
saying.
yeah, if a child makes it, he said, yeah, he will feel entitled like to that child once the child make it big.
Yeah, and he
He
also said
said that.
he was like, if they were successful, then I would give them more. So he wouldn't,
Okay,
if
that's
they weren't
valid.
successful, he was
But
like, I would give them 15 to 20.
Jump in.
that's literally wait. Wait. Hold on. Why are we pretending like that's
If you
not
have, but
natural? Why are we?
hold on, because it's not. Y'all really don't
It
realize how
is.
much is actually going on because you're too busy in your own heads with these arguments. This is not actually happening when it comes to a lot of step parents, and that's why y'all hate them so much, because they're still making sure that they're being there for the kids.
Hate them is
Because
crazy.
if I'm committing to raising a child, whether they came out of my body, my ball sack, my coochie, my stomach, my backside, whether they came out of me or not, I have taken responsibility for that child. Therefore, everything that I have is going to be put into contributing towards that child's growth and well-being all the way up to and past adulthood. Period, point blank. Whether and if I have a child out of my body while I have that child that did not come out of my body at the same time, and they are both still my children, to treat them equally as my children because it's still my fucking kid. Period, point blank. That's my
Niggas
kid.
love to talk about
Whether you want to claim
make
that or
believe
not,
scenarios they're not in.
whether you want to say, you're literally talking
Niggas
about your
love
beliefs. You're literally
niggas love
talking
to
about your
talk
beliefs.
about make believe
Everything
scenarios.
that we are all talking about is our beliefs and what is actually happening.
Make
Step
believe
parents,
scenarios.
y'all could talk about the few step parents that didn't treat you right, and my stepdaddy didn't love me for real, and I saw the way he treated me versus the way he treated his kids, whatever the fuck. But that is not every step parent, and we're not talking about every single person in these scenarios. We know that people differ. There are different things that are happening. So stop trying to put a blanket statement over a group of people that you don't fucking know.
Siren, I
You
tell
don't
you,
know
Siren,
them.
I tell you,
Hold on.
don't engage with him. He rage baiting because he talked
Who
about
rate
mamas
baby?
and he ain't had no mama. So
I
you
didn't
gotta
have no
listen to the
I
source.
didn't wait. I
We
didn't
know
have no
him.
mama.
This ain't his first day over. This
But
is
Wait. I don't have no mama.
11th day over here. So
Dark
you
horse,
gotta
you wildin' for talking about I
he
ain't
over
got no
here
mama.
lying.
Hold my mama
he
better.
over he over here lying to you,
hold
Siren, because
on.
he was giving lots of points about mothers
Girl.
and what
I ain't
they
got
do,
no
and
mama.
he
Wait,
ain't got
I
no
ain't got
mama. His mama ain't raised
the
him.
fuck
So when you hear
the
somebody
fuck out of
when you
here.
hear somebody
Niggas
talking
say
about this shit, please know that they just making that shit up just to rage bait. That's why I told you in the comments, don't engage
ain't
with
got no
Flash.
mama.
He
I'm
fucking
sorry. I
dumb.
didn't even
Uh,
look.
But
I'm
I
sorry.
wanted
I wasn't even listening.
yeah, he is though.
But also
But
something that I
who
did
ain't got
want
no
to
he
mama?
point
always
out
be like,
also.
that makes no sense.
Who ain't
Which
got
is
no mama though?
not an
My
actual
mama been on my
comment.
So
life since day one.
Oh
something
yeah,
Hold
that
up,
I
hold
also
on.
wanted to point
real
out that I
quick,
Hold
real
noticed
on.
quick.
though.
Hold up, y'all, real quick. Can y'all tap the screen, shut a live
This
out?
hoe say I ain't got no
Hold up,
mama.
sir.
The
Hold up,
fuck is she
sir.
talking about?
Damn dog, what you got him? Can y'all gift the people on the panel, please? Thank you.
Can
So
y'all gift the host? It's her birthday. How about y'all gift the
oh
host,
my
not us?
gosh.
Today send the gifts to the host, y'all. Please and thank y'all. I
Happy
appreciate
birthday,
that. And
host.
tap the live. I'm sorry, what you say, Sarah?
I said happy birthday, host. That was all.
Thank you.
Yes. I want y'all to know that Warren Buffett did some stuff that made all the people mad when it came to his kids. And it's funny while we talk about what you're gonna give your kids, you ain't got shit to give them. But there are people who have something to pass down to their children, right? And they be like, if you ain't done X, Y, and Z, and you ain't put the work in yourself, I'm not about to give you blah blah blah, right? So there is a part, right, where you go, well, if that person is biologically mine, I'm gonna give them everything. And then people who have wealth be like, do y'all know my son crackhead? He gonna blow it all. He can't have it. He been on smug since he was 16. Like there's caveats to it, right? So while they try to put all of this emphasis on this the biological connection, that's not what it comes down to. If you've been in that child's life and you know that child, biological or not, you're going to continue to invest and support and do things to help that kid, bio or not. But you're not going to have a child as your stepchild who's going to their second doctorate and be like, oh, but you're a step kid, guess you better get some loans. But your biological child out here ain't been able to stay off drugs since he turned 16. We're not doing that. Let's be real. You're going to make sure that no matter what, if it's a child that you love, you're going to give them what they need to be successful. And if you're able to say nope, the only thing that matters is biology, then you're still cutting out, and you're saying that I never really cared about who you were as a person. And that's what it comes down to. You don't care who that child is as a person. If you did, you would invest in them because they needed your help, because they are a person, because they depend on you for resources, etc. That's what you would go off of. But y'all don't make logical sense, which is why y'all are the most illogical people out here. You wouldn't do that. If there was somebody who depended on you, just like if you were a child and you were dependent on an adult, even if it wasn't your bio parent, for resources, you wouldn't want them to be like, well, you can't eat tonight. This is for the bio kids. No one's doing that. No one's doing that. Women are stepping up, and women are making sure y'all are taken care of, except for the ones who mama wasn't there, like Flashies. So every mama didn't
I
need
can't relate.
every baby. We get that Flashy. We know your mama ain't
Go
feed you.
get your baby
But for the
daddy.
rest of
Go
us,
get your baby daddy to take care of your kids.
we have
Shit,
people who
crazy
love us
word.
and who do things for us just because they fuck with us. And if y'all understood what that love looked like, you wouldn't have such a problem with this prompt. That's what it's like, just to care for someone. But y'all don't. Everything is about using and what you can get out of someone, whether it's an ego boost, whether it's
People
real
care about their
reimbursement
kids until
when
it's
it
time to get back with their baby daddy. Motherfuckers
hold
I
swear to care
can't
about their
on,
hear.
kids
hold
until
I don't
time
know if
they about
Flashy
the
on.
baby
knows. I
daddy.
can't hear him while I'm talking, but I do
Flashy,
like.
hold on.
Yeah, it's fine. I can't
Why is
hear
she
him anyway
monologuing?
while I'm
She's just
talking.
dragging it.
But
She's
you do that.
dragging.
Hold on. You do that all the
I don't
time. And
never
I
do that
just
shit. You're lying.
hold on. I got a question for you. If you saying that people talk about stuff that they never go through or they never gonna go through all the time, why the fuck you up here talking about being a stepdad if you never gonna date a woman with kids?
First of all, that's
Oh,
not the conversation. You thought you ate, but that's not the
oh,
conversation.
I most definitely did eat.
How
Why
did you?
the fuck
How
you
did you
up
eat?
here having a
Wait,
conversation
hold on,
about
Lynn,
taking care of
Because he's
Lynn.
kids
not
that don't
smart enough.
belong to you
He
when
ain't
you
smart
would
enough,
never do
man.
that yourself? You would never date a woman
Lynn,
who have kids and you was raised by your biological dad, correct? So why the fuck is you up here having a conversation that don't pertain to you?
first of all, you gotta have been there from the beginning. That's
No,
where you fucked
shut
up
up,
at.
shut up. You're
Tara could
wrong.
tell
You
you
got
what
called
happened at the
out there,
beginning.
and she blew your shit up
Tara could tell
because
you
you
what happened at
fucking
the
dumb.
beginning.
You don't even
What
know where to
happened at
stick
the
the walk
beginning? What
in.
am I not, Tara? Am I not understanding something here?
Tara away
Yeah,
from her
wait till.
phone, and she on mute.
Dark Horse, am I not understanding something here?
But
Liz,
you
I
know
don't
he ain't
know.
smart enough to keep up with the conversation past
I'm gonna
30
fill you
seconds.
in.
Hold on.
I'm
You know
gonna
he gonna
fill
keep
you
What's the
in,
fucking
Lynn.
up.
question?
Give him a
What's
few
the
minutes.
question?
Because Flashy said people up here talking about stuff that don't and making up make believe situations. We're talking about like stepfathers, stepmothers, people taking care of kids that don't biologically belong to them. And I'm asking him if you feel that way, people coming up here talking about stuff that'll never happen, and you're the person who would never date a woman with kids. Why are you up here having a conversation?
Okay. Hey Tara, when I came in, what was the first thing I said to you?
Well, hold up. Tell her what you said. Why you putting me in it?
I'm gonna say. Okay, fuck it. First thing I said was I came here to say happy birthday, Tara. I sung her little song and everything, and then she say, "Hey Flash, what's your thoughts on the prompt?" And you know what that did? Made me have to speak on the prompt.
Okay, but
I
you
didn't come here for
left
the
and now
prompt.
you
I came here
came
to tell her.
back.
We both know I'm at work, so you know I'm be on by my phone, away from my phone, by my phone, away from my. So come on.
Okay, so why
So
are you even okay? So as it pertains to step parentage and taking care of kids that don't belong to you, if you would never do it, why you get off mute and speaking about it? Because you would
watch
never
this. Watch
do
this.
it.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. What's my talking points? Go ahead.
I don't understand how that relates, Slashy.
Because if you don't know what I'm talking about or what I have to say about this topic, then what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, did
he,
somebody drop him?
he can come back. Sharon, go ahead. He's fucking stupid. I don't feel like the circle of the flashy today. Hey Sharon, go. Somebody else go talk
Why?
who got
I
some
don't
sense.
understand what he's talking about. I don't understand how he
You
didn't
argue with
understand
him
what I'm
every day,
saying.
Lynn, and he contradicts himself every fucking day. And y'all do this shit. I don't understand how or why. But it's not entertaining. Like you be running the hose off, Flashy, because you don't make no fucking sense. Sharon, go ahead. Hey, it's Sarah's birthday today, Sharon.
Happy birthday, Tara. Happy birthday. Um, I'm hold on. I was finna start singing happy birthday, but I ain't singing ain't working out for me today. But happy birthday, Tara. I hope it's a very great and eventful one for you. And I mean like you get to do the things you want to do today, even if it's absolutely nothing. And I hope the people that you are around, whether it be kids.
Thank you. Go ahead and make your point. Go ahead. Make your signal mess up or something. What's happening? Sharon, you gotta fix your signal or your microphone. Y'all, I'm trying to multitask. Somebody else can go.
I had wanted to say earlier because Shimrock, we can't hear you. Like, can't hear anything you're trying to say. You can hear us either.
I went ahead and mute.
I have been trying. I wanted to also say earlier that with the point that I was also talking about how they feel like it's more beneficial to only take care of what comes out of their balls because they feel like it's going to benefit them later, even if they don't do much work to put in. It would be logical for any kid that you take in that you treat them fairly and equitably, because at the end of the day, everything that you invest in will come back. So if you invest badly, that bad investment will come back down on you. If you invest in a good way, in a beneficial way, it's going to come back and benefit you. Like, yeah, we're selfish beings. So if we're going to be selfish, why don't we think about that selfishness in a way that's beneficial for everybody? I benefit the child, therefore the child can later down the line benefit me. If I continue benefiting that child later down the line, they can continue benefiting me. It is now a symbiotic relationship in which everybody wins, and we don't have to fight about who came out of whose ball sack. That's just, that's just what makes sense in my head, especially because of the fact that, like, at the end of the day, the people that you are biologically related to are not the only people that you are going to be around, that are going to benefit you, that are going to participate in taking care of you, that are going to be there for you in your life. So if you know that that is the case, unless you're one of those antisocial people that fuck with nobody, why not have that ideology for more than just your friends and everything like that? Because I know for me, my friends have benefited me way more than my family has most of the time in my life, because I invested in them and they invested in me. We're symbiotic. I will do the same for any child, whether they come out of my body or not.
No,
But
and
that's just
like
where we
Dark
at.
Horse said, them niggas in the comments talking about your blood gets the resources, your blood gets the resources. So if your child is a C head, is a DRUG user or a bum, and your stepchild is the kid who ready to go to college and need help with tuition, y'all like, nah, I'm gonna help the bum, I'm gonna help the rockhead, like, cause that's my kid, like it gets the resources, or you gonna help the kid who actually like doing something with like that doesn't even make sense. Like, I'm sorry, but no. If my kid is a bum, if as a potential mother, and my stepdaughter is going to school for college, and my kid like, oh, buy me a car, mom, and we only got enough money to buy one kid a car, I'm sorry, but the kid who going to college getting a car, like, you, like, what are we doing here? You're not doing anything with your life. Just because you're my daughter or son, I don't owe you anything. Like, in that
But like
sense,
we
no.
also, if you think about it, we also see this happen with biological kids when they have siblings and everything like that. And that's why we talk about, the first child, the middle child, the baby and everything like that, because of the way that the hierarchy begins when it comes to that. A lot of the time, the child that is the least beneficial is the one that is treated the best. Meanwhile, the children that are working the hardest, that are trying to actually like do something to aid into their family, they're usually treated the harshest. And that seems to be a very interesting thing that happens. Like, they even do that when it's only biological children in the house. When you have more than one child, there's a child that you treat better and there's a child that you treat worse. And a lot of the time, the child that is doing better is being treated worse socially within the household. And a lot of parents make the excuse of, well, that's because we knew you were going to be fine, this kid needed more help. Okay, but you didn't have to treat them like shit at the same time. It's weird.
Shimron, you back?
Yeah, my bad. My phone accidentally connected to my earbuds. Um, yeah, I didn't real, I read the question before and didn't realize I was skipping over that word paternity. Like, I'm thinking, I was thinking something about like the gender. I was thinking gender, not paternity. But I could see this being like a factual statement for the simple fact that I think oftentimes it don't really matter who the father is. I think if the mother is gonna have to do what she got to do, no matter no matter who fathers whichever children she has, or whatever. Other than that, I don't really think I get the background. Like, I heard part of what y'all was saying, but I missed like the first half of it. So if there's more background to this, then I'm willing to hear it.
No, we were just talking about the dynamics of how they're placing biology over, how people actually show up and who people are, or who children are as people. And it's weird. We still haven't been able to determine what is the benefit or necessity that biology brings when it comes to raising children. Still haven't heard one today. We've been up here for a few hours, Shinron, and no one's been able to say this can only happen if you've got your biological dad here. It's nothing. There's
Oh,
nothing. We haven't had anyone prove the point. And I don't think that
oh,
men like knowing that the only way that you're actually going to have some impact is by actually connecting with that child. You don't just get any type of reward because you were the donor. You know, they want to skip that part and just be like, it's biology, biology, biology. No, if you're a shitty
oh, it's
person,
property shit.
yeah, you ain't getting none. So, but go ahead.
And the thing about it is, and this is one of the reasons why I hate the fact that we be using like animal dynamics so much to try and explain how we interact as people who have a higher level of sentience than a lot of these animals, which means always have to be, we don't always have to be subject to our instincts or our impulses, even though sometimes we still are. At the end of the day, a lot of this rhetoric, a lot of these talking points that we have about having kids and legacies, I think Tara said it the other day, or it might have been somebody that was like on Tara's panel that said that when men talk about legacies, all we really actually mean is lineage, and we consider us having children, us leaving our legacy, and we consider that, I guess, like a contribution to the world, essentially, right? Because I think that when we frame a lineage as a legacy, right, that puts us on par as men that do things like maybe invent cars or maybe led some type of revolutionary movement that changed and improved the world. And I think we do that, and it's kind of like a participation trophy. If I'm being honest, we frame it as us having a legacy because we're trying to still certify that we have some greatness or we have a place in the world. And our place in the world is the fact that we nutted in somebody, a woman, and she had a child, and that's it. That's our contribution to the world as a fucking legacy. And at the end of the day, I think when we try to emphasize that a biological father is inherently more important than, say for instance, another male figure that could be seen, that could be like a stepfather or maybe a father figure. I think that it's rooted in like ownership or being possessive for real. Because even when you listen to like a lot of these dudes downplay or disrespect or down talk like those men that step up and be stepfathers, right? They always make it seem as if, oh well, they'll never view the same way as their father, which the fact that they're trying to make it seem as if they're not going to view you as the most important male figure in their life, I think that is another thing that men inherently feel like we should be entitled to. And I don't know, like that whole thing, I really just feel like it's rooted in pride and ego and trying to say that we own some shit and that we control what we own. Maybe men feel as if we'll be more invested if it's our own offspring. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what most men feel like. But if you look at the amount of men that have fathered children and still have not properly taken care of those children despite being their biological father, or in these relationships and in homes where it's supposed to be a nuclear family, I think it shows that it's not really the end all be all equation that we be trying to make it seem like it is.
But like,
Because
think
it's
about
not.
this too. Hold on, Siren. Think about this, Sharon. If so, Sierra changed Future Junior name, and I hate calling him that. That's not his name. Sierra changed Future name to Wilson, right?
Mhm.
And Future said, "Oh well," he said, "it is what it is," right? But through being raised by Russell, whatever the nigga name is,
Wilson.
Wilson, he I was gonna say Westbrook, the
No, no,
basketball
no, no,
player.
no, no, no.
Um, he is gonna have a better chance at having a more prosperous life. You can tell by just the values that Sierra and Russell have, right? And
Hmm.
based on who the man he is, his character is more strong than Future's character. Therefore, Russell lives with him. He's instilling values in him. So more than likely he's going to be successful. So let's say that little Future go on to become a football player based on who he saw Russell be, right? And he's like a wonderful, like the greatest of all time, right? You think this nigga
Hmm.
Future not gonna come back and gonna be like, well, that was my son. That's my genes. That's my DNA. That's the reason why he did that. Like, and
Hmm.
niggas gonna be like, Future paid the greatest part in that because he the one who gave him his DNA. Like,
Hmm.
after he already told him, like, who cares if you change your last name to Wilson? Like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Like,
But
and
you
I
can't
ain't gonna
ignore that
spend the
though,
time
Right.
Siren.
with you.
You can
But you can't
ignore
ignore
it
that.
because
You can't.
Jordan just outworked people. You can't ignore it. The greatest of all
And so
time
did
just
Yeah.
outworked
Kobe.
people and showed up and stayed late is what people invest. And people always believe that
What the
you're
fuck
gonna have
are
some
these niggas
innate
talking about?
you're
You
gonna have
absolutely.
some innate talent in you that's just gonna be there whether you work at it or not. There's people who crack heads right now who could have been better than Michael Jordan because they didn't have the work ethic. So that's what we're talking about. There's more socialization that goes into people being successful. It's not no damn DNA. You can sit on the bench and all of that
You
will
can't even
unalive,
deny that.
it can all unalive with you, and then there are people who will outwork your talent. You can be born with the height, born with the speed, born with the agility, born with quick twitch reflexes, and still ruin it and be found in the tub somewhere overdose. It doesn't matter.
No,
There's
You're
other
right,
parts that
but you
depend on
can't
that. And if
disagree.
you don't, there's people who can outwork you.
You're right.
You can outwork the DNA. If that person don't get up and they lazy and get cut because they don't
You're
show
no,
up to
but
practice,
fast twitch
they're not
muscles.
socialized. Their mind is bad. You can't outwork a bad mind. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So if someone
No, Dark Horse,
the
you
D,
can't. Dark Horse, hold on. As it relates to football, and that's why I said football, Dark Horse, and because Dark Horse, my bad. I don't want to cut you off. I want to have this conversation with you. I didn't say basketball. We know a nigga who 5'5" more than likely ain't gonna become like a fucking point guard for the race for the Lakers. Like we fucking
this
know that.
nigga.
Like I know that. But as it pertains to football, fast twitch muscle fibers and all of that and like the stuff that you need, agility, all that, that's learned. What are we talking about here? Over
No,
time.
it's not.
Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not.
Yes, it
What
is.
are we,
Yes, it is.
bro,
Yes, it
bro,
is. It's built
bro?
upon. Listen, I've never. I was never
Oh my
athletic all
god.
my life, and when I became an adult and I started working out, and at 25 when I started boxing, I have better reflexes than motherfuckers who was playing track in fucking high school and who didn't do nothing as an adult. What are we talking about here?
That doesn't make sense because if your parents
How does that
was
make sense?
because you're trying to deny the fact that if your parents were track stars, like your mom and dad were track stars, and you happen to be fast as hell because of that, like yes,
Yeah, because
someone
you
can
saw them
obviously
do it and you worked at it.
hold on. Like someone can obviously work and put in the work and try to keep up with you, right? But you would naturally have the talent. Let's say you don't have the work ethic, but you're still fast as shit. It's not because you work hard. No, it's because your parents gave you that. That
No. Do
obviously some.
you know what makes somebody fast?
What the? Oh my god, bro. You got it, bro.
Do
If we're
you
gonna deny, if we're gonna deny that
hold
genetics play a
on.
part in why
Hold
some people
on.
have certain abilities,
Hold
like height, for an
on. Hold
example,
on. Hold
muscle
on.
mass,
Hold
like it's
on. We're
crazy.
not talking about basketball. We talking about football. You know how many different
But you're
positions people
picking and
play in
choosing what
football?
sports you want to go
No,
down, though. But
I am
because
picking it. I literally pick and chose
so you're
the sports I want to go
arguing
down.
invalid
Hold on,
because you can pick
Flashy.
and choose.
Hold on, Flashy. Hold on. I specifically picked that sport for a reason because unlike basketball, you don't necessarily need to be fucking 6'10", and that gives you an advantage. Like, what are we talking about here? He can develop little future into being a football star, an athlete in football. You can develop from a young child, you can develop a young child into being a football star.
I
Unlike
agree.
basketball, it's different. So what are we
No,
talking about
you're
here? What
still
the fuck
hold
are
on.
you talking about?
Lynn, you're still wrong because what you fail to realize is right. Someone that work hard, obviously, because of their work ethic, they can try to match up to someone that already has an upper hand because they're just naturally gifted. Like if you take a somebody like LeBron James' son that has the DNA
We're
of
not
his
talking
father.
about LeBron. We're not
Okay,
talking
okay,
about foot basketball.
okay. Peyton Manning.
You need height for
Let's talk
basketball.
about football. Okay, let's talk about football. Peyton Manning, right? Because the Mannings have a lineage of football players, right? Great. Archie Manning, his bloodline is football. Because of that, he has the skills for that position already. Obviously, someone could fucking come from the hood that don't have a dad that never played football and work hard and get to that point. And there's somebody that already has a upper hand. Like, what are we talking about? If you don't know shit about
And
football, Please
I
stop talking about
actually do
football.
know my both of
You
my
know
cousins.
nothing
Hold
about
on,
football, bro.
hold on,
Like,
hold on, hold on. Both of
why
my
do you keep
cousins.
saying hold on?
Hold on, because you talking at the same time as me. I'm responding. Both of my cousins went to the NFL. They're brothers. Their dad was overweight, still is overweight. Both of them went to the NFL, right? And they started playing football in high school. They worked at it. They started playing in high school. They didn't pay Pee Wee. They didn't do none of that shit. They signed up for it freshman year. Both of them went to the NFL. Their dad is literally obese. He's fat as fuck. He's not
But
athletic
see,
at fucking all. But
so
here,
because
hold on. Football is different than basketball
it's not,
because you
it's not.
don't, it is. It is different because you can train somebody depending on your work ethic to play a position in football. What are we talking about?
You could do
Am I
that for
lying?
you could do that for damn near any sport. Like that sounds
No,
stupid
you.
as fuck. Like
So you telling me that a nigga who 5'4" can be an NBA star?
Spud Webb, Muggsy Bogues. Like
So if I could go
The
ahead and
Nate
chime in.
Robinson was five
likelihood,
nine.
nigga.
Nate Robinson was 5'9". Like you're like what you're saying is like you're still trying to act like genetics don't play a part in someone getting certain heights or certain abilities. Like like
Okay,
how are
yeah,
you
but
arguing
So
against
that
that?
you
doesn't
telling
attribute
me
to.
that Russell Westbrook helping Lil
West
Future, whatever the nigga name is, Wilson, the nigga Wilson, can you telling me that him instilling football, taking him to games and helping him practice is not as beneficial as him just being Future son? You're saying that Future being Future outweighs the fact that Russell is the one who instilled it in him?
It's like the fact that you're not acknowledging that I'm saying both things can be true at the same time, but the fact that you're trying to deny that genetics play a part is fucking insane. That's the part. That's why I want you to understand what you're saying is not wrong. Yes, you can put in the work to achieve whatever
But
the
how do
fuck you
you
put your
know
heart
if
to.
genetics play a part in football when I specifically brought
Genetics
up
play a part
football?
in everything.
How okay,
Like
so
I
how do
gave you an
genetic
example with the
hold on.
Mannings.
How do genetics play a part? How do genetics play a part in just pure work ethic? A bigger part. Because that was my
Let me break.
point.
This is what I want you to
No.
understand. If your dad played football and your dad was fast as fuck, right? And your genetics and you just naturally are you basically get after your dad and you're also fast as fuck, but you're lazy. Obviously, you're not gonna live up to your dad's legacy, right? You're not gonna be as good as your dad. Obvious. For example, Michael, well, you want to keep talking about football, so we're gonna keep it at football.
Yeah,
If you
because
don't
I
have the work ethic,
specifically brought up Russell Wilson.
okay,
And
Deion Sanders.
you
Deion
said,
Sanders.
oh no,
Okay,
hold
Deion
on. You
Sanders.
said,
Oh
oh
my God.
no, Future being his dad is what's gonna be the most important thing. Cause he the
Hold
one
up,
who gave him the
y'all guys share
genetics.
the mic. Y'all two guys share the mic.
Let's
I'm
see.
gonna say this last thing. I'm gonna say the last thing and I'm done. Do you agree that genetics play a part in basically getting certain skills and
I'm gonna
abilities?
say the last thing to ask the question.
No, that's it. That is the question. I'm not going. After she says yes or no, I'm
And
going to move on.
let's open in the panel. Anybody can answer.
Yeah, go ahead. Can she answer it first though? It would only make sense if she started off. Go
Y'all can
ahead,
talk
Lynn.
on
Do
the
you
back end.
no, because I want to know, do you think that genetics plays a part in in being diabetic?
Oh my God! I asked you a
Do
straightforward
do
question,
you
Lynn. Why?
think genetics plays a part in being diabetic?
You got it, Lynn. You got it. If you ain't trying to
I
have a,
want
Yeah,
you
to know,
the
do
got it.
problem
you?
with genetics is that again it's just nature. It's nature and nurture. And
Correct.
then just because you have certain traits don't mean your offspring gonna have those traits.
You're
Correct.
right. Wait.
Yeah, I was literally gonna ask if I could put in because I don't know why that keeps being said as if Sports are just something that people will just take onto without any type of training or conditioning. Yes, they might have a genetic advantage in maybe having a higher muscle mass or maybe being a little leaner or a little faster, but they still have to train. Your natural inclination towards an action does not mean you have a natural inclination towards that sport itself. You still have to learn how to play that sport, or else you're still going to be shit. You can have all the natural talent you want. If you do not train, if you do not condition, you're going to be shit, which is why there are people who did not naturally have these talents coming out still better than people who had those natural talents in the first place, because conditioning and training is what shapes that, not you and your natural genetic superiority.
That's literally what I said. How the fuck did she not
That's not
agree with you?
literally what you said.
I
That's
What
said
what
you be
both things can
that
be
saying,
was
true at the
my
same
what you be
time.
saying
point.
is not.
I
That
said
was
literally
my
both things can be
point,
true at the same time.
Tyrion. Was that not my point initially?
Yeah. No, it was never your point. You were
Hold
saying that.
up, y'all. Hold up, y'all. Does anybody else who ain't having a chance to say anything want to say something?
I'm a drop down because they gonna keep going back and forth. I'm a head down.
Well, thank you for coming up, though, of course. Um,
Um,
go ahead, Sharon.
yeah, I mean, I really do think it's kind of based on what I'm hearing. I do kind of think it's one side arguing like I think nurturing in many contexts has more to do with what we're talking about as opposed to just genetics. Because again, you could have all the great genetics you want, but if you don't train it, if you don't have somebody that's there to help you practice it, or you don't utilize it, then it's going to be for naught. So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, nurturing edges out over the nature, so to speak. Like you can show that you have glimpses of these type of abilities or what they could be. Somebody could try to, bring out that potential. But if you don't do it properly, you don't do it at all, then it doesn't matter what your nature is. The nurturing that you've received or that you're going through is not fostering that becoming an actual talent or ability for you.
Yeah, if you look at a lot of like Olympians, like Simone Biles, for example, like her upper body isn't like that because her parents have that trait. It's because from a very young age, those are the muscles she was working. People do gymnastics are going to be more flexible. Like when they come to doing splits, they do the stretches often. It's hard to like stretch when you get older if you didn't condition your body at a young age. So the whole genetic thing is kind of weird. And I mean, y'all also moving away from the topic, I guess.
No, that was my point. Like you can't take away from the nurture aspect, and like genetics can never over like you can't overrule the nurture aspect at all. Like genetics will never overpower the nurture aspect. That's my point. Like you can't be like, oh, especially when it comes to black people versus black people, because black people in general have a genetic disposition to be more athletic from birth, given our body composition. Therefore, like you can't really say that because all black people have the genetic makeup to be able to be athletic. It's about how you nurture what you started with. It has nothing like genetics doesn't make sense when it comes to black people talking about black people, because when I'm a black woman versus a white tea woman, yeah, we can talk about the genetic variations because I have a different body composition that makes me more inclined to be an athletic than a YT woman. Like, what are you talking about? But if I don't work out and that YT woman does, her ability is gonna go further than mine, even though I'm more genetically inclined to be an athlete because I am black and we have a different body composition.
I want to say happy birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday, Tara. But biological property, as far as the prompt, yeah. You and my child, paternity needs to be prioritized. I know that y'all don't, but I feel like if you got biological property, y'all saying it right now, it matters. It makes a difference. What you are
Hold
genetically
on, real quick. I'm gonna move away from that.
influential.
Hold up. Let me help y'all because I want to move away from that. what about this part right here? Like, for whenever we talk about like stepfathers, like y'all like, oh, he weak, he a simp, you call him goofy. Y'all got all these negative things to say about stepfathers.
Weak character. Yeah.
Oh, did you hear? Did you? My
Hold
bad.
up. Do I gotta start dropping people? Like, don't cut me off. What I'm saying is, like, it's like all these. Oh, it's so the worst thing is to have to raise another man's child. Even to the point where, again, the contradiction was this the other day. Somebody said, "Well, if you're raising a child and a man not in the picture is a different thing." Like, even when it comes to raising children, y'all can't get out of this hyper masculine perspective. It's like, oh, I don't want to be less of the man. I'm raising another child. It gotta be my child. Like, y'all don't give a fuck about the kids. That's the problem. Because like that shouldn't even matter. So like, why is it that a man who raises children with a woman and those children are not his, but he doing all the traditional things y'all say a man is supposed to do? Why is that man looked as less masculine? What is that about?
Cause like when you save money in the bank, right, and you
No,
know you
no,
put in
no,
the
no.
principal.
I don't want to start off with you. Hell no.
Why not?
Anybody else?
That's one. I'm gonna get
No, no,
somebody.
no, no. Hold on. You can respond. Let Sharon go first.
So we actually did kind of touch on this topic when I first came up, but what it really, I think you or somebody else that might have been on your panel said it. What a lot of these men equated to is having a legacy, right? And really, what they talking about is a lineage, which is why I think that it's more so like a participation trophy. When you actually hear men talk about it, it's supposed to be something that men can lay claim to. So the fact of the matter is, a lot of men, when you hear them talk about these men that step up and will like fill the father role and oftentimes become like a spouse of some sort, or like a significant other to these women, they oftentimes see it as if these men not being able to meet whatever standard of manhood or fatherhood, wherever they think that they're supposed to be able to meet. But at the end of the day, what a lot of these men actually convey is the fact that they don't respect parenthood and they don't respect actual fatherhood. Because if they did, then they would have respect for the men that are actually willing to step up and be the type of role model or be a positive influence on the lives of a lot of these children. A lot of these same dudes that you will hear sit up here and denigrate stepfathers and stuff like that. A lot of them will sit and say that, oh, well, there's issues with the young people in the community and then blame it on the fact that there's not a father in the home. Yet the moment when there is a quote unquote father figure in the home that's supposed to be available to be there to protect the woman and the child and help provide a stable household and stuff like that, you want to disrespect them. So is it the fact that there needs to be a man in the home? Is that what's supposed to be respected? Or is the fact of the matter is you want to denigrate these men because they're not, like the biological role or the biological figure, because you want to put the greatest amount of value on that? Like it would, like, which is it? Are you going to value the fact that this is the role that a man is supposed to do and that he's actually fulfilling that role? Or are you going to put it on the man that's biologically, say for instance, the father of these children, and yet for some reason or another is not actually doing what he needs to do as a father within the confines of the home?
That dude's not a man though. Like
That's an opinion.
he's
That's
not
highly
performing.
subjective.
He's not performing at the extent of a man. That's not subjective.
You
There's
talking about the
titles that you
stepfather?
get. Yeah, there's titles that you get
That's
because
cap.
it's a man. No, no, no. There's titles. In other words, there's extensions that you can.
So
There's
did your father raise you?
manifestations. Yes, he did. You can't tell. Like you got to know I was raised by my dad. Like my biological dad put down. That's why you got this kingdom.
Y'all got the DNA test and
That's why
everything?
I'm putting this. Wasn't needed, man. My mama don't live that questionable life. We don't have the reality that y'all got here in the States. But so anyway,
So you just
what I'm
assume
saying
that
is,
the man who raised you is your father.
nah, it wasn't no assumption.
No, you have no proof though.
How would I have proof?
That's my point.
No, no.
You're
Tell me
assuming.
how would I have
No,
proof?
that's my point. Listen,
How
some
would
people get
I
proof.
acquire
Some
proof?
people
I
get
have
proof.
proof. I have
So
proof
you
for
don't
me.
have any proof
But
though.
how would I have
What
the
I'm
proof
saying is,
that you
you're assuming that the
deem
man
to
who
be
raised you is your
proof?
father. How do you
How would I
know?
have the proof that you deem to be proof? It's impossible. I got the
What are you
proof that
talking
I
about?
need. You know what I'm saying?
This sound like when you come up here.
Oh, you want me to argue? Wait, which one we do? I got you.
No, I'm actually. It's a simple question. There's a lot of ways you get proof, but you have no proof. You assume that the man who raised you is your father.
I mean, because the direction you want to take is, what I'm saying, going there. And I'm like, yeah, I know the
No,
man that raised
it's
me is
a
my
point for
father.
that. Do you know that? You know how many people of the older generation are like frazzled right now because they didn't took DNA tests and
Right?
their parents are gone, but it's proven that who they thought their father was not their father.
Yeah, them people are stateside. Them
But
folks is
hold on,
here.
real quick. What if you was to take a DNA test and found
Right.
out your father wasn't your real father?
It'd be shy. It was let me get a second opinion. Let me do that again. They would get 2 for 1 because I definitely
Would
have
you
to go
stop?
back
Would you
and do
stop
that.
fucking with him?
Nah.
Would you care about him any less?
Ooh.
That
Ooh.
is a sad thing that happens, honestly, when they find out that
Can
the
I
child is not
address?
biologically theirs and then they desert them because you're punishing the children. All of this ends with you punishing the children, but it's more so about you and your feelings than it
You
ever
said when
was
the
about
dad
them.
finds out he's not the
No, when you find out that he's
No,
not
no,
your
no. Don't
father.
cut her off, y'all. Let her finish.
trying to clarify what she said.
Go
I
ahead,
was
love. You can finish your
so
point.
I was speaking off of what Tara was saying when she said, if you found out that the child was not biologically yours, would you still take care of him? Would you still care for him? I've noticed a lot of people do that. When they find out that the child is not biologically theirs, then they disappear from the child's life because it's always going to be more about your feelings, your ego, your pride than it's ever going to be about that child. At the end of the day, you're punishing the child. You're not punishing the mother. And people don't seem to get that, or either they don't get it or they don't care about it. And I'm leaning more towards I feel like they don't care about it. Somebody's echoing. Famous, you're echoing.
I'm sorry.
Can
What?
you mute? Thank you. So I'm leaning more towards they don't care about it because at the end of the day, then they're constantly talking about some F that B, F that B, F that B, and it's just like, okay, but what about the kid? Are you going to desert the kid because
What
you're
do you
the
mean?
only
What
father
about?
that they know? You're the only parent that they know. So are you then going to leave that child? They don't really care about these damn kids, and that's why I'm like, I feel like people should stop having children. Just stop. Just stop having kids for a little bit. Like we need to fix some stuff because too many children are deserted, even if they are biologically their kids. They still end up neglecting their kids, abandoning their kids. Like we gotta fix
You keep
something.
saying their kids,
Yes,
abandoning their kids when they
there.
find out they're not their child.
That's your child. If you were contributing to their growth, if you were
No,
investing in their health, if you were taking care of them, that is your kid. Whether you
no. What do
want
you
to
mean
admit to that
your?
or
Because
not,
you sound like you're
that's your
describing
child.
property.
Is that what you
That's
asked,
your
Tara?
child. No, I'm not describing property. I'm describing
Well, when you say
the
your, it
claiming
implies
of
possession.
of a child as your responsibility. So now you want to flip it and talk about fucking property. No. They're not your property. They're not something for you to lord over. They are somebody that you decided to take responsibility for, and all of a sudden shirking that responsibility because you find out they're not yours means that you never really wanted to take care of them in the first place. Period, point blank. They're children. They can't take care of their damn selves. The fuck? I'm
People
sorry.
dropping down for some reason.
Shit.
Tara, is that the question you asked? So I thought you asked, what would he do if he found out that his father wasn't his father?
Yeah, that's why I dropped him because Jules ain't gonna answer no questions up front. But that's my whole point.
Oh,
Like, like you're like, oh, it gotta be my fault. I have my fault. First of all, you don't have proof that that's your father. You assume. So the thing is, a big thing is like, because the point was made earlier. Oh, I would go looking for my biological father. If you were just raised by a man and you told that was your father, you would be like, okay. He not like one. It's not like ancestry came out. He like bet. Let me make sure this nigga my father. He don't give a fuck. He like that man's my father. And if he wasn't his biological father, it would be the same fucking thing.
can I address something too, right quick that he said? So I don't know why he's trying to castigate this on like American women or women in America, right? This whole paternity fraud thing. But as a man that is half Jamaican myself, one thing that I can tell you for a fact is that in Jamaica, somewhere that is not America, there's been a history of paternity fraud, right? And it's actually pretty well documented. And I'm pretty sure it's kind of the same thing for other countries in the Caribbean and probably other countries too, if you do your research. So I don't know why these motherfuckers want to come up here and try to put this on like American women or something like that when it's actually something that has went on at various points in time all over the world. But trying to make it seem like it's a Western woman issue or an American woman issue, to me, it was him trying to be petty and throw jabs at specifically at Black American women. And I just want to call that shit out right quick.
Oh, he definitely was. At the end of the day, Black
Liz,
American women are going to get the
Liz, you
brunt
wanted to
of
say
people.
something?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just real quick, yeah, the idea of paternity fraud, like, why does that exist? Like, it exists because of the way men set up the world. Like, I would say I wouldn't be surprised at all if paternity fraud was a bigger thing in countries where women had fewer rights, fewer opportunities to make money, right? Because why are you lying and saying that a man is a child's father when they're not? Because you need a way to have resources for that child, right? And if you don't have access to that, yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to do what you have to do. It's survival, and that's how men
Yeah,
set
and
it up.
yeah, because in a communal society, that wouldn't even be a factor, right? Z, you said something about women being accountable. I want to know what you was talking about.
So the woman who just made a comment, and then there was a previous comment made where the woman essentially said, if you are raising this child and you are their parent because you're raising them, and then you find out that they are not your child, so you stop raising them, means that you never cared about that child and you didn't want to raise them in the first place. And I feel like if the whole purpose of this conversation is that we want to hold men accountable and we want people to be present for their children, then we should also hold women accountable to be honest. Like, nobody is with you 100% of the time. If you know you slept with two different people, you should be honest up front, get that paternity test done, let everybody know what's going on, and then from there, a decision can be made about the child. But if you don't tell that man, and then you tell him 2 years after the fact, and then you're upset with him because he didn't make the decision, but you didn't be honest, like that's not holding ourselves accountable. And we need both if the priority is the kids. Like, you
So
can't.
he just So let me just say that that wasn't actually the point. It's not the point of holding a man accountable. We're saying it's like it doesn't matter who the father, who takes the role of the father, long as they are treating a child well and they care about him. The men are insisting that it must be the biological father, which doesn't make sense because if you're so tied to your child because of your biology, you wouldn't abandon your child. But even in that situation, the way men have set it up, where women must disclose who they laying down with. Men do not. Men don't. Like they're and I know like with the way we're conditioned, we think, well, it's her responsibility. No, it's actually not. And that's why a lot of places, if you're married and the woman becomes pregnant and you sign a birth certificate and y'all divorced and you find out it wasn't your child biology, you still owe child support because the child still need to be taken care of. Is what we have this really individualistic way of thinking the thing's supposed to be is not communal at all, and it also puts all these burdens on the mother. Oh, you need to disclose exactly who you sleeping with. This man just back in the back alley doing whatever. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's so many ways that women are police, and we're like, well, it needs to be that way because that's that man's rights. We don't give a fuck about women's rights.
I will say I agree to the respect that anybody could be a father. If you choose to be a father, you can be a father. The biology does not matter in that regard. However, it is we that children deserve to know who their parents are biologically, whether somebody else raises them or not. I think it's dishonest to say that just because somebody is not biologically their parent, that they shouldn't at least know.
Did
And
you
when
get?
So we
Did you get
never
a?
argued about that though.
Hold on. Were you raised by your father?
not my biological father, no. But that's not my argument. Like, I'm not arguing that a person who is not your biological father isn't important. The man who raised me wasn't my biological father, and he was appreciated for that. But I still wanted to know who my biological father was because that was something I was entitled to know. And so my mother was honest with me
Yeah, so
about
that's what I was saying.
that.
We weren't arguing. I don't. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you stopped talking. I'm sorry.
No, when she's done, you can go.
And then the other part, I understand policing women's bodies. I'm not disagreeing that to some degree we experience that. But nobody is meeting each partner and saying, tell me who you slept with. Like, we don't meet a woman and say, tell me every person you slept with, and a man and say every person you slept with. Now, when it comes to pregnancy, if you're pregnant, that's a fair question to ask, who have you slept with in regards to the pregnancy. We're going to say around the time of the conception. Like, if you go to paternity court, they don't say, I want to know every person you done fucked in the past 20 years if you're 20. They say, I want to know who you slept with during the time of conception. So I feel that language used is like it's taking accountability away from the woman and making it a political thing when we're talking about the sake of pregnancy, because paternity does matter. When you go to court and you say, this is the person I'm pregnant with, the assumption is that that person is the child's father. And then you have the option to do a paternity test. When it comes to like marriage, people assume people are sleeping with just their partner. So yes, legally, that husband is always a father because the assumption is culturally that's who you're sleeping with. And if someone signs legally, that has nothing to do with paternity, because you can legally sign to be someone's father. Like we can choose to be a father rather that's DNA or not. So those are all separate conversations and we're making it like it's one.
Go ahead, love.
Okay, yeah. So nobody. The crazy thing about all of this is that nobody has literally argued about around about any of that, right? Nobody is negating that, right? Yes, honesty is always best at the end of the day. That's the reason why we support step parents and everything like that. They know that those children aren't theirs and everything. Okay, cool. Yes, knowing who your biological the people who biologically like contributed to you coming onto this earth, yeah, sure, that is important, right? Knowing who your parents are, that is important in that aspect. But when it comes down to who is raising you, that is what this conversation has been. When it comes down to who is contributing to your growth and to your raising, paternity doesn't matter. And even to the other side, maternity also doesn't matter. If they are your parents, they are your parents. If they are the ones caring for you, they are the ones caring for you, right? And so yes, be honest and all of that, but like children being born and paternity fraud being committed is not the only way that you have parents that aren't your biological parents in this world at the end of the day, right? So we have to consider all of the different ways in which a non-biological parental figure can be included in in this family dynamic, not just paternity fraud.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with. I'm coming in on the live. Like, I don't know how long you guys have been present. I came on the live and I'm hearing the conversation, and I did hear the discussion of saying, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter." And then, and homie was like saying, "Someone is not a man if they're raising a child that's not his." And I don't agree with that. Like, a man can decide if he doesn't want to raise a child that's his. That's his right. But it doesn't mean a person is less of a man if they decide to raise a child that isn't his. Like you said, there's so many examples of that. Whether it's someone's adopting or a parent passes away and the aunt raises them, or uncle raises them. Like, all those things matter. I don't disagree with that. It's just that when I'm coming on the live, I hear that topic and I'm like, okay, I agree with the ladies that saying a man is not a man because he chooses to raise someone kids. I don't agree with that, because man is also supposed to be about character, right? And then there's the legacy aspect of that. But I also heard all this language where, if we're going to the front of the conversation, the whole point of saying fraternity doesn't matter is that we care about children getting what they need from their parents. Whoever the fuck is gonna show up and do it, man or woman, mother, those are the mother and father. I absolutely agree with that. I just think that we have to be very careful about how we have the conversation. Because when I came in and I heard some of the statements made, I was like, that doesn't make sense. So
Like
we should.
what? Like what's the thing that we got to be careful about saying?
So some of the things that I've mentioned, I didn't write them down, but when there was a comment made that, oh, it's a political reason because men police our bodies and women have to say who they sleep with, and we
Oh
don't
yeah, I
get.
said that because it is a political thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can make aspects of
Yeah,
that
that's the whole reason that
political.
paternity was created, like paternity and everything like that. That's the whole reason why it was historically made so important, because it had to do with rights to property. Children, women were property. So paternity has to do with that. It has to do with possession. It has to do with property and ownership. It wasn't, and that's why we say that, because men still exhibit those traits when it comes to the reason why paternity was made important in the first place within our civilization. That was the original origins of it. It's based upon political power. It's based upon ownership. It's based upon property rights. All of that. Like, we are considered property. So that's why marriage was also something that contributed to that. Being married to a man meant you were then his property. That's why we didn't have any rights to property, because we were the property, right? So these things are political because they have a historical factor to them that contributes to why we act the way we act today. You get what I mean?
I get that in
Link,
terms
did
of
you?
women and ownership. I guess my question is, what does that have to do in relation to paternity of the child? Like, how are we
So
getting into
think of it this way, because I made this statement earlier.
Huh.
Okay, you gotta understand that again, we live in a patriarchal society, and we're all male centered, right?
Hmm.
The thing is, if women decided that you can only be a father if you prove yourself to be a good father who loves the child and cares about the child, right? If that was the case, men would never have the option to sit here and argue about, well, oh, he sent because he raised a child. They gotta be your child. Like men have the advantage in our society by nature. Like that. What is the father's baby, mama's baby, father's baby? By nature, the women create the children. But because of patriarchy, because of womb envy and everything, men are jealous of that. So they've done everything to take control of it to the point where, like, well, he not my biological father, so I need to chase him around because I need his help. I need him to pay his child support, whatever, because they have the advantage. A lot of them should not be having children. But if you really think about it, if like you have to prove yourself because the men don't give a fuck about your kids, he just want access to you, then they wouldn't have this upper hand on us. So when we buy into it and say, well, you got to be accountable, you might have slept with somebody else, that's again, like, there are women who pregnant and have multiple partners. As long as you're safe, that's your right to do. But I don't know if we realize how much we support them and them having the upper hand, because there are men who are biological fathers who do not take care of their children. There are men who are biological fathers and take care of stepchildren because they don't follow children, they follow the women.
I wish I could take notes as as you were speaking. Okay, so let me go back. You made a comment about how men use how the wanting to possess a woman, and they tie that into paternity, right? Because and there you mentioned jealousy in regards to women having this ability to know that they are the mother of the child. What I am trying to say is, why don't we also see the understanding if somebody just wanting to know DNA wise who is responsible, and why is that negative? Like dismissing ownership of the woman, dismissing land rights, dismissing the historical context, just the simple fact of, I want to know if this child is mine. Like we see kids who are adopted, who are in foster care, who also say, I want to know who my mom is. And they do DNA tests to confirm if that's the mother. Like we wouldn't go and say that's it's about a patriarch system. We would just say people want to know who that is. And even if so, if you want to include that to be the case, if a man should be responsible for his kids, why is it a problem to get a DNA test to confirm the paternity so that he is responsible for the child? In today's society, a man can be responsible for a child and not have ownership of the woman. So that's
Well,
why.
that's the point I was making earlier. Listen to what I'm saying. If you were raised by your your biological quote unquote father, right? Your mother said that's your father, your father said he your father. You just accept that. You don't get to like, oh, I need to prove this is my father. How many people go get a paternity test to prove their father is their father? We make it seem like no, the kid got to know. It's their right to know. They must know. But there are people who just assume that there's father. If it was so important, why is not everybody lining up to get their fathers tested? Why is not everybody wanting to get proof that this man is their father?
One, because we believe that the person is telling the truth. I mean, you can. I do genealogy research for
No,
one.
what I'm saying, when does it become important then? Now I get that part, but when does it be? Because you're saying that people want to know, they want to know, right? When does it become so important that I got to go get the test done to make sure that's my father?
When it's something that you want, like outside of financial responsibility, if you want to take it to that degree, there's also people who just want to know, and there's also medical reasons that people want to know. Like I do genealogy for fun. Like if you look at some of the stories of people who had loving homes, who had people they knew wasn't their father raised them, great fathers, they maintain those relationships. I still maintain the relationship I have with the man who raised me. My biological dad ain't shit. So I'm not disagreeing that whoever steps up to the plate can raise you. However, why is it
But you're not
perceived to
answering my
be,
question.
what question am I not
I
answering?
get the genealogy thing. I
You say
get
when
like
is
stuff
it?
can be passed down. I get all that. No, what I'm saying is if it's so fucking important, why
Hmm.
don't people want proof and they just take people's word for it? Why would I just take somebody's word for it if it's that important? Because there are people who think that they've been raised by their biological fathers and they have not.
But that's a dishonest question because
If
I
it's
could do
so
the same with, but I can do the same with somebody who adopts a mother who adopts a kid, and that person doesn't know, and we don't make mothers do those tests either, and we know people mothers adopt kids that's not biologically theirs. So it's like you're asking the question to imply that paternity isn't important, which I understand your point, but it matters when it matters. Like everybody is not going to be able to afford a DNA test or want to do a DNA test or think there's a reason not to. If you've been in a loving relationship for 20 years, you never had infidelity that you're aware of, people don't automatically think you have to get a
Yeah, but
paternity test.
that's kind of what she's pointing out is the hypocrisy in it. Paternity and DNA tests and everything like that, the concept of them and getting them has been weaponized to be a way to essentially shit on a certain demographic of people, right? And that's women and femme bodies. So when you're doing that, like if we were being like really honest, if you are going to say that it matters, then it should matter at all times, right? Not picking and choosing. But what people do is they pick and choose. They feel like the people who say that it's important, who are like, you never know if that's your kid, who get the DNA test, is because they usually mistrust the woman that they're with, right? And even if it's proven that that baby is yours, it's usually done out of mistrust. It's not done out of making sure that if that child needs medical attention, you can make sure that you are compatible with your child and everything like that. It's not really usually done out of health reasons or technical reasons or anything. It's usually done out of a sense of distrust, spite, and prejudice, right? And so that's what she's saying. Like at the end of the day, if it's going to be important, make it important all the time. If you're married, get it anyway. If you're together and you feel like you're the only ones with each other, get it anyway, right? Take out all of these other aspects that are contributing to it and just get it anyway. If that's the case, if it's so important, we should get it regardless.
Okay, I understand your perspective. I honestly don't have a problem with getting DNA tests every single time. Married, not married, sleeping with both the partners, whatever. And I
same.
understand why from what you've explained, why you feel that way. However, I just don't see it in the way that you guys see it because it's not a situation like, okay, if we say, well, this is fucked up that men use this against us because they want to get out of paying for a child or because they want to label that woman a hoe or they want to label that woman as a person to not trust. We have seen so many examples where those things are actually true. We've also seen men raise kids and think that was their child and be great fucking fathers, find out at 15 is not their kid, and they still, because of the love of that child, raise them, and some of them being hurt that it's not, choose not to. All
I
those
mean,
things
but
are real.
also
I've
in the
seen it.
same respect, we've
Huh?
also
Hold up,
seen.
hold up. I think
I'm
Shinron.
sorry.
Hold up, love. That shit. Go ahead, Shinron. You can go after him.
Yeah, as far as one thing that I just heard as far as like why like we don't do the same thing for mothers, I think it's because it's not really too much you can tell a woman about what she did with her body as far as pushing out a baby. The thing about it is if a woman pushes out a baby, that's why they have the saying mother's baby's daddy's maybe, right? And it speaks to the fact that a mother knows that at the very least she pushed out a child, right? A man that is with the woman, and whether he ejaculates or not, you don't know whether or not you impregnated this woman. You don't know that whether or not you did or not, honestly. So that's why the question and the onus is normally is normally directed towards men and like quote unquote fathers or whatever to figure out, the DNA or the biology of the child. Because at the end of the day, there is more I say there's more ambiguity as far as what a man could or couldn't do, right? The only thing you know for a fact is that a woman was impregnated a woman was pregnant and then a woman gave birth. You don't really know which man may have donated the genetic material in order to make that woman pregnant. So when we talk about why these things are slated towards men, it's because men are the ones that primarily care about it, and men are the ones that cause a majority of the biological confusion in the world. If we're gonna be 100% honest, right? Because if men had a standard, right? If men had a standard to where we only lay down and we have sex with women that we are in committed relationships or married to, a lot of this would not be what it is today. There wouldn't be all this paternity test this and paternity test that if men were only having sex with women that we married, right? It doesn't matter if this woman down the street wants to be unfaithful. If she's not going to be with if men had a standard amongst men that we didn't sleep with women that we were not married to, there would be no man, or there would be no man for this woman to be unfaithful with that could get her pregnant. So at the end of the day, men are the cause of these these issues in the community at the end of the day, because we don't uphold our own standards. And then on top of that too, because we're the ones that care about our lineage and our quote unquote legacy, we want something that we can put our name on and lay claim to, generally speaking. That's one of the main reasons why biology is an issue, because there were too many men going around creating children, stuff like that, and there was really nobody that was like taking care of the child along with, the women in the situation. So it was something, an issue that men caused, that men have tried to remedy. But at the end of the day, if men don't change our ways and have more solidarity as far as upholding the standards that we put out for men to live up to, it's just going to be an issue that keeps on going on and going on.
And that was the point I made earlier, right? The guy even admitted men don't give a fuck about the kids. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
That's what Corey
oh,
Holcomb
we must
said.
know the father. The men are like, we got to know the paternity. I'm gonna know the paternity. So I can pass it. No, men just found a way to make women devalue their role as mothers and uplift them like they're more important. Because the men don't give a fuck if they're their children. If that was so important, men would not abandon their biological children to raise stepchildren. Go ahead, love.
Yeah. Earlier to what your point was. I'm sorry, Z, for cutting you off. This like flow of conversation for me, but yeah. I was also going to say, like, yes, there are men who like gotten the DNA test and it's proven to be true that she was dishonest to him and whatever. But we also, in the same respect, okay, we also have men that have had multiple families. They're still finding families from men who were married and had families in America in different countries right now who were in the military. There are people who have who had different families in the same neighborhood, in the same state, in the same city. Like, this is human beings are dishonest people, right? And that's not to say that it's okay, because I believe in honesty, period, point blank. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to tell you the truth. I always believe in you have the right to choose, right? So I'm not advocating for that, but what I'm saying is that this is happening across the board in many aspects. There are so many different ways in which we have contributed to the generational trauma that has happened with these kids. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to keep pressing it. This is hurting the children. This isn't about us. We constantly make it about us, but it's not about us. It's about the kids, right? So like we have women out here who have been dishonest about the fact that the person they claim as the father is not the father. Okay, yes, that is a reality, right? That's not as much of a majority of a reality as we think it is, because most people tend to we have like a hyper monogamous mindset when it comes to like wanting kids. So I well, let me start. That's subjective. That's my opinion. That's my belief. But I know that might not be true. Okay. But we have a lot of people that are hyper monogamous that are just like, no, you're the dad. And then you have the dude who'll be like, but I don't know that. But I don't know that. He'll go and get the test, and then she'll be like, I told you were the dad. There are a lot of DNA tests that also come out positive for them to be a match to their child, but it was done out of distrust, and then that also adds a rift into the relationship, because like I said, it's being done out of distrust. It's not being done out of a sense of medical responsibility, safety, any of that.
I feel where you're coming from. I'm in agreement that human beings, in my opinion, are fucked up, and we
Yeah,
should
so it's a distance.
We
like
can't hear you.
we should always
You might got
put.
a delay.
I agree with you there as well. I just wanted to make sure that we were, as much as we can, looking at the full picture in terms of how both men and women are contributing to the issue. I agree with I think it's Shinron was saying about men having to be responsible about who they're sleeping with and having seeing women as human beings and not wanting to have this ownership thing with women and having a bunch of kids all over the place. But I also agree with you in terms of, you know, honesty is the best policy. And I just feel like we should have a lot of conversations in that way. Like women could do this better, men could do this better. We could stop this from doing this. Like if we center the conversation talking about birth parties in that way, I think that would get us further, because sometimes when we have conversations like this, it looks like it's just centered around what men do wrong or just centered around what women do wrong. And my only goal is to
Okay,
make
can
sure
you be? I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. What are you saying that the woman's responsibility is here?
if she is pregnant, she needs to be honest with the people she slept with about who is the father. I understand your perspective
Yeah,
of,
that's the
hey,
disagreement. Okay, I see what you're saying.
right, and that's totally acceptable if we don't agree. And I get your point of, well, hey, men are asking for paternity just because they want a reason to not take care of the kids or to have ownership of the woman. I understand that, but regardless of even if there's men doing that, there are people being dishonest, and there's people who care about a child being biologically theirs. So I think we still should be honest about that. I think I'm not saying that everybody should be monogamous. I am saying everybody should be safe and responsible. And that's for both men and for women. And we have to have conversations around that. We have to have conversations about when we fucking people, are we having discussions about, hey, we've been fucking around for 6 months. If we have a baby, what we gonna do? Like, we need to have more of those adult conversations. We need to have a culture that supports having discussions with men about, hey, why do you feel this way about women? Why do you have this issue with ownership? Why, like, all of those real in-depth conversations are important, because that will help us move forward instead of it being like a blame game. And I'm not accusing anybody here of that. I'm just saying that that's the direction that it can go. And I
Yeah,
want
I
people.
mean, and there's been a lot of like I host live daily. We talk about these things all the time, but I would say that like I strongly disagree. I feel like that's how women have been tricked. Like I feel like that's how the men have tricked us to think that, oh, when you get pregnant, like you have to disclose this. You have to, like, only this man should know. And I feel like that it leads to this entitlement to the point where like there's nothing built in our system to hold men accountable. Men can abandon their children. Men in the household feel like the mother's the default parent. It's just it I think, again, it makes sense because we live in a patriarchal society. But the thing I was trying to challenge people more on earlier, to think of it like is just in nature, like as beings, right? Like if they're children, and this is why it sucks that we live in this individualistic society. Because if we were more communal, it wouldn't fucking matter. If there was support regardless, it wouldn't matter. So we live in a society where men have separated women from each other, held resources away from women, and then like you're punished if you don't do it right. And again, like Love said, the children suffer. The children are suffering.
And I don't exactly disagree to the fact that you want to have these conversations, right? But I think in the midst of it, especially online, a lot of what you might not notice, or you might not have seen. I don't know how often you're on here, right? So I'm not going to make assumptions. A lot of the time when people do try to have these egalitarian conversations, when they try to address accountability on both sides and make it, and a lot of the time I've seen people who've made like gender neutral prompts. And what I've seen is that, and this is why it's a deeper issue that we keep trying to bring attention to in different ways. Every time you try to make it egalitarian, every time you try to include both sides, there are men who will come up and they will start hyper fixating on women. And then everybody hyper fixates on women. And then it only becomes a subject about women and their wrongs. Like we can't seem to, and like even now, right? We talk about paternity, and outside of you, I've been listening before I was on this panel, right? There were constantly men coming up and bringing up women and how they were trying to put them at fault when it came to the concept of paternity, and they didn't even really understand what the prompt was about anyway. It will always, even when the subject is about men, they will make it about women, and they do it all of the time, especially on online platforms. In person, maybe not so much, because I'm not surrounded by those type of people, right? I'm surrounded by people that know how to fucking focus. But
No,
that's not,
to be fair, sometimes you are. They just honest when they could be anonymous.
yeah,
Um,
they're like they are too. Yeah, I do believe in that as well. But I also believe in radical honesty. So I've kind of like influenced a lot of people around me to also be about radical honesty. So like some of us disagree on a lot of things, but I promote like you can be honest regardless. I don't have to like it. I just want you to be honest. So thankfully, the people that are around me tend to kind of stick to that.
yeah,
10 on 16.
nigga.
We over
But
here.
I would just say this. I also want to say this too, though. We don't have to hold women accountable. Like we don't have to hold women accountable because women are already accountable. The system is set up that you're already going to be accountable. Like that's the reason why single fathers get praised and single mothers get treated like shit. Like we don't ever have to hold women accountable. Society does it enough for us.
This is true.
I get
Yep.
I get what y'all are saying, and
Yeah,
that's the thing. There's parts of it I agree with. Like some of it is men not wanting to take accountability. They believe they can sling their dick all over the place, and it don't matter as long as they don't have any children that they have to take care of. And women always, we get pregnant, so we're going to have to take care of the child regardless, or make a decision, adoption or whatever the case. I believe that to be true. But there's also circumstances too where we have to accept, like sometimes a lot of the conversation about paternity happens is because they simply don't have the right to know. Like women, we know we're the mom because we carry the babies. So I agree with what you're saying, but I also feel like there's some understanding that needs to be had on that end that doesn't dismiss having discussions about accountability. I also understand where you're coming from in
But if
terms of,
hold on, if you agree with the points we make, and you know that people are not like a lot of people aren't seeing it that way because you have to stop and really look at it. Why do you keep giving this criticism? Like why? Like you are trying really hard to make this both sides, and it doesn't make sense.
because the language and the discussion that's being had, I don't agree with some of what you said. Like you made a comment of saying women are always accountable, like to the degree of being the child's mother, yes. But we also know women can be out here fucking whoever they fuck, and they might end up with the kid, but they might be terrible moms. They might not be committed to being mothers, like, or they might put the kid on someone else. Like it's not
Okay, and
just
that's another conversation. That's a conversation about how we are forced to live in these nuclear families, and if the relationship does not work out, then you got to deal with it on your own. Because again, like there's nothing in place for that. Like we just accept that fathers are shitty fathers or whatever. But a mother, you got to be fucking perfect. You got to be great because like you're supposed to be a good person. Some people are fucked up. And we live in a hypersexualized society where they take their own way reproductive rights. It don't make sense.
well, when
Yeah.
you ask me the question of why I don't agree is because I think there's other conversations that we have to have about, like, I come to
No,
from,
I honestly don't think you realize how male centered you are.
okay, I mean, if that's how you feel, sis, like, I'm not going to debate how you feel. Like,
How
we're having a
how's
conversation.
the
Huh?
can I
how the do you think we can have all these conversations at once? Like, if we're
We
having a
can't.
conversation about one thing, how can we have a conversation about the like? You get what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't it be too many conversations being had at once? Like, wouldn't we have to dial in so we can like? This
That's
is
a fair
Lynn.
assessment, but some of those statements to me are made to seem like as if the fact that women have kids, that they are the most accountable and there's nothing wrong that they can do. And that's not true. You can
But
be more
no,
responsible with your body. You
No,
could
nobody's saying that.
choose to get to know a man before you have a kid. You can you
right?
can do your best to be in a position. Now, and again, sometimes you date a
But
motherfucker for
how would
5 years.
that work? How would that work? How would being responsible for the person that you had kids with work? Like, what would that look like?
I'm saying making that statement seems like we are not acknowledging that women fuck people they don't know, or fuck people they know that wouldn't be good fathers, or that they sleep with multiple partners and or sleep with people they don't know. Like
Do you
we're
think that's majority of women?
I wouldn't say I don't know what the percentage would be, but it's not like it's just a few. We all know
Okay.
people who that's been their lived experience. And what I'm trying to say is we have to govern ourselves in a way because we are the people left with the kids. So we need to do as much as possible to make sure that ourselves and our children are in a good space. And I've
And what
seen
does that look like, Z?
being choosy about who you have kids with, which could be getting to know a
Based on what standards? Based on what whose standards or what standard?
one, the person being a decent person, being with someone who wants a kid.
No, no. But again, based on what standards?
They
A
can switch
decent
up.
person based on what standards?
Because none of it is objective. It's all
How do we know?
subjective.
Right. How
Right.
will we know what a decent person is? Because a decent person to me wouldn't be the decent person to you.
And
So
that's
to
fine.
what standards?
Right, and also men
Yeah.
have a way of pretending to be of doing a real good job sometimes of
We
pretending to
maxed
be a
the
Yeah,
fuck
decent
up.
person until
but even but yeah, besides that, Liz, like what I'm trying to get her to see is like, how are we supposed to learn these things? Like, where are we supposed to? Because based on whose standards are we making sure that niggas is good people? Like how are we supposed to learn these things based on what standards? Like, what are you basing this on?
I
Like,
mean,
should
but you
all
said it as if there's not a standard to be had. Like, what is wrong with me
what's
saying
the
that?
standard?
But
I'm
the point
asking
is
you.
to
You're not
What do I
responding.
determine to be a good man?
No, no, no,
no.
no.
So
We not talking about you. We talking about generally. What should women use to determine if they're a good mom? Like, what are the standards of being a good mom, and where do women learn it? Like, what are the standards for choosing a good man, and where would a woman learn such
It's not
standards?
a
Like,
rule book for
if
any of that, and you know that. If you want me
oh,
to give
okay,
what I perceive and what has worked and what we have good examples of, there's answers for
and
that. Like
that's low key
using
that's
that.
low key her point. The point is that like we can all individually have these things that we set in place, but they will differ. It's all subjective. The concept of good and bad is subjective to the individual. The concept of what is moral and what is immoral is subjective to the individual. And with that being such a variation amongst our species and within our civilization, within our society, right? That is what leads to all of these differences, because a lot of people act as if all these baby mamas that are complaining about bad men, about the men leaving and everything like that, as if they just went in with their eyes open and said, oh, this is a bad man, let me still lay with him, let me still give him a
No, that's not
child.
what I'm saying at
No,
all.
but I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about like generally, right? That's how we treat it when we talk about these situations, and when we talk about women being accountable and vetting and making sure that you're getting to know the person. Who's to say that these women haven't done that? A lot of the people that we tend to get with and have children with are people that we have already known and been acquainted with for a while. A lot of us are not having children with people that we had a one night stand with or that we just started effing, and then within a week we're pregnant, right? That's not exactly what's happening. So when you say that, you can say it as if you would say it as if we went in knowing that this was a bad person or somebody that would do shitty things to us, and we still said, fuck it, I'm still gonna do it. But really, a lot of the time what happens is our perception of good was applied to them, and because we thought that this person was displaying what we perceived as good, as moral, as upstanding, right? Then we decided that they were safe to have a child with when we found out we were pregnant. I don't have no kids.
even
I'm
even
saying this, but
still,
like
love, you decided based on who that person was
exactly.
before they had a child. Like, people change when they have children. Like, why are we not acting like that's a thing? Like, you are not the same person you were when you had your first child, let alone your last child. So why are we acting like you the same person when you had the first child in the first place? Like,
This is true.
having children changes people. Therefore,
Mhm.
it's always the responsibility of the person who left the person who did not participate and the person who did not acclimate to said changes. Saying that a woman should have known that a man would have changed to the person he changed to after having a child is quite literally impossible, because how was he supposed to know how having a child was going to change me as well? Like, you would never know that until you had the child. So that doesn't even make any sense. Like, a woman should know that a nigga was gonna freeze up and like leave and not want to be in a relationship after having a baby. Like, the shit was too hard for him. That is impossible.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of people end up getting cold
And
feet. They get scared. They all of a sudden are just like, never mind, I don't want this anymore. Like, I've literally heard stories about women being like, he begged me to have this child, and the minute I had it, he decided he didn't want it anymore, and then I'm stuck with this child. And that's another reason why we say stop having kids, just because somebody wants you to have kids with them. But like, yeah, like all of these things can happen. Changes will happen, because we're not going to act like that's not a thing, right? And a lot of people are not prepared for the concept of those changes. They just kind of romanticize it. I think they think it's cute in their heads. They get baby fever, and then they're like, oh, have my baby. And then we're having it, and they're like, oh, never mind, I don't want that. That thing cries, that thing shits, that thing pisses. Like, I don't think I like this no
No,
more.
it
I
be
thought it
more
was
than
cute.
that. It's like men do that on purpose. Men, like, the idea is that if you have my baby, you tied to me. Like,
Hmm.
now I own you, because like there are, like, if we
that's what
see
Offset
it,
said.
men will get a woman pregnant on purpose and then abandon her, and then want her to chase him around. Go ahead, Shamron.
Um, One the thing I want to respond to earlier is that if you look at how, again, when men talk about having a legacy, right, and then they equate it to just simply having children, that lets you know that ultimately we view children as possessions. We view children as properties. We view children as our mark on the world, right? And I'm saying all that to say this: when you look at even how these biological fathers actually weaponize children in terms of using them to like harm women, and as Offset said, what was it like last year when he was going through that thing with Cardi B or whatever? He said, "You my baby mama." This one was his wife, and this nigga straight up said, "Well, you my baby mama," or something like that, trying to insinuate or straight up saying that he was always gonna have some type of tie connection to her. And if you look at the historical context to how biological fathers have used or weaponized children against women, oftentimes. Um, a man would knowingly and intentionally leave a woman with children because he knew that she would be a majority of her resources would go towards taking care of the children or whatever. She wouldn't be able to have no type of resources. She would not have the same amount of freedom that, say, for instance, she would have if she were childless, or if she had him in the home. They're helping with resources and making things easier for her to go out and do whatever it is that she needs to do, right? So if you look at the way that men were weaponizing children to begin with, you can tell that a lot of us only view children as a type of property or as a type of possession, right? Not necessarily something to love, not necessarily something to inherently care about and raise in the same way that we try to say is a woman's job to do. Those are things that we use as a part of our pissing contest with other men, right? One of the things, or one of the many things that we use to compete with other men is the amount of money we make, right? Our proximity to women or our sexual access to women, and children as saying that we have a legacy, and also to verify that, yeah, we have got ourselves sexual access to women, and now it's like we have one up on other men, right? And if you look at the way that even if you look at the way that many men today, like with the whole stepdad conversation, if you look at the way many of us weaponize the fact that women have children and stuff like that, and we use it as a way to try and lessen women's self-esteem, so that way we can have access to them, like especially single mothers, right? You can tell that we don't view children as a blessing. We gaslight women into thinking that children are supposed to be a blessing, and that children are supposed to be saved and all this other stuff. Like, we gaslight y'all with the notion that all life is sacred, or the sanctity of life. And then we turn right around and weaponize said children around against y'all to try and lower y'all self-esteem, or to try and say that you are less than in society, or to say that you are supposed to be relegated to this in society because you have these amount of children. At the end of the day, when it comes to this whole paternity thing, I have to agree with Tara, because at the end of the day, parenthood and children have been for a very long time weaponized against women in various ways. I think now with this current climate, though, you have more so a dynamic, or sorry, a platform where men can claim some type of wrongdoing at the hands of women, which is why there are more women that sympathize with men when it comes to this topic. But if you look at it holistically from a macro perspective, men have been weaponizing children and the possession or the families and stuff like that against women for a very long time. And now that things are becoming more equal, you have more men that have an issue with it because it doesn't benefit us as much as it used to.
Yeah, that's why I was making sure earlier when she said it's not political. I was like, no, it is political. That's the history of it. That's the literal foundation of this. It is always political. It's about power. It's about property. It's about possession and ownership. It has never been about, I just want to make sure that my kid is my kid. They say that, but it's really, I want to make sure that my property is solely my property and nobody else's.
That's
And
what it's
one
rooted
man
in.
has claim to it. That's it.
Oh, somebody asked me to name the ways that men.
Go
Y'all,
ahead.
well, first and foremost, again, and this is why I ask y'all. This is why I be asking y'all niggas these questions. Like when y'all ask me shit like this, it's clear y'all don't know what things like coverture laws are, because under coverture laws, especially in America, even in a divorce, right? Um, a man would most likely be able to keep possession of the children, right? That's how it goes. The resources and whatever that a women were to acquire, they would still belong to a man. That was socially and that was legally acceptable, right? So when we talk about what would go on, right, the reason why children could have and still are oftentimes weaponized against women is because it used to, a man could keep the children if he wanted to, but he could always leave them children with that woman and go out and start a whole new family, which we've seen various points in time. Furthermore, too, when we talk about what reproductive coercion is and everything like that, if you know that as a man, if you know that the woman you're with doesn't believe in abortion or doesn't believe in um ulterior types of birth control, you impregnating this woman is essentially a way for you to always make sure that you remain tethered or tied to this woman, which is another way that you can maintain control of her, right? Because if you can make whatever it is you're talking about your children, oh, well, I can pop up over here because I don't want you having no other man around my children. You can create an environment of coercion to where she either has to be with you in order to prevent you from being, what's the word I'm looking for, a menace to her, or everything that she does is going to be under the fear of you might pop up and do such and such to her or whatever man she's with because she's not with you or doing things the way that you want them to, right? And then the other thing about it is too, when you talk about reproductive coercion and how men have weaponized children and babies and stuff like that, right now in this current administration that we exist in, at least here in America, not only are they trying to create environments where women are disencouraged or not as encouraged, to be like independent and stuff like that, they're trying to make it to where a woman is going to have to be in proximity to a man in order to try and survive or make it in society. And one of the ways that they're trying to make sure this happens is taking away the safety nets that are there to protect women, which is how it used to be 30, 40, 50, 60 some odd years ago, where
Yeah, because
women essentially had to be.
they orchestrated that too. They orchestrated that too. I want to ask Z a question.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Tara.
Z, I want to ask you a question. Let's say we live in a communal society where there was like so much support. You didn't have to pay for childcare. We had people who specialize in child development who ran programs where you can get a break. Kids had extracurricular activities. Like you didn't have to pay for any of that stuff. Like if you needed a break, you have a nurse that comes to the house to help you. Like you had undying support. Just not for like you would still be a adult with responsibility, but the children will be fine, right? The children will be fine. How likely do you think a woman would lie about who the father of her child is? How likely do you think that would happen?
I think it would depend on the circumstances. If it was about, if the woman lied about who the child father was because they felt the person they lied and said was about money and would be better, then that person would lie. If it's a situation where the woman was in a monogamous relationship with that man, she might lie for that reason. If it don't matter and she was just doing what she wanted to do, not in a relationship, then she would likely be less inclined to lie because at that point, paternity wouldn't matter to her in that regard.
But is it possible that
So
women
it depends
are?
on the
Because you said it's dependent if she's in a monogamous relationship. Is it possible that women are agreeing to be in monogamous relationships because they need to be with men to have access to resources?
I mean, for some women, sure. But a lot of women are not in that. Like a lot of women are taking care of themselves, so they aren't doing that to be with a guy. But yeah, sure, there's women who are doing being in monogamous relationships because they want the support from the man, and the man requires them to be monogamous.
Well,
So
there's
then my question is, why are women? Because we know it's not most women. Like a lot of women are not lying. First of all, right? But for the women who are lying, why would a woman lie and tell a man who's not with her, who's that she clearly slept with somebody else? Why would she tell a man that he is the father of the child? What is the benefit of that?
Because she doesn't know who the father is. Because
Hold up,
she's
blow. Hold up, blow.
I mean, again, it's going to depend. Sometimes it's because you have a connection with that person, so you want to lie and say that they're the father because you have a connection with them. Sometimes it's solely about money. Sometimes it's you don't want your partner to distrust you, rather because you have a good relationship or because you need them for their support. Like all those things are going to vary dependent on the relationship. I can't give you a one way answer because it's not a one way thing.
Did anybody else besides Glow want to respond to the question before we move on?
yeah. Um, a lot of the time, something that you didn't mention was that they could be doing it out of fear as well.
That's also valid.
Yeah, a lot of it could be out of fear because we do still have situations where people are with abusive people. There are, cheating is never cool, but there are a lot of reasons that people cheat. And they feel like some people feel like they cannot get out of a relationship, so they'll choose to cheat instead of trying to leave the relationship for possible fear of their lives, fear of their livelihood, feeling like they're stuck because financial abuse does exist. There are different things that happen, and then you end up getting pregnant. You're scared to tell him because that could literally lead to your life being in danger. Not only your life, but the child that you decided to keep, the life of that child as well. We know that the highest mortality rate of pregnant women is domestic violence. It's not birth. So, like, that's actually a big factor in this as well, is the fact that if we know that men claim their violence all the time, right? They constantly talk about how violent they are. They constantly talk about how if we were to try to take over, then they would probably dominate us violently and everything like that. They constantly boast about their violence. If we know that that's what we've been taught in society, men are stronger than you, men can overpower you, men can hurt you, you can't save yourself from a man. Why would then a woman think that she can tell a man something safely without him going off the walls and possibly hurting her? That's a big factor too.
And that's the whole point. Is like the reason why there's so much propaganda pushing us to be in these nuclear families is because it is safety. They have the resources that not be scrutinized by society. They have someone there to support you. Like we are in these relationships with men for our safety. It's for safety. It's not because we like the fucking fairy tale is actually real. It's for our safety. Go ahead, Glow.
I was saying, most baby mamas probably don't know who the father is, so that's why
You need to
they.
go.
Hmm? So yeah, they don't know who the
You
father.
come up here yawning in the phone saying some bullshit.
No, that's not bullshit. That's reality.
Did you just wake up or something?
Oh God, Tara.
Something like that.
This dirty ass nigga,
Sir,
boy.
ma'am, person. Where is
I'm a
the
him.
empirical data? Okay, him that shows that most people who have had a child don't know their child's father. Where did you get that data from?
Most baby mama.
You sound like a
Right.
tether. I
So
ain't gonna lie to you.
everybody who has had, hold on, we're gonna go back to that. Everybody who has had a child is a baby mama. Are we okay?
No, some people are
Yes.
wives.
No, yeah, a wife is just baby mama with paperwork. What are you talking about?
Are
So
you a
wives
wife?
can't cheat on their
Hold on.
husband?
It sound like Glow. It sound like. Are you trying to tell us that you're a wife? Are you telling us like you want to tell us how you became a wife or something?
No, no, no.
Because like,
I'm
what the
not.
fuck is you talking about?
I'm just mean
Hold
some people
on.
have honor in the way they do things. So
He
why?
Okay,
Italian.
so wives can't cheat on their husband. Got it.
Huh?
You just dumb. What you come up here talking about all this value shit for when none of this shit had nothing to do with what we talking about?
I never
That
said
shit you talking about
anything
is
about
highly
value.
subjective. You
You
literally
said
just
that
said somebody
most
had fucking
baby
values.
mamas, so most single mothers don't know who
Does
their
that?
baby
Hold on.
daddy
Does
is.
that devalue
Where is
them?
the data that
Thank you
where
for
is the
saying that.
data that suggests that most single mothers don't know who their child's father is?
What do you mean? Who is the data that suggests
Where is the data?
Excuse.
Where are you getting this dumb shit that you talking about from? Where is it coming from?
If it
Where's
if
the
it
data that
wasn't
suggests
if it wasn't
where
significant, then we wouldn't
where
have.
is the
If
data?
it
Where
wasn't
did you get that
significant,
from?
if it wasn't significant,
Sir,
hold on. Let me
sir, where
speak.
did you get the data from?
Let
Where
me
does
speak
it
for a second.
say that most single moms don't know who their child's father is?
Hey, you can Google it. I'm not your book. I'm not your.
No,
I'm
you
not your
can't
wiki.
Google it. You
I'm
can't
not your
Google it. You just
wiki.
made it up.
I didn't make
Just
it
say
up.
you made it up.
I did not make it
Word
up.
Just
to
say you
Google,
made it
and
up.
Google said you made it up.
It's not you. Yeah, AI response says I made it up, but you need to do your own
He
research.
don't know where the source is.
Ain't
Sir,
got no
shut the
fucking
fuck
There
up.
is no
source.
You just
source.
up there lying just to
I
lie.
know
I hate when
His
people
sources.
do
source is
that dumb
I know
shit.
sources. When I talk about like
his
weight
source
and
is the
stuff,
red pill
I
manosphere.
bring up
That's what his source
CDC.
is.
That's so.
No, the CDC never said that, motherfucker. Stop
No, I said
lying.
when I bring up weight and stuff, I bring up the CDC. I have sources, but
So the
if
You don't have
CDC
any
it,
said most single
sources.
moms don't know who their child is, who their child's
hey,
father is.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. When I debate weight and things of that nature,
You can never
I
debate.
bring up the CDC.
The
Okay,
I
so the
CDC
have so I
CDC
Bring
have
it up
so
and fight
said,
is
down
not
with
a
him.
source.
yes, it is a source. I
but
have
the CDC never even said that dumb shit.
You know how many niggas would have came here talking about that shit if that's what the fuck they had said?
Y'all want
You're not the one motherfucker that know about that shit and then all of a sudden came here
a
and
lot of
talked about it.
people. A lot of
That shit
people
doesn't
are
exist.
asleep. A lot of people are asleep. My boy,
Man, shut the fuck up, simple minded ass motherfucker.
The
simple man.
CDC in the Philippines said that.
y'all
Oh
want to
God, he
hear
sound like a fucking
y'all want to
No,
hear
man.
you
what I
just
just
saying
what I
Is that
just
whatever.
what
Cause
read?
happened
it,
in the Philippines?
See, look at this. Look at this guy right here. 30%
Okay,
indicate
so
paternity
in the
fraud.
Philippines, that's what's going on.
no,
Cause
that's his source. His
not in
source was
America,
George in the
baby.
comments.
No, but I'm just saying, people do their research. So if you do your research,
No,
look at your answer.
you doing your research based on what's going on in the Philippines, sir. We in
In the
America.
Philippines,
The research
no.
is
This is an
asshole.
American stat.
No, it's not, baby. You Filipino, huh?
I told you, you sound like you
You
Attila.
Filipino, huh?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you are.
You sound East African. I'm not gonna lie.
I can hear the Hanoi in your voice, sir.
Yeah, you
That
can
thirty
think whatever you
percent
want.
that 30% is in the UK. What the hell are you talking about?
I knew he was getting stats from somewhere not
Estimates
in
suggest
America.
literally says
What?
estimates suggest a wide range prevalence of paternity fraud in the UK from 1% to 30% with a 2018 study from the University of Warwick estimating 3% and a 2021 study from the University of Oxford suggesting 1% of paternity fraud.
But that still would invalidate his point. That still don't make like his
We
point is still inaccurate.
I just believe people just
Shit,
be getting
man.
AI responses. Like
No.
You
That
ain't even
sounds
give us a
so
source. Shut
stupid.
the fuck up about AI response. At least AI is a link to a source, motherfucker. Your response ain't even from AI. You just made it up. You lied.
No, I didn't
You
make
made
it
it
up.
up.
You didn't make it up.
Yes, you did. Yes, you
No,
did,
listen,
If I
you
Tito.
made it
sound like
up,
You
you
got
why?
making
If I made it
you
up,
got
why
that
would
from
there?
your
Hold on.
tita. Did your tita tell you that? Your
If I
tita
made
gave
it
you the
up,
source,
why would there
huh?
be shows like Kamalo and Steve Wilkos and
what?
Okay.
Phil and Dr. Phil and all these shows that test
Dr.
people?
Phil,
Yeah,
the
Dr. Phil
reality
tests
TV
people.
show?
You right. He is from somewhere in Africa, Chinron, but
Somewhere in
that still
Africa.
don't make no
This man
from
just quoted Dr. Phil, the reality
Yeah,
TV
shout
show.
out to
You know he's
Dr.
not a
Phil.
doctor, right? You know that he's not a licensed doctor, right?
He's a philosophical doctor.
No. What the
sir. Shut the fuck up,
fuck? It's gotta be a
please.
troll.
And
It's gotta be a
I'm a
troll.
philosophical
Yeah, he's
dentist.
trolling.
What the fuck?
Philosophical doctor is crazy.
A philosopher can be a doctor.
A
There you go.
A
philosopher.
philosopher, a philosopher.
Yeah,
I can't even say it
Velociraptor.
A
incorrectly.
philosopher?
I,
philosopher.
a philosopher. I can't even say it
No,
incorrectly.
it's philosopher. Philosopher.
Lucifer.
Philosopher.
Lucifer.
Philosopher is
Yeah,
crazy.
Yes,
it's a
I said
Lucifer.
it right the first time.
No, it's
So
philosopher.
philosopher.
But even
Sir,
then,
go to hell.
Dr. Phil wouldn't be a credible source. That's the thing. Like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, because the
You
crazy thing is, as I keep
stupid.
looking, I'm still not finding any credible sources that can give a concrete stat on paternity fraud.
This is not
No, he
He
something that
made
made
you
his
can
it up. He
just.
situations.
lied.
Everybody's
This is not something that
situation.
you can just go on
Sir,
Reddit and
sir,
go
Exactly.
look
So then,
sir,
for.
what? Excuse me, I don't use
just
Reddit.
because you don't know who your daddy is, don't mean that's the
But
rule for
even here,
everybody else.
I'll give you another. I'll give you a valid source. Go on blackdemographics.com.
Fuck no, that's not a valid source.
Bitch,
Blackdemographics.com.
That's
And even
literally
then,
not a valid
that com is
source.
not a credible source.
this nigga just
That's
stupid.
crazy
Anybody
as
can
Oh,
make a
hell.
sorry,
.com.
blackdemographic.org, not .com.
That
Org
you're
is
not a
dot
part of,
org
so
is
why
Oh.
the
also
fuck
not a
would you
credible
know about it?
source.
Tell us about your demographic. How about you? Tell us about your
What's my
demographic.
demographic? My parents are Jamaican, and I was born in
Oh,
America.
that's even worse. Oh, now we can have a conversation about that now. We can actually have a conversation about that.
Not
Because you up
Shalom
here
Jamaican
talking.
side about to come out.
What? So the paternity fraud is exponential in Jamaica?
Yes, there's a history of it. Like, you look this shit up right now, and I was mad when it got brought up to me, but it is what the fuck it is, because it's something else I blame on Jamaican men. But there's an actual documented history of this shit. When we talk about paternity fraud and all this other shit, and a lot of it is due to the fact that men are not having sex with women or sex with women that they are married to. If men would be committed to having sex with women that we married, there would be no paternity fraud.
Hey, you're saying,
Damn.
hold on.
Okay,
You
so I
have the
found
right
something.
answer, but you're
I
saying it
found
in
something from
the wrong
NIH.
way.
Hold on.
No, that is the right fucking answer. And
No,
I
the
said that shit
right
how it works.
answer is women
No,
need
the
to
right
stop having
answer.
sex
No,
without being married.
No, the right answer is for men, because we're
Sir.
the ones that created marriage. The right answer is for us to marry the woman
No,
that we
women have the key to
should
smacks.
want to marry, and
Sir,
then we have sex with that woman
sir.
alone.
You don't have to worry about that glow. I can tell in your voice that you ain't getting no ass. I
Don't
can
deserve to.
tell in
That's an
your
assumption.
it's a very great assumption. Your voice is unseasoned. I can tell you ain't got no pussy in your throat lozenges.
Lady, maybe
You
So
stop
need to.
talking.
I found one thing from NIH, but this was done in 2006, and even on that article, it says that in conclusion, for any subject receiving a genetic test in a child support office predicting a 72% probability that the test will show paternity inclusion, offers as good an estimate of the test outcome as a subgroup estimate based on the subject's age, race, and child characteristics.
Why
So
you went to go do the
72%.
work for this man? He
Because
just
I
making
honestly,
stuff up.
I am a research 304. Okay, I'm a research 304. I literally have been thinking about creating a resource page and an essay for fun. College has ruined me. Okay.
He made it up, friend. He lied.
We
He
know
No, I
he
made it
made it
didn't
up.
lie.
We know
all up.
that.
He
There
Here's
are
lied.
another
no there
stat.
are
Here's
no
another stat you
recent
can look up.
there are no recent or
Here's
credible
another stat you can look
sources.
up. Hold on.
There are no recent or credible sources that I've been able to
Here's
find.
another
This took
stat
me
that
like
you can
4
look
fucking
up.
pages to find this.
Here's another stat that you can look up. 80% of women are having sex and having children with the same 20% of men.
Oh
and
my
that is Nug Nug across the street.
Lord.
That
Y'all
has
are
no.
literally so fucking goofy. It baffles me. It baffles me.
It's the truth, ladies. Y'all
It
having kids with the same three men.
baffles me.
You
So
mean that they work?
not where is right now, current in current time.
No, because
You're
he
so
made it that
No,
was
no, I didn't make it
that
up. You're
that
having
was
kids with the
a
same three men, so
there's
you
no
don't know. You don't
context.
know if it's
There's
John,
no
June, John, but Josh, or if it's
all
Chad.
right.
So
Okay, Glow. Okay, Glow. You take me for an idiot or what? I'm not I don't believe you. Shut up. You
you
don't
don't
know what you're
believe me?
talking about. You take me for an idiot or what?
dun, 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 dun.
No, Glow is bored. Y'all want to say any last thing? I'm about to end this
We
shit. I've been
could.
on here for a minute.
Okay, hold on.
Hold up, Glow. Not you. Not
Oh
you.
shit.
Did anybody want to say something before I end it? I might come back. I don't know. I need.
Yeah, Glow too young to be indoctrinated into red pill. He ought to stop.
No, that's when it started. When
He's
they
like
Yeah.
young.
18.
They aiming this shit at little teenage boys now. That's why you have motherfuckers repeating Nick Fuentes talking about your body, our choice. Yeah, no, they aiming this shit at little kids now. He right in that age range.
Mm-hmm.
I literally,
Wait,
my
no.
13, like 2 years ago, my 13-year-old niece said something crazy as hell. And I said, "You're 13, calm down."
No, don't no. Listen to what they saying because they targeting young kids. Because that's why it's so important that we know that children are people because they're trying to like set the tone for the next generation. So it's gonna be easy to control people. And
Yeah.
they trying to radicalize the young kids. But I gotta go for real, y'all. I've been on here for a while. Thank y'all. Thank you for all the birthday gifts and shout outs and I appreciate y'all. I see
Right.
Thank
y'all
you for
later.
having me.